Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we're going to celebrate your artwork. We're going to take a little bit of a break from painting to look at your artwork, the things that you've created over the past maybe couple of months, whether it would be drawings or paintings that you've posted to the Facebook group, and there's a lot of great stuff. I'm super excited. It makes me so proud to be a part of this incredible community of artists from around the world, people who are at various different points of their creative journey, some people who have literally just begun and will see their very first artworks that they've uploaded to the Facebook group, and in some cases they're literally the first paintings and first drawings that they've tried to make, and some people who've been painting and drawing along with me for 4 years already. So I'm really excited. There's some amazing stuff here. So maybe just before we get going here, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when future episodes are coming. Like today was supposed to happen yesterday, but my daughter was sick, so I had to stay home and take care of her, and wasn't able to kind of put together this whole episode, which takes about 8 hours to, put all of these images together. So I had to wait until I had some time in the evening last night to work on this. So I'm super excited, but it could be really helpful if, for a YouTuber like myself, if you just like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. But if you want to support the channel with a little bit of cash or digital cash, you could send some of that digital cash via PayPal or e-transfer or a check in the mail if you like. You could use the YouTube super chat while we're here live, although YouTube takes like 40% of what you donate, so just be on guard there about ways to donate. Both PayPal and the top 3 ones here are your definite best options there. Okay, so let's dive right into this. So the plan, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the paintings that you guys have made in class, and then we're going to talk about the drawings that you guys have made, and then we're going to look at the paintings that you've made outside of class, the artworks that have inspired you, that you've decided to create on your own. And there's lots of both. I think there's about 300 images in total we're going to look at today. And I actually just want to begin here with a comment that Auri posted on the Facebook group. And sometimes I try to cut and paste a little bit of this into the captions, into the titles of each of these files, but I just thought there's a lot of stuff going on here that would be kind of cool for us just to look at and talk about right off the top here. Auri's talking about being a child, loving making art as a kid, and maybe some things took her off the path of making art, especially during her 20s, talking about dealing with mental health, things that are probably very common to everybody watching, right? I find creative types tend to be a little bit more sensitive than the average person. So definitely issues that I've myself struggled with, and I've been very transparent about that. So I really appreciate the courage to talk about those things. I think the more people talk about mental health and make that a priority, I think the better our society would be, since it's an issue. I think everybody deals to some extent with anxiety and depression, etc. So I applaud you for talking about that. But I just thought this was beautiful. Auri says, my fiance offered me a painting class for my birthday, and I did that, and then I bought myself some paints, and then since September, I've painted every single day with Michael, and by Christmas I finished the entire beginner's acrylic painting course, and now I'm working my way through the master studies and Paint the News, and also copying other artists and YouTubers, and I made a few little creations of my own, and I love this here. It's a huge part of my life now. It's a passion I don't ever see myself stopping. So I'm visiting museums, and now I'm obsessed. So I think that's fantastic. You know, we've converted, well, maybe not even converted. This has obviously been something that's been important to Auri for years. So it makes me just super happy that that you've refound this passion. And you know, you talk about, you know, it really helps with the depression and perfectionism a lot, which are things that I think, again, are typical of creative people. I think everybody kind of deals with some of these things, but I think being able to work on them in a productive, constructive way is a lot better than just suffering in silence and just hoping it goes away. So thank you very much, Auri, for this really inspiring post. This is also why I love our Facebook group. There's just so many interesting people like yourself out there who in many cases are coming back to painting after some time off. So welcome, and I want to look at some of the things that you posted here just to get started, because you've done some amazing work recently. So let's just sort of, we've talked about many of these paintings in past episodes when we looked at them all together, but Auri's been relatively new to the group, so didn't have a chance to make these in real time when we were painting them. But so here's one of Auri's paintings here, the Kotska's Hutsulka Dancer. I think this is beautiful. Oh my goodness, Auri. Look at this. I mean, that is so well painted. And I think you said something, you weren't happy with the folds on her shirt. I think that looks great. Yeah, fantastic. I think it looks beautiful. You know, the really lovely subtle rendering on the face is absolutely gorgeous. Really well done. Yeah, I think that's absolutely wonderful. And then I love how you did this painting here, based on Alma Thomas's, what was this one called? Was it Wind Dancing? I don't think it was called. But, you know, I really loved looking at Alma Thomas's work. I think she's super inspiring figure as well. So what I think is really great is through these classes, we've been looking at work that is more representational, and then some that are abstract or non-representational, non-objective painting. And knowing that there's all those different options out there gives you an opportunity to explore a little bit different styles and see which ones kind of attract you the most, so that you can find your own special place where you fit within the art world. Because there's, you know, I think sometimes we figure, oh, there's only one type of painting that's good, that I like, and then I think it's important to kind of question where those values and ideas come from. Sometimes they're from our parents, sometimes they're from other teachers, from a ex-boyfriend 30 years ago or whatever it might be, who said that this, oh, that's trash, but that's good, and they're like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, that's right, that is good. And then when you start thinking about it, you're like, I don't really like that at all. I like doing this much more. And that's what I'm going to do. Thank you very much. Right? And I think the more we paint, the more we sort of find that inner voice. I think this is really beautiful. Look at those flowers. Berta Morisot, one of my favorite Impressionist painters. We've done we did one episode, I guess in my in-person classes, we do a couple of other paintings by her as well. Yeah, fantastic artist. This is great. I love the way you've painted the background. I love all these layers. Again, you know, I think a big part, something I really want to emphasize is how important layering of paint can be to create really complex and dynamic artworks. you know, we could just, you know, mix a gray, throw it in the background, be done with it, and move on. And I think that's what, when I look around at other people teaching on YouTube, often that's what they show. It's the idea is to get it done as quickly as possible. And, you know, I appreciate the considering. I just did a 7-hour episode the other day. I totally get it. But, you know, good things take time, right? And that even just that extra little bit of layering a few bits of different colors on top of one another and having a bit of transparency can really make a painting way more interesting. It looks so much more complex, and often we associate complexity with more advanced professional artwork, and that's not necessarily always the case. We've looked at some artists whose entire goal is simplicity, right, and conveying the idea in the most transparent, simplified way humanly possible. But even then, just that extra little step, it might only take an extra 20-30 minutes, but instantly elevates a painting. Oh my goodness, this is amazing. I love this. First of all, I just love the original Edwin Holgate painting. I think when I did this episode, I called it like Canada's version of the Mona Lisa. You know, before I was putting this episode together, or that episode on Edwin Holgate, I hadn't seen this painting before. I was obviously a fan of his work, but I'm like, oh my goodness, because I think this is in a private collection somewhere. It's not in a major museum. I think it should be. I think it should be in, you know, the National Gallery in Canada, or, you know, one of the larger museums. I just think it's just the composition, everything about it is super beautiful. And I think, Auri, you've done an exceptional job of highlighting this work, and really even kind of making it your own. Like, you know, I guess I would say, like, for instance, you know, some of the folds on here, they don't, and I can't remember the original, and I'm not going to bring it up to compare side by side. You know, I would say that the folds look slightly unnatural, but that doesn't mean that it's bad. In fact, I think it actually looks really cool. Like, I love the way they start to create this, like, this pattern. Like, it kind of reminds me of like lava rocks or something. So, you know, we could work on drapery and trying to get that to look more realistic, but I think this turned out maybe even better than had you tried to really focus on realism, because there's an aspect of the original painting itself which is, you know, slightly, well, it is abstracted from reality, right? So yeah, I think it's super beautiful. Like your restraint in not using dark outlines between the fingers and around her face, and just letting those two slightly different colors, which are tonally very similar, that's a challenge, and it's definitely, you know, probably a lot of people would have wanted to put a line right there. I think that's fantastic. Here's an oldie that we did, one of the first Paint the News episodes of the Mars rover. Was it the Mars rover? I'm trying to remember what this, because this is the one with the helicopter. I think at the time it had just landed, and now it's been on Mars for 3 years, and I think the helicopter finally flew its final flight. I think it was only supposed to fly once or twice, but it's flew like a dozen or more times, which is just remarkable to begin with. We'll look at a few more here by Auri as well. That's beautiful. I think that, oh my goodness. Yeah. I think this turned out better than mine, quite frankly. It's interesting too, like you're getting really good results on paper here too. So, you know, it is kind of curling a little bit on the sides, but that's no problem, especially if you were to frame it, put it behind a little bit of glass, that would flatten it out. Although if you do frame anything, probably a good idea that the glass is not touching the actual surface of the painting. And that's the reason why there's often a mat, you know, a piece of thick paper, cardstock that separates the painting from the glass or the plexiglass. Because what can happen, especially if you have a more humid environment that you're living in, like here in Vancouver, the painting might stick to the glass, and then if you're, at one point you try to take it out, it'll peel the paint right off. Some of it will stick to the glass. So just keep that little thing in mind. But yeah, my goodness, so beautiful. Great job. My goodness. You know, again, we did this painting of this volcano that was erupting at the time in Hawaii, and my goodness, that is so beautiful. I think it might be more beautiful than what I did. So it just shows that you're in the right place. You're really growing very, very quickly, and you've probably caught back up to where you were when you were younger and really into painting before. So it just makes me think, like, man, what are you going to create on your own coming up here? Because you've certainly got a good handle on what we're doing here in class. So now I can't wait to see what you decide to do on your own. Here we've got Chagall's Circus, and they're beautiful. What I really like is, again, the layering of colors, these levels of transparency, and I just think it just creates so much more interesting colors, right? Because then it makes it more difficult on our end when we're looking at art to try to deduce what was the formula, what was the order in which things were painted. But even if you don't get it exactly right, just sort of creating that kind of effect is, I think, enough to convey some of the unique properties of the original painting. That's just so amazing. These are great. Well done, Auri. So I just wanted to also, Auri posted some images of this interactive, immersive exhibition of Magritte's, Henri Magritte's work in Brussels. So Magritte was one of the great surrealist painters, and there is the Magritte Museum, also, I think, in Brussels. But this exhibition is, you know, I think these are all, I already said, reproductions of original artworks, but just hung in a very different way, in a way that, you know, might make us feel like we're a little bit more inside the artist's studio or home. You know, I like these little details of this table and maybe some of the notes and letters that are there. It looks like, you know, you may recognize this painting, which we did in class. And I think I even put this one in the Dropbox folder, though we didn't do that. I didn't do that one. But then there was also these large immersive digital projections, you know, animations based on the work of Magritte. Very cool. You know, I've seen a number of these types of exhibitions have come through Vancouver. There was one on Van Gogh recently. There was one on, what was it, the pharaohs of Egypt. There's been a number of these things. They take place, you know, usually downtown at the convention center, where there's lots of space, and they have these gigantic projections, and they're very popular. They're often kind of expensive too, like $40-50 a ticket, and which I think is expensive considering there's usually never any original art on display. But what I like is how popular they are with people. A lot of people taking photographs, and I like how it invites people to engage with art, especially people who might not normally go to an art museum. So even though, you know, I'm sometimes leave a little bit, you know, underwhelmed by some of those exhibitions when they come through town, I am heartened and encouraged that so many people are going, lining up to go inside, getting excited, inspired by art, taking photographs, posting it online, and then their friends see it and want to come see that. And then when they may travel abroad, especially to Brussels, they may want to go see the original artworks. And anything that makes people look at art, to consume art, and then hopefully feel inspired to produce their own art, I think is great. So, yeah, these are all really cool. I really appreciate you sharing that with us as well. And then just before we move on, there was just another post that Auri had here about using metallic paints. And I haven't... Oh, no, I have used it. I don't have any of the golden... Actually, no, maybe I do. I think I do. I do have some of these. Which is, remember I told you why I have to be careful when I go to art supply stores, because I sometimes get really excited and things I don't intend to buy end up in my basket, and then I forget I even own them, right? So I've done, because I have some gold and silver colors that I've used, and so I haven't used the Amsterdam versions of these. But I think another question was, after you paint with them, what would happen if you were to varnish over that surface? Would the metallic properties, that kind of reflective qualities, would they disappear? And a few people chimed in, and I would agree. I can't remember who was commenting on that post, but it just really depends on how thick your layers of varnish might happen to be, right? If you have a relatively thin coat of varnish, which is usually all you need. Remember, like, varnish is really just there to protect the surface. And, I don't often varnish my own artwork, although it would probably be a good idea. And why don't I varnish it? Mostly just out of lack of time. Also, I do really like the raw, unvarnished surfaces. I do like that. I love a super matte surface. So part of me is always, anything that goes on top of that surface makes me a little bit anxious. But obviously, if you go to a museum and you see an artwork on the wall, 99% of the time those paintings have been varnished. I have, with some of my larger artworks, I have varnished those that people own and they have in their dining room or the boardroom of their office or whatever, specifically because I know that they're in places that are going to, maybe get some coffee or food accidentally splashed on them, and if that was on the canvas itself, that would be really hard to clean. And if, let's say, someone didn't know any better and just took like a wet rag and started to kind of scrub away, they could literally scrub the paint off, right? And there all of a sudden be a hole appearing, not a hole in through the canvas, but you'd see kind of like a spot. And people, you could just imagine, then maybe someone might feel the need to go in and touch it up, as has happened a few places, to various degrees of success. So varnishing is helpful for that way, because varnish, the great thing with varnish, especially if you're using ideally you're using an artist's varnish and not like a varnish that you would varnish your kitchen table with, right? You varnish your artwork with a particular kind of varnish. And I think Pascal has a question about this later on as well. That varnish could be removed in the future by a conservator, right? So that's one of the most important parts of varnish, and something that would separate it from putting Mod Podge over it, or your like a matte medium. Like, you could technically varnish with a matte medium or glazing fluid or Mod Podge, any kind of clear acrylic, but those things are going to bond permanently to that surface. They would protect the paint underneath, because if somebody did try to scrub that surface away, that that layer of paint would act as a barrier, and you'd have to really scrub to get through that to get at the paint. But again, it is non-removable. Whereas a varnish, especially, you know, nice varnishes can yellow over time because they're organic. And so that seems like, why would we want that? Well, because probably even, you know, maybe matte medium might yellow over time, and if it's bonded to the surface, there's nothing you can do about that. Whereas a good varnish could be removed as it yellows and then a new one applied in the future, especially if conservators want to get in and fix any kind of cracks or anything, which is unlikely with acrylic paint. But then again, acrylic paint's only been around for, you know, what, 50, 70 years now, so we don't necessarily know exactly what's going to happen with that material in the future. Okay, wow, oh my goodness, look at the chat, just exploded. So I just want to acknowledge all the people watching here. We got Auri there. Auri says, I'm going to hide under my chair now. Thanks so much for featuring my work. Pascal, or Pascaline there, and Barbara. Oh, Pascaline is chronic fatigue syndrome is no fun in bed. Oh, I'm sorry, Pascaline. Well, hopefully we can inspire you with some of the artwork that you see here, and that might give you that extra little bit of a boost to help you, give you a little bit of extra energy. There's Pascal. And Barbara says, yes, you deserve all the praise, Ari. That's awesome. There's Deborah. Rick and I are here. The Senga. Pascal says, I too found passion in art and hunger for museum visits. An awesome passion to have and to create too. I just love all you guys. Eula's there. Hi, Eula. Eula's painting Courbet's Desperate Man right now. Perfect timing. Ari says, I agree about those red folds. I struggled a long time actually, but couldn't bring them to a more realistic look, so finally accepted them as they were. Yeah, and I think as they are is pretty cool. Like, as I said, I think in some ways they're superior to what they might look like had they been quote unquote perfect, right? Michaela says, hi everyone, so really nice paintings. OMG, love the earrings. Yes, probably you're meaning this one here. I love this one, right? Are we still hiding under my chair? Hope we don't spend too long on just me. Well, you deserve the praise. Barbara says, how much for the sweater, Michael? I ordered these off of, I think Vistaprint. I don't really intend to sell them. I just was like, one day, it's like, this would be kind of fun to do something like that. So, I've got a white version. I made some baseball hats too, and then I was like, when am I ever going to wear a baseball hat? But, you know, it's fun to have, and you'd be surprised at how relatively inexpensive it is to produce your own t-shirts, you know, things for your own events. You know, if you can take a photograph and navigate Facebook, you could easily do it with your own artwork and produce your own shirts there. And so Vistaprint is like, there's vistaprint.ca, vistaprint.com. I don't know if they're in Europe, but certainly across North America, they're one of the largest sort of print-on-demand places. Senga wants to buy one. Well, maybe if everybody wants to buy one, I'll find a way to make them available. That is, that's very cool. I didn't expect anybody to want one, but Eula says, I love using varnish. It feels like it pulls everything together, and the light shine makes the surface do satisfying, lovely, and how different preferences can be. So yeah, absolutely. Varnish, like some people really like a shiny surface. Some people prefer a matte surface. Some people kind of like a little bit in between, right? And there's no right or wrong. It's just personal preference. I think I probably am at a disadvantage because I come at painting with a lot of baggage from decades of painting and going to art school and graduate school and teaching at an art university. So it's probably baggage, my own bias that comes in from originally being a oil painter. And one thing I've always loved about oil paintings is generally they're very, very matte. And when I started using acrylic paints, often to teach, I would often find acrylic paints looked very shiny. And to me, I started to associate that shininess with a kind of a plasticky surface. And and I think if you come from oil paints, you just have this kind of bias against, the idea of plastic. We think of like plastic is cheap and disposable and, trashy plastic bags, that are blowing down the sidewalk kind of thing and shredded up and, just, so, but is that actually real? Or are those just, I think that certainly was true. Like when I was in art school and painting with acrylics, I think it was more, I think the quality of acrylic paints, like these Amsterdam paints, which again are kind of on the mid spectrum, kind of on your, I've seen them described as student grade and professional grade paints, depending on where you buy them from. I think the quality of acrylics has improved dramatically over just the last 20 years. So I think it's, high time for me to just reevaluate my own preconceived notions. So that's also another nice thing about doing these classes is often, people who are just starting to paint don't come at painting with all of that baggage. Like when I was in art school, the idea was like you would use acrylic only for student painting. And then once you get out of school, there was an expectation that you would throw all those acrylics in the garbage and switch to oil paints and never look back. And that bias had been in place really since acrylic paints entered the market in the 60s, or late 60s. So, but it's interesting just over the, again, last 20 years, you start seeing more and more acrylic paintings in museums and art galleries, and now we just take it for granted. Yeah, it's just something, it's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with it. So, I'm part of that older generation that was stuck with, had those ideas drilled into my brain. So, okay, I do want to move on. Eula just got home from Rome. I got to see so much art, and now I've been painting nonstop for the last 3 days. Cool. Well, we're going to look at some great stuff that you've done too here, Eula, in just a few moments. Talks about seeing the Sistine Chapel. It was amazing, but so crowded. I loved wandering around the city, especially at night when it gets busy. So much history and beauty everywhere. Great points. Okay. So let's switch gears here. Let's start talking about some of the works that you guys have done based on some of the lessons, the classes that we've done recently. So let's start here talking about Andy Warhol's cats. We did these at the beginning of the new year, so 3 months ago. Or I guess 4 months ago now. It is beginning of April. Time is just flying, isn't it? I think this is really cool how Barbara combined these 4 different cats onto one painting. I think that's really cool, and do wonder, is this a 9 by 12? And did you use a template to do these, or did you draw them all out? Because obviously the templates are, or is this a much larger painting? I'm not sure, but if you did just sketch these out on your own, they are remarkably accurate. I love the way that you've kind of got the dotted line that Warhol used here, or the blotted line, I should say, his particular technique. Which, you know, I still have some that I've meant to come back to. They're sitting right here on the edge of the table that I haven't, because I wasn't happy. We tried doing that blotted paint technique in class, and for whatever reason, I wasn't able to achieve the results that I've seen, literally them demonstrate on the Andy Warhol Foundation's website. You know, there's an educational section there showing teachers how to, and I followed the instructions. I think it's might just be the type of tracing paper that I was using. Just didn't hold the paint, or resist the paint. I think it actually bled into the surface a little bit more than maybe was ideal. So it's one of those things that takes some time to investigate the materials to really get it properly. So then I just kind of faked it out. And I was actually really happy. They're sitting in our living room right now, and every time my daughter sees it, she's cats, cats, which is absolutely adorable. To see your own child just looking at a painting and just saying cats over and over again in her sweet little voice. So those look great, Barbara. And we've got a couple here by Paula as well. So Paula, again, I'm always just amazed at how you draw these things out on your own without using any templates. These are pretty wild. They all look very thin. These are great. You know, I think maybe some of these might have benefited from just being on one sheet of paper all by themselves. I think when they're all kind of close together like that, sometimes that makes us feel very self-conscious about the edge of the paper, and then we've got to kind of squish them in, and maybe that explains why they look a little bit, you know, emaciated a bit, right? But well done. Great job, Paula. Also interesting the way the background has been done here. Is that white, or is that, yeah. So you did paint that yellow imprimatur and then went over it with some white. It's interesting how it's a little bit uneven, that white. I see like areas where it's much more opaque and then areas where it's much more transparent. I don't know why that's happening. Is that it's, I mean, I don't know if maybe it's are you using water mixed into that acrylic? It's possible if you're using even matte medium, you could get that result. And you really have to stir that paint up with water or medium so that it evenly distributes the pigment with that medium, so that you don't have some brush strokes that are really thick with the like modified paint, and then some that are almost entirely transparent because they contain very little of the original titanium white. Having said that, you know, I could see somebody trying to deliberately get that effect, right? So, yeah, just something to kind of think about. Yeah, looks great. Okay. Next, we're going to talk about Lucius O'Brien's artwork. We did this one. I was intending to do this for our like January 1st New Year's Day episode, but I was away in Australia on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, so I wasn't able to do this painting on that particular day. But I liked this painting as just like this idea of, you know, the sunrise and on a new day, and I think it's the original painting really glows. We've got Deborah's, Paula's, Senga did a couple drawings of them here. So interesting, they're all very different. Like how Deborah's here has a different kind of energy to it. Like the glow of the sun is much more muted. I mean, this could be just the way it's photographed. It does look like it's a little bit dim, like the light is a little bit dim, so maybe it is brighter in person. In fact, I would suspect it is. But, you know, just looking at what I've got in front of me right here, and, you know, just by, you know, making it if this is closer to the way it looks looks maybe more like just after sunset is the way I think about it, kind of like dusk, where the sun has finally set behind the mountains here, and we're sort of just getting the reflected light from the sky. Both versions, the originals and yours, Deborah, just there's a great deal of peace to them. They feel, you know, the way that, you know, that particular time of the day always feels kind of peaceful and quiet and very contemplative. So I think that's very successful. You know, Paula here has chosen to paint this horizontal painting as a vertical, which is something I always notice that you like to do, Paula. I always find that, you know, very unconventional. It seems almost, you know, every time we do a horizontal painting, you'll paint it vertically, and every time we've got a vertical painting, you'll paint it horizontally. Go figure. It does give us an interesting view as to what that painting might look like in an alternative compositional format. I also, you know, the way that you've painted this too, by painting it on that vertical format, it really accentuates the height of this cliff here, and the way that it kind of lords over this little boat. You know, it gives us a sense of scale, which, you know, when it's in its original horizontal format, we still feel that that big cliff, but because everything else is kind of spread outwards, it doesn't have the same monumental quality as we have in your painting. So I think it's kind of fascinating to see it this way. Like, it kind of, what does it remind me of? Like, it reminds me of a few, Claude Monet did a number of sketches, I think in Normandy, with, you know, some of these, you know, the beaches that the Allies landed on during, or towards the end of World War II, and obviously Monet died decades before that, but he sketched a similar landscape there, and he made a number of paintings too, although I'm not aware of them, but did lots of really cool sketches similar to this. That makes me think of that. These big cliffs on the beaches of Normandy. And then Senga's sketches here. Interesting. So that looks like pencil crayon, I think, on a really smooth, reflective paper. What's interesting here is I see kind of the arc of your hand as you're drawing here, right? Like, I see, where did I get a pencil? You know, it makes me think of the way that this was drawn. Let me just bring them both side by side. You know, it makes me think of your hand might have been down here, like this. So, you know, our natural, the natural arc of our hand creates this type of movement. And I can, you know, if you're trying to do some shading, it makes sense to do it like that. But you could see that it really creates this very dramatic kind of bend, as opposed to drawing like this, picking up your hand, right? And even then you can see that I've created these sort of like smaller arcs, right? So I think as, you know, when the more and more you're drawing, the more you try to kind of anticipate that arc. So instead of allowing for that natural kind of curve, you end up maybe even trying to raise your hand slightly off the surface. You know, I was just looking at a comment somebody left just yesterday about one of the drawing courses where I said, when I was in art school, I remember I had a drawing teacher who constantly emphasized, he would say like, you're drawing with your wrist. Stop drawing with your wrist. Drawing is a shoulder activity. It's a whole arm activity. Use your arm to draw, not your wrist, which I always thought was really interesting because, you know, when you first, like, I think most of us, you know, we have little sketchbooks. We might be drawing on the corner of a page in our science textbook or whatever. And so we're always used to just doing little tiny things versus when you're, you know, making a drawing or painting on a larger surface, you can't just have your hand in place. You end up having to use your whole hand. And so if your hand kind of starts coming off the surface and you're using your whole arm to draw, it at first seems really unusual, and it can even make your arm sore, right? Because it's using your arm in a way that you don't normally use it, right? We're normally used to just plopping our hand down and drawing that way. So I think in an ideal world, if you start thinking of kind of locking your wrist and using your arm to move, your arm is much stronger than your wrist, and you can end up getting less of these curves and getting straighter lines. Not a big it's not a problem. In fact, again, I could see someone doing this very deliberately. And sometimes you see, even when I'm painting, like let's say I have, you know, to paint a circle or something, right? Well, I might take my pencil or my paintbrush, do something where it can kind of feel very natural, right? And then I might come around and do that, because that can be a lot easier than trying to paint this, you know, when you start trying to do, that gets pretty awkward, right? So, you know, it can be that using the natural motion of your wrist can be effective at times. Just sort of keep that in mind. Okay, let's push on. There's Senga says, yes, Faber-Castell paper and pencil. I didn't have a template. I did it live with pencils. It's an A5 sketchpad. Yeah, I think it turned out pretty good. I think just that horizon line, you know, you don't usually see the curvature of the earth unless you're kind of a little bit higher up, and then, you know, you can, or you're in a landscape where, like in the middle of the ocean, and then you can kind of start to see the bend of the world when there's usually not other landscape formations there. And, you know, maybe, you know, there is, as the water goes into the harbor here, yes, it does kind of go down, but still we would probably see those rock formations being still kind of almost more like stairs, right? Like we would expect. So if you have your horizon and then this shape, let's say here, and then there's another hill and another hill, you know, they would probably be like that. Right, if those were kind of different, you know, hills or rocks or whatever. You know, obviously I'm oversimplifying it a little bit, but you know, each of those would be more horizontal lines as opposed to curving lines. Okay, should move on from that. But great job, Senga. We got lots more of your stuff to see here as well. So, let's look at. Oh, I didn't organize these today. Okay. So let's turn our attention to Emily Carr here. And we've got, I think, 3 different works by 3 different artists in our community. We've got Paula's, Richard's, and Robin's. Slightly out of focus here. So we'll, let's bring these ones up here. There's the other Emily Carr painting that we did as well, the red cedar. So let's flip through all of these. Okay, wow, that's cool. Really bright colors, Singa. I love that. Okay, so let's start back up here with the Bounce of Spring here that Paula did. Wow. You know, I think this, you know, Emily Carr might suit you really well, Paula, in that the way that Emily painted very kind of dynamic brushstrokes. Very, like, you know, Emily Carr spent the majority of her painting career, at least in the latter half of her life, living on Vancouver Island, you know, which is on the far west of the North American continent, you know, and depending on which side of that island you are, it can be really beautiful or also really violently windy, really. So what Emily Carr is sort of describing is the wind just whipping through the, you know, coming off of the Pacific Ocean, whipping through the trees and over the grass. And with her paintings, you really, like, well, look here, Heidi went, there's an exhibition up at the Vancouver Art Gallery, and Heidi went and saw it, and so we'll look at some of those photos momentarily here. But just Emily Carr did such a great job of conveying the intensity of the, like, when you think about, like, trying to describe wind, trying to paint wind is almost like, as soon as you say it, it's like, how do you do that? I mean, it's one thing, painting water and waves and motion like that, that's hard enough, and we can see it. Wind, we generally can't see. Like, right now, there could be a gale force wind blowing in front of my face, and unless there's things in the wind, we can't see it. So what Emily's painting is the effect that wind is having on the leaves and everything, but doing it in a very stylized manner where, you know, she creates these sort of, like, I don't know, wisps, like almost like ribbon-like flows through the foliage. And so I think the way that you like to paint, Paula, which tends to be kind of faster and very intuitively, is, I think she would be somebody I think you may want to look at a lot, because I think there's kind of kindred spirit in there for you. But it looks great. I like this a lot. Richard's beautiful. Great job, Richard, as always. It's fantastic. You know, I have this painting in my living room, and I look at it every day. And one of the things that I keep thinking I want to change is I painted the trees in the foreground kind of a cool blue, which she kind of did, but she uses kind of a neutral, kind of a little bit more of like a cobalt blue. And every day I look at it, I'm like, I gotta fix those trees. I gotta put a warmer blue there. So I like you've got instead of like necessarily a warmer blue, it's just made it into a bit more of a gray, which kind of neutralizes the coldness of it, which really, because that cold blue pushes it backwards, and so kind of creates, for me in my painting, makes it look kind of slightly odd, out of place. But I think all of this is working really well. I don't know if I can offer any feedback. I do think one of the things I love most about her painting is what she did in the background with these trees. And we see that in a lot of her later work, is really describing like the sky and trees sort of kind of appearing in and out of the layers of sky, of atmosphere. So I feel like maybe a couple of these could be a little bit more solid in places, not the whole thing, but like you've done here with that kind of almost dotted line, make a few of them slightly more solid. But, you know, minor little quibble, I suppose. And then robins here. Wow, cool. So that's sort of like what I was talking about here with, you know, some of those trees, they sort of seem to disappear into like a ribbon of wind and then reappear above it a little bit more. I think that's one of the weird things that she was able to capture with her work. That is, you know, I guess maybe fog can do that, but yeah, it's hard to say exactly what she was thinking. Was she looking at fog, or was she really trying to describe the way the wind was behaving? What I would say here, Rob, is I feel like one thing Emily did is she has these kind of lines that kind of lead us right into that pathway. You know, there's literally kind of like stripes, like prison stripes, kind of just streaking in and around here. And she uses that in a number of places, not even just in this work, but in a lot of her other works, where those lines kind of pull us in like tracks on a roller coaster or something, right? Where it gives the eye like real firm, you know, like, again, like a track, like you could literally imagine running along it. And I don't see that quite so much in this painting. It looks like things are kind of a little bit softer and a little bit more ambiguous, which is, you know, again, not necessarily a bad thing, because sometimes, like, that's something, honestly, I sometimes struggle with. I am always compelled to put lines, maybe where lines don't even really exist. So this might be, you know, on the flip side, like where I'm saying to Paula, like, Emily Carr might be your woman. Like, you might want to really look at her work really carefully and try reproducing a lot of it. And so Rob and I would say here almost like the opposite. It's like, obviously there's things that we could do to improve this painting, get closer to Emily's work, but it might also tell us that, well, maybe painting in Emily's style might not be the thing that comes most naturally to you. Maybe painting like this, to me, I see maybe more of like the Nabi style, like Pierre Bonnard or Cerisier, you know, those, or Paul Ranson, who we just painted a couple days ago. Although a little bit less, he's a little bit more on the outlining spectrum of things. But artists who enjoyed a little bit more of ambiguity between forms, I think might be something that you might appreciate, because not everybody's would allow themselves to create areas with this level of kind of subtlety and like there's a kind of a lack of definition between these different areas of the painting. And I again, that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? It's just different styles, right? So I think it's just worth kind of thinking about that, like what style comes most naturally to you. Okay, we're gonna look at this next painting by Emily Carr. Barbara, that's fantastic. I even really like how you hand wrote the text down here, and in a way that really suits Emily's work here. Like, I just want to zoom in on that. I think that is, you know, like the kind of font that you've chosen to do this in. I mean, that kind of looks like Emily Carr's signature anyway, but you know, like the way that you've got that Y, the very kind of classic, like the typography looks like what we might see in the 1930s. Like, it reminds me of like old Coca-Cola cans and stuff, right? But you can see that same sort of thing repeated in these kind of strands hanging down from the trees. The way you've painted this grass is awesome, Barbara. I love that. Like, you really feel in your painting the wind whipping over that grass, pushing it down, and kind of how it clumps together like hair. I think is really nice. The trees, beautiful. Getting the paint to appear to blend like this. This is done in acrylic. I think you've painted this in acrylic. The first of many I intend to do from the group of 7 master studies. That's awesome. The one thing I would say is that I think we need a little bit more contrast in the leaves, the foliage up here. It does all kind of blur together into one larger mass, which is one of the things I love about Emily Carr's work. But I think there are a few places where we have a little bit more highlights in here, and also a few places where it gets really dark. And, you know, I see some reflection on the side, so that might be there in the original image. It might just be the way it's photographed that we're seeing less contrast of colors here. But all in all, pretty darn good job, Barbara. The one thing I would say is your signature right there is, well, like, somehow it works really well, what you've done here with the signature on the bottom and the grass. I think that is kind of cool. It's not too bold. Like, it kind of, if you don't immediately see it, like if I just look at it from a little bit farther away, I don't even see, you know, Red Cedar by Emily Carr, 1931. It just looks like it's kind of part of the grass. But your signature like really stands out, and it kind of contradicts the movement of the forms there. So, you know, I could have seen it being kind of on an angle in here, or, you know, going sideways up the tree, or kind of diagonally along this line, or like you've done here, hidden it in the grass. But that, to me, it kind of stands out in a way that I think, because, again, what I love about Emily's work is how much movement it feels is in her work. So when that name's just like stamped right on top, it kind of, we have all this movement, and then it gets locked in there. And I think especially kind of on the edge, we kind of want that to kind of flow out and back in and slosh around like that. So, you know, it's a small thing, but, you know, it is something I think a lot about. Like, that's why, you know, sometimes you see artworks by artists that are signed, and sometimes artworks by the same artists that are unsigned. And you think, like, why didn't they sign this work? Like, why would they do that? Because often a work that is unsigned can have a lower value than a signed artwork. It can often be disputed by people saying that it's not actually, it's, you know, a fake or whatever. And sometimes because it's signed, people are more inclined to think it's a fake too, for the same sort of reasons. But sometimes, like with my own artwork, you know, I can, you know, I look at it like, okay, I can see exactly where I would sign that. And then some I just like, I can't put my signature on the front because there's nowhere I can see that it would work, that it wouldn't interrupt the movement or whatever's going on in the work, just compositionally. Like, you really have to think of like a signature as part of the composition. Like, if you just almost imagine it as a bunch of brush strokes rather than words. And then if you think of it that way, thinking like, how does it fit into the overall thing? Because we're going to see the overall composition. So that's why artists, you know, like I could see this signature being done rather than in black, in like, you know, I could see it being done in yellow or something up here, perhaps in the top part of the painting. Anyway, something to think about. And sometimes it's good, you know, if you're, things that you can do too is, like, I've literally, you know, if sometimes, like, if you're not sure of like when I get towards the very end of a painting and I'm like, what do I do next? You know, sometimes you put the painting aside and you're looking at it. Things that I'll literally do is I might paint some of that same color on a piece of paper, and then I could, let's say, write my signature on that piece of paper, cut it out, and just lay it on the surface. And then that way you can even just reposition it and then think about, where does that work? Does it work there? What if I turn it on its side and yeah. And then sometimes, again, like somebody's looking like, I don't think I can put it anywhere. Maybe this is one of those ones that is unsigned on the front and I sign it on the back. Okay, moving on to Kathy's here. Kathy sent in a few different photos. You know, so that's one of those interesting things, is trying to get even lighting when documenting your work. I should probably even do a video of that, like how to document your work, because we obviously how to. Because you can see here quite a difference between just, you know, the angle, you know, has got a little bit more reflected light on the bottom, or direct light. This one's got more direct light on the top here, creating these reflections. So, and the colors look very different depending on what angle and time of day and the source of light, etc. Anyway, beyond that, so, you know, I love what you've done here in the trees, Kathy. And it's interesting just sort of seeing these two side by side. Like, Barbara's, I feel like we need a little bit more contrast. We need something a little bit darker and also something a little bit lighter. And I would say Kathy, I feel like I think the tree needs to get a little bit darker. It gets a little bit lighter. Got lots of lightness, almost some white right in here. I think in Emily's, hers is the foliage up here is darker, which makes sense. Like, you know, years ago, 7 years ago, I went to Haida Gwaii, and where Emily painted many of these paintings, or at least where she did many of the sketches. Like, I think this painting is, I'm sure, probably done back in Vancouver or Victoria, but based on some of her sketches. Anyway, one of the things that's amazing about that landscape, and I've said this several times on the channel, but, you know, you look at Emily Carr's work and you think like, wow, she was like a great abstract painter, right? Like the way that she kind of took, you know, these trees and trying to describe the wind, as I mentioned before. And then you get up to that landscape and you see it and you think, wow, actually this is kind of the way it looks. Like, what I just assumed was Emily Carr being using a lot of creative license, you look at it and think like, well, how else would you paint this landscape? Because some of those, the trees in particular, I don't know how it happens. Like the leaves seem to kind of like they sort of clump up onto the trees into these like opaque blobs, and if you're in the middle of the forest, there's times that it could be 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a bright, super sunny day without a cloud in the sky, and you're standing in that forest and it feels like midnight. You're like, man, it is dark. And like what Emily's done, there's sometimes just little areas where you, like a little like clearing where you see the sun kind of coming right through, but other areas you're like, wow, it is like dark in here because of the way that the trees, the leaves seem to like die on the tree, and then they kind of get mossed over. And so anyway, these parts of the trees, the leaves and everything can be extremely dense into basically solid forms. So I think getting a little bit more dark areas in here would get a little bit closer to the way I think Emily saw that. But overall, beautiful. I do think maybe even more intense colors. Like I think a lot of the painting here has got a lot of white in it. And I think, you know, we have like in this tree almost some warm red right out of the tube, which can feel a little bit like, oh, that's pretty bold to put a bright red right there. But that's one of the things with Emily's work. If nothing else, bold, right? And maybe that's why some people don't like her work, because they feel it's just too much. I mean, I'm always like, we can't get too much. I love bright color. Jeannie's here. My very first painting and my pink reds. It's okay. Hopefully it gets much better over time. Well, we're going to see more of your work here over the next little bit here, Jeannie. And I think these are amazing. If this is where we're starting, you're doing great. This is where we would expect to be at this stage. You know, even just sharing your first painting, I think takes a lot of courage. You know, it's interesting when I look at the Facebook group. Often, you know, let's say the drawing course in particular. Often I'll see people don't tend to post anything until maybe class 4 or 5, because the first few they're just like, oh my goodness, this is so terrible. I can't let this anybody on earth see this, let alone go out into the internet and on YouTube and everything. But then, you know, after doing a bit, people are like, oh, it's not so bad. Okay, oh wow, I don't mind sharing this. And you start to feel people's confidence building, which I think is so exciting. It just makes me that's so cool. So so the fact that you're like, you know what, here's my first painting, and that is like, that takes a lot of confidence and courage just to share with people, like your first little baby steps forward, right? Is there things that can be improved? Sure, absolutely. And we've looked at some artworks by people who've been painting a little bit longer, and they maybe were a little bit more successful at conveying what Emily Carr herself was doing. But this is just, you know, what we expect for your first painting, right? So great, I love it. Well done. Paula's here. Wow, again, Paula, yeah. The way that you've painted this looks great. I love the speed at which you're painting. Again, just like I was saying earlier when I was talking about Kathy's work, I think some of the tree, the foliage on the trees, these leaves, could be darker for sure, to give it that weight, I think, that we need. But yeah, like you can just feel like the wind whipping around the tree this way, kind of going around on the other side, like, ooh, it just makes me cold just thinking about it. Oh, Richard, awesome. That looks great, Richard. Beautiful. And especially these kind of tendril-like forms hanging down. Beautiful. Exceptional. The grass, everything about that's beautiful. Again, I think potentially even it could be even darker in a few places. But you know, just the way that you painted this, I think it's done a really nice job of capturing just what I was talking about, like how, and even just Emily's choice of composition, how she arranged this painting. You know, it's kind of unconventional. Like most people, you know, if they saw this kind of clearing and that kind of spotlight of sunlight coming down into that clearing, they would choose to put that in the middle of the painting. I think it tells us a little bit about how creative and daring Emily was to be like, okay, I'm going to instead put this tree right in front of the spotlight. You know, it would be kind of like, you know, going to see a Broadway show and there's the spotlight on the someone on the stage, right, and they're singing, and then I don't know, somebody in the crowd or a little kid climbs up onto the stage and just sort of walks in front of the singer, and they're kind of a little bit in the, they're not in the direct spotlight. And to me, that's sort of what I think, like some weird analogy of what I think Emily's kind of done there. It's sort of like a little bit of the, it's kind of like, whoa, that's an odd decision. Why? Like you're kind of like blocking the spotlight, the thing that most people would be most inclined to paint. And so that's one of the things I think is great about Emily's work, is how she kind of does some of the unexpected things. And sometimes it's those unexpected things that really make artwork eye-catching and pop and different, and what makes an artist really special is the way they're, you know, it's just like when you watch a movie and then all of a sudden it goes in a different direction. You don't see the plot twist. You're like, oh, the butler did it. Oh goodness, did not see that coming. Right? So also kind of with that bright light in behind makes that tree kind of even more, it gives it a really intense presence because it's kind of silhouetted against that bright light. Barbara says, we'd get it spot on between us, Kathy. Yeah, totally. We just need to take both of your paintings, Kathy's and Barbara's, and put them in a blender, and we're going to get the perfect painting. I love it. That's great. Deborah says, Rick and I camped in an old forest campground in the provincial park of Bon Echo. It was a walk-in campground. The painting reminds me of that magical time. We felt that it was timeless. What looks at first to be abstract becomes alive when one is confronted with the painting. Totally. Well said, Deborah. Yeah, it's magical. That's what I think is amazing about Emily's paintings, is there's a magical quality that she captures. Some paintings of hers are better than others, I'll grant you that. But her best work I'd put on par with any other artwork by any other person at any other time in history. And I think this is obviously one of her great works, for sure. And then here's Senga's drawing based on Emily's work here, using some kind of marker, I think, obviously. You know, it's kind of wild, like those really bright colors. Like, so this starts to look more like a Fauvist painting by Vlaminck or Matisse. You know, I mean, I could literally see you taking the exact same colors and trying to paint them. Would it look like Emily's painting? No. It would have the composition, but it would look a little bit different. It's also interesting, like I've said many times with Paula's work, that you've taken this vertically oriented painting and flipped it into a horizontal format, which tends to make those trees kind of like they're been compressed. And I keep thinking of like a tree house. Maybe it's because there's this kind of like almost house-like form up here. It kind of feels like the, you know, in Return of the Jedi, the Ewoks lived in those treetop villages. Which, you know, I loved Return of the Jedi when I was a kid. I'm a huge Ewoks fan, so not a I'm all positive here. But I think, you know, if we wanted to get closer to the way Emily did, as I've mentioned a number of times, I think more of these darker lines, and they don't necessarily even need to be black lines. Like if you took your red and you draw over top of some of these green lines, they're going to turn into like a dark brown, which could be closer to black, but not black. And sometimes black is nice, but sometimes you don't want to have black everywhere. You want to have, you know, some color in those darker areas. So that's what I think Emily's done there. Singer says, I did it live with brush felt tip pens. I never finished it, LOL. Yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe you don't necessarily need to finish it. It could be a really cool sketch. I mean, maybe you could turn that into a cool painting. You know, with all of these artworks, they're ripe for interpretation and for you to create there could be great launching points for another artwork. And often throughout history, that's where artists start. They might start trying to make a copy of another artist's work, and then it kind of starts going into its own direction. And then I think as an artist, you're faced with like, okay, this is where I was headed, but I'm kind of going in this direction, and if I keep going, I'm going to go over here. Okay. You know, is that okay? I mean, it's think about going on a road trip, and you're like, okay, I'm going to go in this direction. I want to get to wherever this place is. And then you're in your car, and you're driving, and you're with some friends, and they're like, oh, let's go get some ice cream over there. And you get off, and you get some ice cream, and you end up talking to the owner, and like, oh, there's a great camp spot just over that hill. No one goes there. You'll have the whole lake to yourself. And you're like, should we listen to their recommendation? Yeah, let's go there. And then you end up spending the weekend there, and you don't end up going to where you were planning, but you end up having a 10 times better time, right? Or maybe you had friends that do go to the other place and they had a great time too, and you're like, yeah, well, we also had a great time. Sorry we didn't meet up. These are excellent. Okay, so I do want to just before we move on, Heidi posted some of these pictures from this Emily Carr show at the Vancouver Art Gallery. So currently the Vancouver Art Gallery is trying to move from one location to another, and I'm not sure if they've managed to finally reach their fundraising goal to build that other building. But part of what they're doing in the current location is they're trying to use Emily Carr's work to advocate for a larger space so that they can show more of her work, which I think it would be nice. I think this is the exhibition's a little bit deceptive, at least the way that they promote it, in all honesty. That this show of Emily Carr's work is you know, literally a room. It says a room of her own, and it is literally a room. Like, it is the size of, you know, an elementary school classroom kind of thing. Like, not very big, and there's maybe 20 paintings on display. I'm sure they've got over 100 of her works in their collection, so partly what they're advocating for is like, look, here's some of her great work. Wouldn't it be cool if we could show you more of it in a bigger space, hence donate some money so we can build this bigger art museum. But nevertheless, it's always nice to see her work. You know, it's kind of a bit of a joke here in Vancouver that there's always an Emily Carr exhibition at the Vancouver Art Gallery, and there's always some exhibition of, it could be on comic books, and it's like Emily Carr in comics, or it could be a show on motorcycles. It'd be Emily Carr in the motorcycle, and you're like, man, you're really stretching it. But you know, the Vancouver Art Gallery does have a great collection of paintings, and rarely is the permanent collection on display at all. So anyway, long tangent closed. These are beautiful. I love this. Obviously, we did this. Yeah, we did this painting as part of the Master Study series. I think. Did we? Yeah, this thing is one of our early Master Study episodes. So that painting is on display if you want to see it. Again, if you're thinking of like, oh, I'm going to fly to Vancouver to see this big Emily Carr exhibition, and you get up to the 5th floor or 4th floor, and like, oh, this is really just literally a room, you would be disappointed. So maybe wait until that building is built 5 years from now and come back. So yeah, you can see just the way that Emily describes like the sky. You know, does it remind one of maybe Van Gogh and like Starry Night, and the way Van Gogh had some swirls in the sky? Absolutely. And I'm sure she was inspired by his art, but she's doing it in her own way. Like there's less kind of spirally effects in her work, and more like waves or like ripples. Like you can imagine, like, you know, you drop a pebble into a pond and those ripples go out, as opposed to like Van Gogh is much more kind of like the Milky Way, or some kind of like the spirals of universes, you know, like spinning, and similar, but she certainly created her own thing. So yeah, there's so much we could talk about with Emily's work, and that's why I've done 3 episodes of her work so far. And just kind of randomly, I thought I'd just include this here. Richard posted this photo. So I found this photo online, taken 1899. Wouldn't it make a nice subject for a painting? I could certainly see this being a really cool painting for sure. Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to see if you would paint it in color or black and white. But that's a great challenge since you posted it, Richard. I think we need to see you do this painting. I don't know if that's why you were posting it there. You wanted me to do it, but I think maybe that's something, if it caught your eye, it should be something you take on as a challenge. Okay. How am I doing with time? Okay. Maybe we'll look at Munch's work, and then we'll start looking at some of the drawings here. So we've got The Scream by Edvard Munch, and done by a few different people here. Oops, there's Kathy's, Eula's, and Senga. Again, it's interesting. Just like what Paula does, is often takes vertical paintings, makes them horizontal, or vice versa. And it's interesting that you did that as well. I'd be interested, to know why you chose to do it that way. Both you and Paula, I see this as kind of a trend of, because to me that would seem like a big challenge to take a painting that is in one orientation and then try to change that composition to suit a different format. It seems like that's quite difficult. That requires a lot of creative license to go in and because then you're kind of having to stretch forms out or add forms along the side, and maybe potentially even clip things off the top and the bottom. So what is it that motivates you to do this? So Senga says, I used oil pastels. I had no ink left in the printer, so drew the template myself. Auri says, Munch, right after Emily Carr, they used those same curves. That's interesting. You know, there's, the group of seven, that Canadian group of painters, were deeply influenced by Scandinavian art, and really one of the main, there was there was an exhibition at the Albright Knox Museum in Buffalo that happened, I think, in like 1907 or something like that, and a number of the group of seven members, this is 15 years before the group of seven formed as a group, but they were all friends, and they traveled down to Buffalo and they saw that exhibition, and work by Edvard Munch was in that show, but none of them really cited Edvard Munch's work as and we know because they had catalogs from the exhibition, kind of like basically like a pamphlet that listed the names of all the artworks on there. Rarely did a publication like that actually have images or reproductions of the work, so it's just sort of like, kind of sometimes you walk around a museum and they might have a little piece of paper that you can flip through while you're in the gallery, and then you might put it back before you leave the room. Similar kind of thing, but they took them and they wrote in the margins, put stars next to the artworks they liked. And even though there were a number of Edvard Munch's paintings in that exhibition, they didn't seem to be the ones that attracted them the most, which I think is interesting. It seems almost like that some of that even nevertheless filtered into their unconscious somehow. I don't know if Emily saw Edvard Munch's work when she was in England and France as a young woman. It's possible, although it might also be kind of unlikely. I don't know. But so it is interesting that, obviously Emily Carr is at least a generation. Well, Edvard Munch did live until, they probably died around the same time, now that I think about it. But he was older than her by probably a couple decades. So it is, sometimes artists arrive at the same place, just there's something in the zeitgeist or something going on that artists pick up on. Senga says, I didn't have a template, I was doing it live. Yes, totally. But, again, the painting, the original artwork is vertical, and you decided to draw it with oil paints in the horizontal format. So, to me, that is, it's surprising that one would do that, because obviously you got a sketchbook and you've done drawings in the vertical format, and Paula's done the same thing too, so it's always like, oh, that's interesting, that's a challenge for sure. Yeah. Eula says, my version is on a wood canvas from the dollar store. It adds an interesting challenge. The wood really soaks up a lot of paint, so I had to put on thicker layers. Yeah, and that's why people will use gesso to prepare the surface of a painting, because the gesso acts as a little bit of, not a barrier, but as a ground, really, so that your paint stays on the surface rather than getting absorbed into the paint or into the wood. Some people like it, some people hate it. Some people use the wood and that absorptive properties of the wood. Specifically, they choose it for that reason, because they like the way it can kind of behave like watercolor paper. It kind of absorb and bleed out a little bit. But I do like the idea of you choosing and experimenting with different surfaces to paint on. Often some people will just use paper, and they'll just stick with paper for dozens and dozens of paintings until they run out of paper, and then they can't find that same paper, and then they've got to choose something else. And then they find canvas, and like, whoa, how come I haven't been using this whole time? So I think it's a good idea just to go and buy a few different materials, play with them, because you never know. You might be this whole time like, I just suck at painting. I can't, it's just not working the way I expect it to. And then you find a different surface, and it's like, oh, how come I wasn't using this whole time? This makes my life so much easier. Or conversely, it's like, whoa, okay, never using that again. That's terrible, right? It makes my life so much more difficult. But that's why it's good to experiment, and doing these episodes. Sometimes doing an episode that you would think would be the last thing you'd ever want to paint, and then sometimes that is like, whoa, I got to be doing more Munch paintings. Munch is my man. So this looks great. What would I say here? Well, I think it's probably what you're saying, Eula. One thing I like about Munch's method of painting is he painted with oil paints, but they're very transparent, very watery. So he's putting a lot of like mineral spirits, like probably some kind of turpentine, into the paint to make it very fluid-like, and becomes very like a watercolor-like process. So he's kind of like staining the surface, and they become very thin, transparent layers of paint. He did do some that were much more opaque, but probably in his most famous works that people are familiar with, very transparent. So, it's interesting that using the wood forced you to use thicker paints, more opaque application of paint. It does change things a little bit. I don't think it's necessarily bad, although I do feel like in the original there's more blue, more deeper, solid blue, less kind of pastel blues, and some blues that aren't quite so, some of these are really dark. So I think there's going to be some dark, but even some areas where it's just a little bit more transparent. So that comes into just using, like so for instance, you could do that same sort of thing, like take some, let's say this warm blue, and make it more transparent by like using matte medium and kind of, or glazing fluid, and painting that more transparent paint onto some of those areas to make the color appear it's the difference between opacity, I guess I'm thinking the difference between adding white to a color, because when you add white to a color, it makes it more opaque. Generally, most people are using titanium white, makes it more opaque, and but it also reduces the saturation, the intensity of that color, so it becomes more pastel. Versus if you take that paint and you thin it with like and make it more transparent with like matte medium, it doesn't lose its intensity. It just becomes more transparent. So we still see the vibrance of that color, but it's just, it's less bold. I don't know how, yeah. Kathy, this is great too. What would I say? One thing I would, just a little minor quibble, is I think in the original, all of these lines on the boardwalk kind of converge towards this point, whereas you've got them sort of all just going off on a diagonal. Like they all kind of are running diagonally parallel off to the side, which makes the boardwalk appear very, very, very wide, as opposed to kind of going off and then converging. You see what I mean? I think you've got a little bit of it happening here with this first set of lines. You see this kind of triangular form. It's wider here, and then it gets closer and pinches out. I think we'd want, not a big deal, but it is one of the, since it takes up, 1/5 of the overall painting, it is a pretty big feature of the original. Just something to think about. Not a big deal. I see you've also sort of muted the red band here on the right side of the painting. Maybe when it was, and it's kind of, because I think the original is pretty bold, it's pretty bright. Maybe you saw that and was like, whoa, that is too much. And then I think that's what you've done here, is probably gone back over it with a little bit of white just to kind of quiet it down, which is interesting. It makes it a little bit different. Not necessarily wrong, but I think one of the things with Munch's paintings is he tends to be embracing pretty bold, saturated colors. Also you've got this dark shape back here, and if you kind of squint your eyes and look at it, it is the darkest thing in that picture. And by being darker like that, it's the thing that might catch our eye first. And so if that catches our eye first, we immediately go back there and we start like, what is that? Kind of looks like some humanoid-like form, like maybe the screaming figure's shadow or something. But and then again, I should say the scream is not is technically, according to Munch, not this person screaming, but it's the original title for the painting was The Scream of Nature. It's like the earth is screaming, not the person. The person is more likely like oh my goodness, what is that scream? Just want to add that there in case people want to try to correct me on that. But yeah, so if that's going to be like, that part should probably not be so dark. And if it's going to be that dark, then we probably want things in the foreground to be even darker, so that we don't have a kind of thing where the figure in the foreground, because by being that dark, it almost starts to behave like it's in front of everything else, like it's some sort of bird that is about to land on his head or something. Anyway, just these are things that I've noticed. Okay. I think I'm going to move on. The next thing that I would talk about would be Paul Cézanne's Mardi Gras painting, which is, I think, one of my favorite paintings we've done so far this year. I would encourage more people to do it. It is, it takes a little bit more time, but it's not that difficult, I think, ultimately. And I think it's a really cool painting. So I would encourage, and just a quick little shout out here. We'll talk about this next time, but here's Samantha's version of it. I think it's a really cool painting. You'll learn a lot doing it. And so I'm going to kind of pause it there so that to encourage more of you to tackle that one, so we can talk about it next class. Okay, come on. Let's open up. Okay. So what I want to do is talk about some drawings next. I got 146 drawings coming up. And then we got 90 paintings afterwards. So, if you're waiting to hear about some of your paintings, we'll probably be talking about drawings for the next 45 minutes or so. So you're welcome to stick around, or if you were to go for a jog or a cup of coffee, I would totally understand. Right? I have no expectation that anybody watches any of this at any time. Okay, I'm going to start here at work my way from the back of the alphabet. Oh, okay, let's... Stars Always just donated through Super Chat. Let's celebrate their first super on a live stream. Thank you. That's so cool. I love that this is the first time you've donated through to a live stream before. That's so cool. You know, that's one of the things that I think is also amazing, that for many people, you know, I take it as I take it is an honor that in many cases I hear from people like, this is the first time I've ever donated money to a YouTuber before, or donated money to a live stream, etc. And I think that's so neat that that whatever I might be doing has motivated someone to do something that they haven't done for the first time. That's that's you know, that's as big a compliment as anything. So I really do appreciate that. That's very cool. Thank you, Stars Always. Okay, so let's look at Victoria. You know, it's funny, every time I see your name Victoria appear, I always think it's Victoria AI, and I kept thinking like, maybe this is just my imagination, but I start thinking, man, have we arrived at that time where now I'm teaching computers and we have a computer, artificial intelligence following along doing the drawing course? And it's like, you know, will any of us watching right now live to the point where there are like androids in classrooms learning side by side next to human beings? Like, will I be teaching at my university classes and at one point have 3 or 4 Android AI bots just in the class, shoulder to shoulder with the other students? And anyway, just a tangent, but that's every time I see your name Victoria, I keep thinking like, is this Victoria AI? Must be our new overlord. Anyway, sorry. Great job, Victoria. You've got a couple of drawings here. These are amazing. Especially this one. What could I offer with these? You know, I would say probably one thing to consider would be your backgrounds. As to like what goes on back here. And one of the things that, you know, I've mentioned a number of times I love the most, or not the most, but I love about Vincent van Gogh's drawings and his paintings too, is what he does in the background. Because often the backgrounds in our drawings tend to be the things that are just like an afterthought or not even thought about at all. And I think putting some consideration into like what goes on behind a figure like this is worth kind of considering, you know, like because some things that Van Gogh might do is he would do, you know, like let's just bring your picture back up here. You know, you've got your figure. You know, Van Gogh would just do things like just fill it up with a very simple pattern like that. Edvard Munch would do things in his drawings where he would just kind of fill it in with some kind of squiggles and he would often kind of outline the form a bunch like that. And both are very different kinds of approaches and styles, but I think they're to me that shows both of those artists are like, okay, I got this really cool element in the foreground, but the background feels a little empty, and I like this drawing so much that I want it to stand on its own. Well, I think adding something in the background would be a good idea. You know, I see a little bit of that happening in this drawing here. You've got a little bit of this cross hatching going on there, which is really nice. I think being a little bit more bold about it, because, you know, in both of these drawings, it seems to me like they're probably taking place in darker situations, hence having a lantern, right? You generally don't carry around a lantern on a bright sunny day, right? So this is probably, the background is going to be probably really dark. This one too makes me feel like this guy, it's like an overcast rainy day, or it's at night and you've got this hoodie on. You know, it feels to me like this might be just pitch black, or there might be street lamps or stars or something in behind, neon signs. And maybe you don't feel totally confident about doing that right now, and you're like, if I do that I might ruin my cool drawing, which I totally understand. So then I think like, okay, well, what if we were to do some of those, like just spend a few weeks just doing background scenes, like not even drawing the figure in the foreground, just looking at how someone might draw, you know, a street lamp at night, and then do a bunch of those sketches. So the next time when you draw this, you feel like, okay, now I'm gonna put some of those street lamps, or you may even go back to this drawing and be like, I think I know what I could do here to make something really interesting. And, you know, if we go back in time, you know, during the kind of so-called medieval period, you don't see a lot of backgrounds in art. Things tend to be very flat. It's not really until the Renaissance, like even some people talk about Leonardo's Mona Lisa as being one of the first paintings to really incorporate, you know, to really, some people even say it's the first landscape painting is the Mona Lisa. And the way that he incorporated those mountains and bridges and stuff in the background is being one of the things that makes that painting so important, not because of her smile or her hands or anything else, but the landscape in the background behind her as being one of the most significant parts of that artwork. Anyway, I digress. These are great. I feel like, you know, I understand that this is his hoodie and this is the hood that comes down. I would still kind of feel like there might be a hint of the shoulder, be some kind of fold or something here, because what it does, we have this like shoulder sort of seems to disappear, and so I kind of feel like, oh, that's a little odd. I'm like, oh, but that's his hoodie. But then still the hoodie would probably, I would just expect there to be some kind of fold there. And maybe, yeah, I don't know. It could even be darker under here, even on his face. Like maybe we would even have kind of like shadows going, which I see you've drawn here, but could be even more darkly illustrated. So Shelley has been drawing all of the dogs in her office. Oh, that's Senga's next. I'm running out of puppies in her office. After this one, I think I have to think of more to do. Very cool. That's great. What is that? Is that charcoal? That looks almost like a pastel as well. And is that white paint? Can't tell. Yeah, again, so it goes even back to, you know, again, in this signature here. I find that a little distracting, the way it's sort of put right on. Is that the elbow of that dog there or something? So it just feels like it's kind of stamped on as a bit of an afterthought. Like, I mean, it doesn't mean that it has to be a really tiny thing right in the corner. Like, I could imagine it being nice and big right here. I could also see it like a tiny little thing going up the side here. Up there. Over here. It just seems odd that it's right there overlapping part of the core image. Looks cool. I do see that the eyes are not aligned, which is possible that this dog has eyes that are not totally aligned. but it is slightly distracting. And it is very difficult to get eyes to appear to be aligned and looking in the same direction. And you know, I'm sure we've all had photographs that somebody's taken of us, or we take a selfie and we look at it and we're like, whoa, my eyes are going in different directions. That's weird. I didn't even know they did that. Well, all of us, our eyes will do that at different times. But I'm sure we could usually find a photograph where our eyes aren't doing that. So unless this dog's eyes are doing this kind of like 90% of the time, I would be more inclined to have them oriented in the same way. So really, I'm trying to think if there's an easy way to explain this. I mean, in some ways, what we're looking at here is the easiest way to do it. Like, I mean, let's say you've got one eye here, and we've put that eye right in the center, right? Well, if the other eye is right here, then all we really need to do is just replicate that eye and put it also in the center, so that we have, you know, this space here, you know, these should be equal, right? As long as these are equal, then that's fine. It obviously is, it's different when you have, you know, a face here and then you've got another eye on this side. This one over here is more likely to have much less space there. All right, sorry, I guess it's on this side, because probably that part of the eye here, you know, is being kind of cropped by the side of the face. So that's a little bit more difficult. You know, again, it goes back to one of those things I was saying earlier, like if you're ever in doubt, just like, you know, you draw an eye, nothing wrong with just taking your scissors, cutting a little eye out. There's nothing wrong with cutting a little eye out and just sort of putting it there, and then you're like, maybe what if I move it a little bit further? And then you move it a little bit, you know, and then you're like, no, now it looks like they're diverging. And then when you get it to the place you like, then you're like, okay, that's where it's going to go. I'm just going to trace around it, you know, so on and so forth, right? Nothing wrong with doing that. That's an old technique. I don't even know where I remember learning that. It's probably at some point in art school, a teacher showed us that or something. I don't know, but worth kind of considering as an option. Because you can see this dog, that eye appears to be looking towards us, perhaps even a little bit above our heads, versus this eye appears to be sort of looking off towards the top but left, right? There's Ravi, says, hello everyone. Hi Ravi, nice, thanks for checking in. And now we'll look at some of Senga's artwork here. These are great. I love that. These are ones that you wanted us to talk about last time, so I'm glad we can look at them now. Okay, we've got a couple duplicates, but these are great, Senga. I love that. This one in particular I think is really nice. Like, I didn't even think like that would look great as like a tattoo or something. I think that's pretty cool. I like how iconic that is. I think you said here, I think I overcolored the face by maybe layering it. I think you mean is by putting too many layers of color on there. If that ever happens, you know, the solution is to then just take to quote unquote overcolor other parts of the body. And so similarly, like when it comes to painting or drawing, if you feel like you've done too much on one area and it's really drawing our attention to that area, then the kind of the thing is to take sort of what you're doing there and do that elsewhere to make it seem like what you did there was very intentional. You know, it's the same sort of thing that, you know, I have a bunch of friends who are musicians, and it's like, if you make a mistake, just play that mistake over and over again, and people are like, oh, that's must have been done purely intentional. Like, wow, that's very avant-garde, very progressive. And you're like, oh, I just made a mistake, and right? Because if you do it once, people are like, oh, it's probably, and then they did it, okay, they changed it, so it definitely was a mistake the first time around. But if you do it a few times, it seems like it was all part of the plan the whole way through. You know, it also is, you know, with this drawing, the cat is right up against the left side of the page, and we've got all this extra space on the sides. This goes to what I was saying, like probably even in that class where I'm talking about drawing animals, is drawing the forms first, right? So, you know, if we, so like, because if we start out by drawing these shapes, you know, I spent, 5 seconds there, and I can see, okay, I think things can fit pretty well here, and I'm not going to be surprised if the cat's face is, you know, almost falling off the page, because I see that with your drawing here, almost because you're so close to the edge, you're probably like, oh, I gotta make that cat's head kind of turn in, you know, it's gotta like squish in a little bit because we're right up against the edge, versus maybe its head was more naturally gonna be kind of way out there, and so you felt like you had to kind of bring it into, you know. So if you were to sketch it out like this really quickly, again, 5-6 seconds, very, very lightly, then you can be like, okay, I think it fits. And if it doesn't, you know, if your drawing was initially, because that's maybe more like what you're drawing, you'd be like, oh, okay, well, I'm 5 seconds into this drawing. I could either start a new drawing on a new page or erase it. There's not a lot of lines there. It'll only take me 30 seconds or 10 seconds to erase it and start it again. So that's why I'm such a huge believer in using basic shapes to start any drawing, is that way you don't find yourself sort of caught up into a corner like that. Auri says it might be intentional. It's very far from the center. Was it, Singa? Maybe. Sorry. When I'm talking for a couple hours straight here, my voice tends to get a little bit dry. That's why I like having lots of tea around to keep myself hydrated. Senga says, I intend to finish it and have a background put in. Yeah. I mean, I think it's nice. It is, but the placement of it, unless you drew, I could see this working if we had 2 more cats in here. Let's say we have another cat here. We've got another cat with its head also compressed right up against the right side of the page. Then that to me would be like, okay, that makes sense. Okay, now you've got 2 cats pushing against the edges. I would be more inclined, especially if you felt like you overdid the face, to start this drawing again. Like, I think you'd do a better drawing the second time around, and you'd be less likely to overdo the face, having maybe doing. I mean, I don't necessarily feel like you've overdone it, but if you feel like you've overdone it, it'd be easier to start it over and just keep that in mind. Okay, well, this time I'll be a little bit more delicate on that part. Because that's what I always feel. It's like I often see people in my classes who will work on the same artwork over and over, like the same, like not starting a new one, but take that same one and paint it 3-4 times, just continually trying to. And I'm always just like, start it again, start the whole thing. I know it seems like, oh, just start the whole thing all over. It's like, I bet you could do that drawing 3 times faster, and it would be 3 times better if you started again. And yet people will be like, no, starting again is so much work. And yet now they're like 12 hours into this thing. I'm like, yeah, it's not gonna get much. It could get better, but if you're not happy with it at this stage, like usually, like I'm pretty confident if a painting or a drawing isn't working after 20-30 minutes, it's probably not going to be solved with an extra 40 hours of work. You might be able to, if you just start it over, you could probably, and if you can get that, if it starts working in that first 20-30 minutes, then you might be able to finish it and make a masterpiece in an hour, right? Like, I often see people working and working and working on things and getting frustrated that there's no improvement. Which reminds me, I'm gonna do. I've mentioned this book before. I just wanted, but I'm gonna do a shout out. If you haven't read already this book, Art and Fear, because there's specifically what I'm just talking about is one of the core chapters of this book. It's a thin book. I make all my students at university read this book. Every single one of them read this book. It's easy to read. It's like reading People magazine. It's not like reading some, if you're like, oh, an art history or some art book. I bet you it's like, $5 words every third word's like a gigantic word that I gotta look up in the dictionary. It's not like that. Easy to read. I think it's, I'm sure there's probably some of you in the chat that have read this book already because I've recommended it a few times, but specifically talks about this idea of making more work rather than trying to get one perfect work done. And there's a kind of a famous example that they give in there where it talks about 2 groups of artists. One group, they're both making ceramics, and they're given the task of trying to do, make a really good cup. One group is given like one blob of clay and said, make a perfect cup. And another group is given like infinite amount of clay and said to make as many cups as possible, and with the hope of trying to make one perfect cup by the end. And would you be surprised that the group that made hundreds of cups ended up making the better cup than the one group that was just tried to make that one cup into the perfect vessel? And that's because that group that made hundreds of cups, each cup they're making, they're learning, they're progressing, they're experimenting, trying different techniques, and then they pull all of the things they've learned together and to create one cup that incorporates all of what they've learned, versus the one group that does one cup is just full of all the flaws. It's falling apart, and it's lopsided, and it's overworked, and it just looks kind of clumsy. It's because there was very little learning going on. It's just sort of tinkering, versus the other group. Learn, progress, getting better and better. Sorry, my throat is getting quite dry. Barbara says, I've read Art and Fear. It's a great book. It's actually on Audible, so you can listen to the audiobook version of it. Senga says, I got it because Michael spoke about it before. Awesome. So, I don't know if you got the book but haven't read it yet, Senga, but I encourage you to read it, and I think you might find... I mean, I would challenge you to, instead of trying to just do more to this drawing, start it again. I mean, I could imagine, yeah, maybe this drawing, let's say, took you 30 minutes to get it to this stage. I bet you could do this drawing in 15 minutes. You might say that's crazy. Well, try it. You know, take it as my challenge to you to see what you can do. Other things you've done here, Senga, you said you really wanted feedback on these in the last episode. I love this one in particular. I think this is great. I love those big rays of sunlight coming through. I don't know if you used an eraser to erase or you just shaded around the beams of light. Either way, that's very effective. I like that a lot. Very dramatic. I like this. I feel like the ground down here is undefined, though. It's like, what is happening down here? And if there's, if it's just a kind of the same pattern repeated over and over, it's like, well, why is it there? Unless there's something happening here, like a goose or a a horse running around, or an interesting patch of flowers. Do we really need this here? In that case, maybe we should focus more on the sky. And if the sky is really interesting, what is interesting about the sky? Is there more of these birds or really cool clouds? Or should we just kind of do a drawing that is like that? Right? Because I feel like you've got, I mean, I would say probably the clouds are more interesting than the sky. So I'd be more inclined to kind of go this way and go upwards. If you watch if you do the drawing course, when I talk about drawing landscapes, and so, I mean, obviously I would encourage you to do the entire drawing course, but if you're not going to do the entire drawing course and you're interested in landscapes, because that's why you wanted me to give you feedback on landscapes, then at the very least you should watch that episode I taught on drawing landscapes. I think there's maybe 1 or 2 episodes towards the very end of the drawing course. And one of the things I talk about is composition and horizon lines and thinking about the rule of thirds. So if you haven't heard of the rule of thirds before, probably worth kind of learning about it. I talk about it in that episode. And, I see like many of these, your horizon line is right in the middle. Right in the middle of the page. And, there are examples of artists who put the horizon line right in the middle, but those are artists that are doing it very deliberately, and they're basically trying to contradict the rule of thirds or the golden ratio. And so they've learned the rule and they've decided to break the rule. So if you're hearing me talk about the rule of thirds or the golden ratio and you're like, what is that? I've never heard that. Then that means you're just putting that horizon line in the middle just intuitively, instinctively, without really considering other options. And I think knowing that there are other options that horizon line could be really low, right? Like that horizon line could be near the very bottom or even off the page entirely, so that we're just looking at the sky, or it could be really high. Like, so for instance, this artwork, I think, the horizon line being right in the middle is pretty cool. I could also see, though, you doing this kind of thing, with the horizon line being much lower, and and focusing on the sun and the sky, you know, or even going the opposite direction, where the sun is maybe not even in the picture, and we're focusing on the way that the radiating lines go through the grass. So, just something to think about. Again, if you haven't said, yes, I've read it. I don't know if you're talking about the golden ratio and stuff, but Michaela says, Mike, you remind me that Kurt Cobain was known as a beginner on the guitar, and that also gave him a grunge style, and it is still appreciated. Yeah, yeah, I was a big Nirvana fan. So what can I offer here? I think that, I think what was great about Nirvana and like the whole grunge scene is that idea of going for simplicity. Like, yes, Kurt Cobain and a lot of other musicians of that era maybe didn't have formal music lessons, but obviously if you're playing guitar and you're performing shows day in and day out, you start to pick up things. And even if you're doing something kind of very simple chords, you start to kind of find how expansive the possibilities that exist within that very narrow range. And so I would, like, when I think of like Cobain, you know, I would think about things like an artist like Henri Matisse, and the way Matisse towards the end of his career is going for like extreme simplicity. Like, he's thinking like, how can I do a drawing of a person with 5 lines? Where are those 5 lines going to go, and what are they going to describe? Like, what is the most important parts of a human body? And for this particular scene, like, could I draw a person, and do I necessarily need to even draw any of the facial features to describe what I'm trying to describe at this moment? And Matisse might say, maybe not. Maybe I can get away with, maybe I don't need to, if I got 5 lines, I got to be pretty careful which 5 lines I use. So maybe I'm not going to paint the eyes, nose and mouth, or ears. I'm just going to leave that blank. You know, and do I need to do fingers and toes? Well, maybe I need 1 finger, or, you know, maybe it's some kind of Jesus thing. Maybe 2 fingers. That would be 2 lines, right? And then I can just do the outline. Anyway, long story short, like, the way that Cobain was doing is like, okay, well, if I'm going to use like 4 or 5 power chords to do that whole song, what are they going to be? And they have to be, you know, it's very specific, and then so then if I'm going to use those, then the way I play it, and then sometimes times where I'm not playing anything or just using a drone effect is how I can keep that simplicity going on, finding the very basics that, like, and also then using distortion, you know, to create a bit more of a wall of sound, right? So, yeah, I would agree that Cobain was a maybe untrained, but I think as he got more experience, he really started to find that there was a lot of room within those kind of very narrow parameters. Okay. Great comment, Michaela. Pascal says, it's like the dozen practices of various elements I did before a major painting. I stopped these practices early on as soon as I learned a specific thing. So yeah, Pascal, you're a great example of someone that does a lot of art very quickly, right? And moving through ideas as quickly as possible rather than just doing one painting and focusing on making that a masterpiece. You know, do I think maybe sometimes you've got a good thing going? I think, well, maybe you could work on that one a little bit longer rather than just going to a next. You know, it's finding the right line there between doing something quickly and moving on. As I said, I like this Senga. That's beautiful. That dog is great. Although I think I need a little bit more definition as to where the rest of this leg is going. Like, it's got its leg kind of raised, but, you know, same sort of thing with my dark shirt here right now. You know, it's possible that, you know, especially if I didn't have this logo on here, that if I held my hand here, you'd be like, where is the top and bottom of my arm? It's kind of ambiguous. Well, I think part of the role of the artist is to kind of clarify things a little bit. Not always, but in this type of situation, we're doing more representational work. I think we might have a little bit more of a highlight here and might be a little bit darker down here. And then same thing with these back legs. It's unclear to me which leg is which. Like this here is the knee of one of these legs, but does it belong to this leg or this leg? So there needs to be more clarity there. I mean, let's, you know, darken the leg that's a little bit further away. And because, you know, again, you want people to look at your drawing and be like, wow, that's really cool, as opposed to like, what's going on with those back legs back there? And you're like, yeah, stop looking at those back legs. Look at the whole thing all together. You're like, yeah. But I can't stop looking at those back legs. So, you know, I think when we're learning, be obvious. Be bold, be clear. And then as you learn more, then you can go for subtlety, right? Then you can try to have a little bit more ambiguity, because it's hard to get things where those values are almost imperceptibly different. But when we're learning, exaggerate, make things more obvious. And then as you get better, then you can kind of tone that down. But right now, I think this needs to be more obvious. Okay, I need to progress forward here. Okay, Robert. This is from the 3/4 portrait. I made a portrait of a character that popped in my head. I just picked a reference picture, adapted it to my idea. Okay, so, you know, drawing from the 3/4, which is sort of like when I'm looking this way, right? So, you know, you have your frontal view and you've got your side view. Your 3/4 is like this, where you see, you know, this entire eye, and then this one you see, well, you're missing part of my eye that's right in here. Like if I look like this, right, you can see that this eye, you can see more of, but when I'm looking here, part of this eye is being clipped. Maybe let's bring up, also look at how, you know, you've almost sort of done the opposite here, where her eye kind of bulges out and then the cheek kind of caves inward. Whereas if you look at my face right now, you'll notice that the line kind of comes in and kind of points towards the eye and then comes back out on my cheek and then comes down. Right? So if we see both of her eyes like that, it's probable that her nose doesn't, I would be surprised if it clips her cheek like that. I would expect, you know, it to be, let's you know, I would expect her, the side of her face, to be like this eye being here, right? If her eye's going to be kind of like that, so that, you know, I'm kind of exaggerating, but just think about like that cheek kind of pointing inward here towards that eye, because as opposed to what you've got, you just kind of almost the opposite. It kind of goes out here where this eye is, and so it makes her cheek look extremely sunken. I'm not saying that that's necessarily a bad thing. Like, I think, you know, as I draw that, I'm like, actually, that's kind of looks cool. Like that, that could be a really interesting. Like if you really embraced that and really ran with it, I think it could be a really interesting stylistic approach. But I think if you're going, but I suspect most people watching these episodes want something that looks a little bit more photographic or quote unquote realistic. But great to see you in the chat there, or in the on the Facebook group, Roberto. I look forward to seeing more of your work. I'd be interested to see if you tried to do this one again, what kind of results you'd get after maybe just incorporating just that little bit of what I was talking about. I don't know if you did the whole lesson, but I think that would be useful. Okay. So next up, we've got some work by Randy. I think we've got about 10 images here by Randy. So there's, we're talking about the self-portrait. So there's your, I think this is the image you're working from, or I think it's self-portrait, right? So a few things when I look at the differences here, Randy, would be even just, let's say, the size of your mustache, right? So you could see your mustache. Look at where, if we were to draw a line from your mustache up to your eye, look how we can draw like a line pretty much from almost even the edge, the corners of the outside corners of your eye where your mustache goes. Whereas look at this here. We could draw this line going straight up. It isn't even touching. This one is going a little bit over the corner of the eye. So notice how, like, again, you can use sort of imaginary lines you can draw on a face or a car or whatever it is to try to kind of find the proportions. So I'm not saying I don't like this drawing, but I think one of the things you said in here is, I think I lost something in translation. I just can't put my finger on it. So usually when I hear that, it's like, you're not happy with the drawing. Why is this drawing not working the way I want it to? What's going on? Well, it's clear that there's, you know, some of the proportions could be amplified in some areas in which you've minimized them in some places. Also, I would say, you know, like your hair, like let's say your mustache is very white, right? Whereas right here, I think you've made this drawing, this person in this picture actually looks very youthful, which is usually people want to make themselves look a little bit younger, right? But so doing that mustache, if we draw every hair on that mustache, it's going to make the mustache look darker, and therefore the person maybe look a little bit younger. Same thing with your eyebrows. So if we were to draw oops. So your mustache, you know, we might just draw like that kind of thing. So it's mostly left kind of blank. Be a little bit where it's a little bit. And so then your mouth and everything under here, this could be much darker. Right, there's your bottom lip. So by keeping this mostly empty, same thing with your eyebrows, you know, you kind of outline the outer edges of them a bit, right? That's going to make those eyebrows appear to be a little bit lighter. Same thing with your hair, right? Because again, when we look here, you've kind of drawn all that in. It just makes things look much, much darker. And that makes it also make you look a little bit more youthful, which again is not a bad thing. Often we want to make ourselves look a little bit more youthful. Okay, let's look at some more stuff here by Randy. You know, Barbara does say the 3/4 face sketches are the hardest. It is probably the hardest drawing the face from that 3/4 point of view. Because let's say, you know, when we're drawing a face straight on, well, we can go for you know, drawing something that's symmetrical. And again, most faces are not symmetrical, but they're virtually in this roughly the same place, right? You know, it's hard, but it's still reasonably, accessible to do. When we start drawing a face from the side, well, now one eye is going, you know, the eyes are similar shape, but now one eye is bigger than the other. You know, we're going to see a little bit, you know, so it makes things a lot more difficult. So here's your picture. This is Barbara Streisand. I love how you did use some of this darkness to darken the side of the outside of her face, like the negative space around her face. I like that a lot. I think maybe there's something with the mouth is a little bit too close to her nose. So it looks like you've drawn some lines on here to divide. So it looks like, you know, if we were to divide, so the eye is generally in the middle of the face, and then the nose is halfway between the eye and the chin, and then the lips are halfway between the nose and the chin. And it looks like you kind of defined that, but then said to yourself, oh, that looks like it's going to be weird, it's going to be too low. So then you went and, which is sometimes, that's often what happens. Sometimes the lips are a little bit closer to the nose, or even a little bit further from the nose, right? It's not a hard and fast rule. It's always in the same place, but just I think you overcorrected. You're like, okay, well, they are closer to the nose, and then you made it almost touching the nose, right? So it really compressed that space and then makes her chin look huge. I would also say that probably this nose is going to come up here, like the way that you've drawn the nose, the bridge of the nose here, and then the top where her forehead begins, you know, her eye would probably be down here. So I think you want to keep the eye in the same place, but the nose is going to kind of reach up to here. And if you were to do that, you would notice that this all of a sudden would make her nose look huge. So you just, again, using those proportion guidelines. I know that, you know, often I see people when I teach like facial proportions or physical proportions, people will look at it and go like, yeah, I see what you're saying, but I don't quite see it that way, and I'm going to kind of ignore the lesson. I'm like, okay, that's fine. I mean, that's what modern art is all about, is people kind of taking the rules and tossing them to the side. But I think there's something to be said about learning the rule before you break the rule, right? So just try following along with the rule, and then if it's not working, then throw it out. But, you know, here with this portrait, I think you've got a lot of stuff going on. But one thing that makes this a little bit more complex is that it looks like the face is kind of turned to the side, or the side a little bit, and yet some of the facial features aren't following that. Right, so let's say we've got this face, right? And if we think of, here's our center line, and then we've got this here, nose, mouth. Well, think about how all of these should follow these lines, right? Like this eye should be aligned here, right? This nostril, right? These lips. Versus what I see in yours is I feel like almost, not only is that eye, these eyes not following the diagonal, they're not even kind of straight, they're actually kind of countered in the opposite way. So the way I see this, it looks kind of to me like these eyes are like that this nose kind of begins this way, but then goes this way, and then these lips kind of go that way. Now, I don't necessarily think that that means that you've done something wrong. Like, as I, when I start to, I'm like, actually, that looks kind of cool. Like, it kind of becomes kind of cubist. And, you could see Picasso doing stuff like that. Like, I'm sure that's kind of some of the things Picasso did, is maybe just like, okay, well, if it's supposed to go this way, what if we just make it go this way? And flip it and invert it, and can get really cool results. But again, I don't suspect that what you're trying to do is a kind of cubist rendition. I think you're probably trying to draw it, quote unquote, realistically, and getting frustrated it's not working. So just think about which direction those lines are going on the face and trying to follow those lines. Like, I think this is awesome. I think this is from our caricature episode, and this looks great. Like, I think maybe one thing that might help you is, rather than trying to draw these faces maybe exactly as you see them, use your imagination to go wild and like make the mouth like, so if, in like what I was just doing here, instead of like trying to get the eyes to be exactly lined up, say, okay, maybe that's something I find really challenging, is to get those eyes and mouths and everything to be, quote unquote, the right place. Well, if that's something I struggle with, then let's embrace that. If that's something that kind of comes naturally to me, well, then let's make the eyes really wild. Instead of trying to obey any of these rules, like in what I taught in those classes, let's go crazy. Let's make the mouth 10 times bigger. Let's make the eyes 5 times smaller. Let's make the nose, let's flip the nose upside down. Who knows, right? And see kind of what wild things you can get. Like, I think that turned out really well. And it feels to me like if you can do this, like that, then maybe trying to draw more, quote unquote, realistically is just going to lead to lots of frustration. And maybe that'll take some of the joy out of making art for you. Maybe really embracing your imagination instead might be what could unlock a lot more enjoyment from art. I'm sure you get lots out of it because you've been doing lots anyway. But I think allowing yourself more creative liberty is what I would suggest. Like when I see some of these other ones here, like we did this character design, I think that's really cool. Right, that's beautiful. This kind of animal doll kind of creature, very cool. These hands, that's great. Yeah, like okay, so this thumb here, is that, anatomically correct? Not really, but a lot of this kind of reminds me of the way like Marc Chagall used to draw. Marc Chagall, we looked at his work right off the top. Auri did a painting of his. Maybe I'll just, if I can find it really quickly. Right, so here's Marc Chagall, one of the most famous modern artist of the 20th century. But he did all sorts of weird distortions of the body where people look very fluid and organic. Like maybe look at Chagall's work. Maybe try drawing and painting some things based on Marc Chagall's artwork. And I think you might be like, whoa, this is so much easier, so much more fun. He's really just threw all the rules out the window. And why not? Who says you have to play by the rules, right? Just a few more here, Randy. Great job on these shoes. These feet, like that foot up top is great. And feet are probably one of the most difficult things you can ever draw. So don't lose confidence with drawing feet, because I have students at Emily Carr, the university I teach at, who can draw faces masterfully. And then we bring in a model and have them draw, and we'll do a whole lesson on feet, and their feet look like they've never drawn a toe in their life, because they're probably just like, oh, that's the thing that drives, it's the hardest thing to do, so I'm just going to avoid that. And I always find it very funny, because my students, my university students, often they'll draw like these hyper realistic faces, but they'll make characters, and everyone's got big oven mitt gloves on, shields and swords, so you can't see any of the fingers, and they're wearing big boots, or they're always standing in tall grass, so that they deliberately disguise those things that they're afraid of drawing. So I love that you tried to do this, that you're challenging yourself and you're learning and getting better and better. Great job, Randy. Well done. Okay, let's move on. So here's Mika. It says, today I'm feeling confident enough to share some of my artworks with you. Well, we're blessed that you're at that point now where you feel like you're doing drawings that you can stand behind. It takes courage to share your work with the group. And man, if this is what you finally feel that you're confident enough to share with us, then I kind of wonder about some of the stuff you did before. I think they're probably good enough for sure. But anyway, this is great. I love this. This is really cool. You know, drawing this owl, that's fantastic. Learning how to draw these animals using simple shapes, absolutely awesome. Great job. And this is cool. I love how it looks like you drew the first time and you're like, you know what? I don't like the where I drew those circles to draw my elephant. I'm going to try drawing it again. Love it. I love it. I love that you noticed that, and you noticed that really quickly, right? So this is when we were talking about like Senga and drawing the cat, and you're like, that cat's too close to the edge. Well, here, you know what Mika learned here is within 3 circles was like, I need to change this. It's not in the right place. Start it over. Great job. These are awesome. Great. I love how you did your own dog. I thought this was funny. I like how you posted this. The idea of trying to trust the process doesn't necessarily seem like it's going to work when you're just starting. He says, I struggled a bit, but I'm trying to trust the process. Does the process even know that I am trusting it? Which is very funny. Very funny. I love that. Yeah. Okay, great job, Mika. Okay, here's Marcy. Just started the drawing course. These are a couple lessons with Michael, and then the last 2 were just some that challenged me and I found I wanted to try. Great. You know, I think anybody who's, learning drawing, especially doing it over the internet, takes a lot of self-motivation and determination. And anybody who's like willing to put that time in and then put extra time in over top of that, doing something that nobody's making you do it. Nobody's begging you to do it, or grading you, or you know, you know, most people could care less if you're doing it. So the fact that you're challenging yourself, I think tells us everything we need to know about you. That you're somebody who wants to get better, is determined to teach yourself this new skill, and I think it's fantastic. That's great. I'm super proud of you. Well done, Marcy. These are excellent, great. Love how you're putting that into practice. Looks fantastic. I think, what did you wrote something earlier, like, wasn't happy, and I just keep on moving forward, and then like, oh, it's actually turning out. I'm really surprised. This is kind of cool. Very encouraging. Marcy says, I'm on lesson number 12, line of action. Great lesson. These are mine. Wonderful. Lesson 12 and 13. I thought he wanted us to do her portraits. Oh, this is a picture of Julie Doucette. That's funny. I'm learning so much. I enjoy all the choices of what to draw. That's awesome. Yeah, this is super. I'm super proud of you. Like, even just these drawings of Julie Doucette. Like, that's great. I mean, I actually don't know. Is that Julie Doucette? Is that what she looks like? I've read like 5 or 6 of her books, but I honestly have never seen a picture of her. That's her self-portrait. But that's very funny. Like, to me, I look at this and I'm like, wow, that's pretty good. Like, the level of confidence that you've got here, like drawing that hair and the way that you shaded it. Like, this reminds me of, like, when you see people doing portraits in like tourist locations, and they have a big piece of paper and they sketch someone out really quickly in 5 minutes. People are like, wow, looks just like me, except with a giant nose or chin or whatever, and a surfboard. Like, that looks like what you're doing here, right? Like, that's pretty amazing. So it tells me that you got a lot of confidence with drawing. You might be like, I don't feel very confident, but I'm like, I think you look like you're doing really good, and that you might have a little bit of a knack for doing this type of thing. So, man, if you do more of this, Marcy, like, I think the world is open for you. It's waiting to see, because I could see you doing hundreds of these. And, I would suggest you to, like, find pictures of not your best friends and, like people that at work, etc. I would find images of random people on the internet, not celebrities, not, Beyonce or George Clooney or Timothy Chalamet or something. Spend, do 100 drawings of random images you find of people on the internet, like this, exactly what you've done here with Julie Doucette. And I think and then after 100 of those, then try drawing Beyonce or whoever else, right? Because then you'll have accumulated all that experience. You're more likely to get a likeness when you draw someone that is more familiar to other people. I think it's really cool. So I'm very proud of you, Marcy. I think you're talking about here I've done her twice, using alcohol markers. Yeah, I've only used those alcohol markers a few times. I have nothing against them. I've always found them to be pretty tricky, but I also never really spent much time trying to master it at all. It's excellent. Let's move on here. our old friend May posted something. So I think May was one of the first persons to tune in on the drawing course 4 years ago and drew with me for a long time, and it's since kind of come and gone a few times. That's why, you know, I see people, even a couple people posting, like, I'm sorry I've posted so much recently. It doesn't bother me. Maybe it bothers a few people in the group, but that's, you know, everyone sort of comes and goes. There's people, some people who've been in the group and have been posting consistently for 4 years, and there's some people who were very active 4 years ago and have since totally disappeared and then reappear briefly, and then they disappear again and come back. And during that time, other new people come in and get really excited and post a bunch of stuff. You know, it's like waves in the ocean. You know, the tide comes and goes, and where people are and what they're, you know, because sometimes people, you know, they might even feel like they've learned everything they can from me and they move on to somebody else. Great. If I'm here to help at just any point in your creative journey, and then you feel like you're ready to move out and explore the world on your own, then I feel like I've served my purpose. And yeah. But, you know, it's thinking of that metaphor, you know, as a father, I don't ever want my daughter to move out, so I'm happy having everybody stay here with me forever. I can't even imagine being a parent and having your child move out, or even worse, move away. Like, oh my goodness. I think about my own family when I moved out and moved to New York City. My parents must have been just like apoplectic, like. So, you know, sometimes I lay in bed at night and I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna have to start packing things up and getting things to be able to move, because when my daughter moves out, and maybe she moves to I don't know, Berlin or something, I'm gonna have to start looking into places to live in Berlin. I got to learn German, because there's no way she can be halfway around the other side of the planet without me. Oh, I won't be able to live without her nearby. So, okay, so we've got these drawings by Lynn. Okay, these are great, Lynn. So Lynn's drawing self-portraits. I think these are great. So I like how you've written right on here, big chin. I fixed it. So you had a little bit bigger chin, and then you went in and erased. That takes some confidence, because some people have been like, well, it's gonna really screw up the hair and the neck. But then you're just like, well, let's see. That's too much of, I gotta fix it. And actually, I think you've done a really good job of actually, you know, until I actually just read that right now, like, I didn't even really see that kind of correction. So that's very cool. I think these other two, especially this one, I love this one. Like, I see you have a note to yourself, nose too long. That may well be. I mean, I don't know what you actually look like, but I actually love this drawing. And yes, again, it's like what I said a little bit while ago when I was talking to like Randy, you know, exaggerate things when you're learning. There's nothing wrong with kind of making the nose too long, making the chin too big, the ears too small, or the eyes too wide, or whatever it happens to be. Because sometimes, like, when you're learning, making it bigger can make it easier to see what is working and what's not working. Often, like, when I teach in person, I often see people will come into class with like little sketchbooks, like little tiny sketchbooks, and then they're just drawing little tiny things, and the whole class, they'll fill up one half page of a little piece of paper like this. Meanwhile, you know, I would be encouraging people to fill up like 10 pages of full-size paper. And because when you're doing little drawings, I think people like doing that because they're afraid of going bigger, because those mistakes, if there's a mistake and it's, you know, this big, then it appears to be a literally bigger mistake than if that mistake is really small. So they're just like, well, if I do little drawings and I make mistakes and they're just really tiny little mistakes, whereas I do something big, then, oh my God, look at all my big mistakes. But ultimately, I think that is, all that does is stunt one's own development, because first of all, it makes it harder for me to diagnose what's going on. It gives one sense of like satisfaction of, well, it's okay, it's small mistakes, right? But, you know, I think, you know, going a little bit bigger, a little bit wilder, really kind of actually helps. And I think that'll also give you more confidence drawing bigger. Anyway, so a little bit of a tangent and not quite as specific for what we have here, but, you know, I love this drawing. Again, you may look at it because obviously it's a self-portrait of yourself, and all you can see is the way it doesn't look like you. But that's a big part of making art, is being able to have a bit more perspective and kind of just to try not to see it as like, you know, comparing it to yourself, and just try to evaluate it as a drawing on its own, as if it's like, you know, your child going out into the universe. There's only so much I can do, right? It's like you just have to, you know, you kind of have to let go a little bit and let it be what it is. Because I think that's like, if you told me this was drawn by a famous artist, I'd be like, yeah, that's beautiful, right? So that's fantastic. You know, I could see in this one, you know, maybe these eyes are a little bit too close, perhaps. You know, or the face is a little bit too wide. But even just the way that you've drawn that hair, those lines are very confident, right? So those are things that I want to encourage, is more of that confident drawing. Just putting a line down, and yeah, it might not be in exactly the right place, but just trying to make it work, right? I think that, as opposed to kind of more hesitant drawing and like, having the eraser literally in the other hand, so oh no, I'm gonna erase, oh no, I'm gonna erase, like, and just constant like checking and correcting. It's just like, put a big mark down, then let's move forward, and not worrying so much about being perfect. I think there's plenty of time later on in one's development as an artist to worry about perfection and getting it quote unquote right. It's not something, you know, just think about like when you're like a little kid and you're teaching a little kid to do something, right? Like, let's say you're teaching a little kid to walk, right? Like I did with my own daughter, you know, and she's, you know, stumbling around, falling down. You know, it's not like I'm sitting here like, come on, get up, I want you to be able to run back and forth here, and come on. Like, what are we doing? You know, it'd be absurd for me to talk to her that way and to have those sorts of expectations. You know, it's like, this is the first time this child's ever tried to walk. Let's cut her some breaks. So I think like that's the kind of self-talk you should have for yourself, right? When you're working on your own artwork, is to kind of be kind of gentle and be like, well, should I really expect it's going to be perfect when I'm just starting out? Like, no, let's just get the very basics going, and then once we get that, then, you know, eventually we'll worry about doing the perfect walk or running really fast, but take it a little bit slow, right? Okay, here's Christy's self-portrait drawing lesson. Well, goodness, that's certainly if that's your self-portrait, it certainly looks very familiar. maybe I'm named Christy. I'm just kidding, Christy. I guess this is in the self-portrait lesson, but you've drawn a portrait of me, which is, I find very funny. Sometimes when I look at things like this, I'm like, wow, I am a really funny looking guy. Oh my goodness. It's good to be able to laugh at yourself, right? I think that's really important. I think this looks great. You know, I would say maybe my eyes are a little bit higher on the face. Like, I think, you know, if okay, so your eyes are basically in the middle of your head. And so if you're gonna, and often people are like, when I do this in person too, people are like, that's not really true. I'm like, nah, it's because most people think of a head. They mix the difference between a face and a head, right? Your eyes are not in the middle of your face, but they are in the middle of your head, right? So often people kind of confuse those things and think like, well, I gotta move those eyes up a little bit higher because they're not really in the middle of the head, but they're thinking about the face. So that what ends up happening is people will do these drawings where, you know, they imagine that that's the whole head, and then they just put a little bit of spiky hair on top, and then that ends up making someone look like they're missing the top quarter of the head, right? So you really, the you know, on a face, your hair, the top of your head, from your hairline to the top of your head, takes up about a quarter of that of your head. So depending on how, if you got a receding hairline or your hair comes down a little bit lower, all those things can change. But so I would say if you're going to draw the eyes right here, that should mean the top of the head is right about here. The hairline is probably about starting here. So really, probably my hair would be going way off the top of this page, according just to general proportions, right? So that's what kind of makes, so it makes my forehead look compressed, or the top of my head look compressed. So, or it might look more like I'm kind of, my head is tilted way up, and so you're just seeing a little bit of my hair on the top. Which, you know, could be an interesting vantage point perspective to draw someone's face, like from up here. But again, if we were to do that, obviously the nose would look very different, because instead of just seeing just the little bits of the nostrils here, you're going to see right up inside. Okay, great job though, Christy. I mean, like, if this is, I think this is the only one I've seen on the Facebook group so far. I would say, man, I want to see more, and this is what you're capable of doing. You can certainly do lots of other great things. Okay. Casual, who's often been in the chat recently. That looks great. I guess maybe I could have put this with the paintings too, but the first time I made an acrylic painting. This is the first time I made an acrylic painting. I made it for my disc-bound bullet journal. Huh. Not sure what that means. Disc-bound bullet journal. Maybe is this going to be the cover for, or no, I guess it's April, so probably for the month of April, right? Interesting. I think it looks really cool. I suppose the one thing that has got me a little bit confused is this line of the lemon. I think we have that lemon in the background. There's, okay, so if we think of, you know, you've got this lemon, you've got that lemon here, and then you've got that lemon here. The way this lemon appears it appears like that. Do you see how, because this shape continues on. So what I think we're missing is this, like this line. It kind of goes in behind here. That's why drawing all these shapes in. And so the other thing too is the way that this, so if I was doing this drawing and I was faced with that type of a situation, what I would do, because I don't want this edge of this cut lemon to line up perfectly with that, because it leads to exactly this confusion. I would be more inclined to do something like this, is just to move that shape right in front so that there's no way that can be confused with that shape. You have three distinct forms. I know it's a little nitpicky thing, but as I've said a number of times, even just through today's episode, part of something we want to do is to clarify things for people. And any area which can be a little bit confusing is something you want to try to, because again, you might say, well, that's exactly the way the photograph looked. I'm just drawing the photograph. And I personally have nothing against working from photographs to make artwork. But just because something works in a photograph doesn't mean it's going to work in the drawing. Sometimes you got to draw it wrong to make it look right. So even though it looks that way in the photograph, you got to maybe change it and make it wrong in your drawing so that it doesn't create that confusion. Right? And so I think that's why, doing tracings, working from photographs, all that stuff is great. But the more and more you learn about drawing and just these various different shapes, the more it can help you improvise a little bit when you're faced with just this exact type of situation. Wow, Kajol says, it's looking too light in the photo. I don't know why, but here is a baby drawing of my nephew. Wow, that looks great, Kajol. Wow, I don't know what could I say here that could help. First of all, I think the baby is great. A lot of people find it really difficult to draw children. I did a whole episode on drawing babies and young people, because children's faces are usually large, or their whole heads are disproportionately larger than the rest of their body. Also, the facial features themselves tend to be larger, especially the eyes and other things like noses and lips tend to get smaller. So that all of those things present a bit of a challenge, because if you know how to draw someone, who's your average adult, if you try to take those same proportions and apply them to a child, then it can make that child look like they're a 45-year-old man when they're supposed to be a 4-month-old child, right? So I think you've done a great job here with that face. That's really good. In fact, I would even suggest potentially those eyes could be even bigger. Right? I think they could be even bigger. What else could we say here? Well, okay, I see, one thing I see that you're doing is using some varieties of line widths, right? That sometimes the lines are very thin, and sometimes they're very wide, and sometimes they're kind of lightly drawn, and sometimes they're drawn much darker. So I think, that's totally fine. I'm a little bit more, I I tend to kind of like drawing with the whole thing a very consistent line. Like look at the outlines I do for the painting class. I kind of like drawing them all one width. That's just my own personal style, probably inspired by artists like Hergé, who did Tintin, right? That Belgian clear line style. That's something that's just been, that goes all the way back to my youth, adolescence, when I was looking at comic books a lot. A lot of them at the time were drawn that way. But there's, definitely that drove my teachers in art school crazy, because they're like, modify the widths. So you're doing more along the lines of what I should have been doing when I was in art school, but I think we need to be much more intentional about that. So if we're going to have, lines that are kind of thin and almost invisible in places, and then some that are much bigger, wider, thicker, darker, then really think about where those big, thick lines should be and where the thin lines should be, and deploying them in quote unquote the right places, which could be different for every person. But I would I would suggest that those thicker lines should be where there's shadows, right? So especially if we're not going to do a lot of shading or rendering, then the dark lines, which I think we see very effectively here on the belly, that should be where you use your dark lines, and then areas where there's more light, very thin lines, very delicate lines. The other option would be just go around the whole thing, kind of like maybe what I might do, is just outline the whole thing with one consistent dark line, and then the lines inside being thinner. That works too. It tends to make things look more like a stained glass window if you do it that way, but that's another stylistic, method. So if you're using this, because I like, I'm just picking up after what you've drawn. If I was to do that big thick line there, then I would probably do more thick lines in other places where there's some shadows. Okay, Justin. That's great, Justin. That's beautiful. It's interesting okay, this is, that's a different, yeah, two different drawings. It's funny that you drew it like that and then framed it, but it's right in the left corner. That's very avant-garde. I like that. There's something funny to me about all this empty white space there, and you're drawing. That's pretty wild. Like this looks like something you'd see at like a very hip art gallery or something. I do see something with this cylinder here that is worth just kind of quickly mentioning. So right now what you've done is you've drawn this cylinder kind of like that almond shape. Notice these points, how they come to sharp points. What I think you may want to consider doing is having a bit more of an oval shape here, like that. Right, so that this line comes up and curves around. So that, instead of having that pinch shape, instead you have instead you have a bit more of a round form there at the top. Not a big deal, but if you're looking for some advice on how to make it look a little bit more quote-unquote realistic, that might be a suggestion. On the other hand, though, the shading you've done is fantastic, right? The varying of the value here is great. Really, really proud of you. Like the shading, especially on the cylinder itself, is very, very effective. Well done. Great job, Justin. Okay, Eula, we've got some sketches here. I was going to put this, because you got a couple paintings, I was going to keep it with the paintings, but then I thought maybe this would be great for other artists who are tuning in just to look at the drawings to look at. I think these are, I think, what do you call it? Scribble times. I'm doing the drawing course. I've noticed that I love this approach. It feels safe and super fun at the same time. So one of the techniques I showed in the drawing course when we're drawing figures is the scribble technique. And, scribbles get such a terrible, bad name. That scribbling is treated so unfairly that people tend to dismiss it. But in the history of art, artists have used scribbles, like some of the greatest artists of all time, like especially Rembrandt did lots of scribbling. Many of the great British, English artists, like Gainsborough and Reynolds, in their sketchbooks, lots of scribbling. And those are artists that are considered to be like the great masters, very, their finished artworks are almost photographic. And yet the way that they drew tended to be a lot like what we've got here. So I love that you're exploring, and I love that you say, I love this approach. It feels safe and super fun at the same time, right? Those words like love, safe, and fun, if those are words that you're associating with drawing, with making art, that's very exciting, right? That's the way I think those are words that everyone should associate with making art, or for any activity, let alone a creative activity, right? That it brings you joy, right? You love doing it, that it's fun, it's happy, you want to do more of it because it's like, this is I'm entertaining myself. And then also that you feel safe while you're doing it, right? It feels like you can make some mistakes and that there's not a lot at stake, and that, if it doesn't turn out the way you expect it to, that you've done something wrong and that you're a failure in life or something. I love that those are words that you're associating with making art. So this is excellent. And these are all very fun drawings. I see this looks like a Egon Schiele piece here. I'm not sure what some of the other ones are. Even using a little bit of the stippling, all these little dots. Excellent. Right? And so I would encourage anybody who's watching and learning about doing the drawing course, if you haven't already, I don't know, maybe it's like episode 12 or 13, somewhere around there, where I introduced the scribble technique. And this is also a scribble technique you can use not just drawing figures, but you can draw landscapes like Rembrandt did. His sketchbooks are full of things like this. The local ghost here is the Phantom of the Studio is here. So, like Rembrandt, he would do a drawing of like a windmill or something. Like, okay, let's do this windmill, and we've got and then what are we gonna do? Let's put a big tree here. And so they draw this tree, scribble it in, and be like, okay, we got a little river kind of coming through here, and there's a little bridge, and maybe there's gonna be a guy walking by here, and he's got his horse. Because he's like kind of sketching this out. Maybe there's, I don't know, there's not mountains in Holland, but let's just say there's mountains in Rembrandt's imagination, right? So he might just sketch that whole thing in really quickly like this. And so if you look at Rembrandt's sketchbooks, you're more likely to see lots of things like this. And does it look kind of scribbly? Yes, but what Rembrandt's trying to do is work through ideas in the same way that today we might take a quick photograph on our phone, and then therefore you can go like, yeah, I like these things here, but the whole composition, maybe, you know what I would do? What if we were to move that down there? Maybe I'll get rid of that tree. So he might be just doing things like that. That's why he's sketching it out really quickly, because he doesn't want to spend 2 hours making this beautiful drawing. He's just trying to find out, like, what could a good painting look like? And then he's like, well, okay, I got rid of that tree. Well, maybe we'll put the tree right here instead, right? Okay, kind of like that. Maybe we need another tree right here, right? And maybe, in fact, we'll move the water. We'll have it go this way. You know, I don't know, right? But scribbling it out like that, rather than trying to do this very perfect drawing of the windmill, and then spend 3 hours on this, and then go, oh, I'm so precious with my drawing, right? I think, you know, going faster, exploring those ideas, you know, it takes a little bit more confidence to do it like that. But like, you know, Eula's saying here, embrace the fact that, you know, generally we have such a low concept of scribbling to begin with that, like, you know, it can't get any worse, right? So I might as well just scribble it out. There's nothing at stake because we just know this drawing is going to be terrible to begin with. And then if you go into it with that philosophy, you end up just feeling like, oh, well, I know it's going to be terrible anyway, so anything that's even remotely good feels like a major win, right? And so that's, if you can go into a drawing with that type of attitude, then you're constantly feel like, you know, like Charlie Sheen says, you're winning. Okay, so let's move on here. Not that Charlie Sheen is somebody we should be holding up as someone to aspire to or anything. Just what came to mind. Okay, so Josh, we got a few artworks here by Josh. These look great. I feel like that might suit us a little bit better. So this looks nice. I like this. I feel like, you know, I like that you've got one side is a little bit darker. You got that shading on one side. That's fantastic. I feel like I want to see a little bit more of shading on the inside of the hand, right? We're probably going to see a little bit more value in here, just like you've got on these folds there. And I always know people feel a little bit self-conscious, like, I feel scared of putting that black line on there, getting too dark. It's such a commitment to the drawing. But that's the secret to getting depth. So, you know, like in this artwork here, I think what we need is darker darks and that's going to make, like, we see some of those, you're getting darker in here. Sorry, gotta take a sip of tea. I've been blabbing on for so long. Yeah, I think we need more contrast, especially even in the background. If I remember doing this when we did this exercise, I colored this whole thing back here black, and then the table itself was kind of a level of gray. So we need more contrast there. Excellent here. This is Jesse now we're looking at. These are two drawings I did after finishing the 4th beginner drawing class on YouTube. I'm learning lots, but I'd love to hear your feedback. So same sort of thing I just said about Josh's work there, getting more contrast, more darker values in here. I think you've done a great job of getting darker. One thing you can do, I need to have a little throat lozenge here. I've been doing so much talking for almost 3.5 hours. You have to excuse me if that sounds kind of loud, but what was I gonna say about, oh, like, so let's say you're drawing your hand. What you want to do is like squint at, like, so you're closing your eyes like you're almost asleep, right? And if you do that, and then you look at your hand, and then you look at your drawing side by side, and you compare them side by side like that. Where am I? What you'll do is you'll notice that some values will appear. Basically what it does is it gets rid of all the details, and then you just see the contrast between light and dark. And then what you want to do is try to convey as much of that darker stuff as possible. Now, it is possible that your hand, there was a lot of light on your hand, it was pretty bright, and it might have looked like that. But then again, then what effect would that have on the background? Would it be darker? Should we do a little bit of that? I think also proportions. Again, this looks like the sketchbook was photographed from a bit of an angle, but it does look like your palm is bigger than your fingers. Like, especially your pinky finger seems very wide and then very narrow. I think the rest of these fingers, at least in proportion to your hand, you know, your fingers are almost the same width, or not same width, length as your palm, right? You know, so basically, if you think of this dimension here, we wanted to kind of think about it being the same there, right? It is a little bit longer, but you could see yours, these fingers, you could almost fit with your middle finger. You could probably fit 2 of those middle fingers in your palm. And in reality, your middle finger should be almost, it won't be the full length of your palm, but will be kind of about 90% of that length. So that tells me this finger should probably come up to about here, almost to the very top of that photograph. You know, it's, again, when I say it should, it doesn't, I shouldn't say should, it could depend, like if your goal is to get closer to quote unquote, you know, like an academic set of proportions, or to a realistic set of proportions, whatever that might mean, then do that. But, you know, there's lots of examples of artists that look at proportion and go, yeah, I'm not going to do that. Yeah, I'm not it. Like, oh my goodness, who's the, was he Colombian artist who passed away just recently? Famous for his very rotund figures. We did a Matador painting of his. Oh my goodness. Just on the tip of my tongue. Well, he's an example of drawing figures that are very round, and like, so that would be almost exactly the way he would draw a hand, versus you'd have an artist like El Greco, or a more recent artists like Egon Schiele or Gustav Klimt, who were famous for drawing people who are super thin and long and, you know, attenuated, as opposed to stretched out this way. So I think just knowing that getting it right is there's no set in stone idea of what right might be. That that's quite a wide spectrum of what that could possibly be. So let's look at this flower that you've drawn. Very cool. Okay, so a few things here. Obviously, you know, when you're converting an image in bright color into a black and white drawing, that poses some significant challenges for an artist. You know, if you're drawing this in color, well, then you just break out those pinks, and that's going to help a lot. But if you're doing it in black and white, well, that's challenging. So one thing is, and you know, you can take this picture and you can input it into your computer, and then we could adjust the color here. So what we could do is we go in here, and we could just take the saturation slider, slide it all the way to the left, and immediately that converts it into a black and white image. Now, that is going to make my life a lot easier when I try to do this drawing. And we can see that when they're both black and white, you've done a pretty effective job at conveying the lighter areas versus the darker areas. I mean, maybe, in fact, you did this exact same kind of thing. But a lot of other people would struggle with this. Now, the one thing I would say is when we're doing a drawing like this, what we may want to consider doing is having the lines and shapes that are closer to the viewer to be darker and more detailed than the things that are in the background. So what I would tend to do would be to make all the petals that are closest to us to be, I would shade those darker. So I would go as close to black as possible, and then also as close to white as possible. And then as we go further back, I would lighten those up and maybe not go to the same extremes of value. Now, of course, you might say, well, that's not the way it looks in the photograph. It looks, it's all kind of relatively even. Well, that's true, but we also have a greater tolerance when we're looking at photographs. We just accept, okay, well, that's reality, right? So if we try to draw something like this from a photograph, sometimes we have to do it wrong to make it look right. And even then, if we look at this, like look at this petal in the background, and look at this has the same sort of striations as the other petals. I mean, I guess this is the inside of the petal as opposed to the back side of the petal. But even then, we don't get quite as dark of values here as we do here. Like, look at the lines that are on the underside of these ones that are closest to us. Look how dark those lines are. How this whole thing has got very, very dark kind of grays. Versus even this petal is a little bit further behind. It's not, we're talking only an inch maybe further back. Look how it doesn't get quite as dark. It doesn't get as black as the other ones. Right? Same sort of thing. Look at how dark this one is compared to the one that's just right next to it. Granted, maybe the light is hitting it from that side, but just thinking about, using value contrast as a way to help create the illusion of depth. I think that's really important. All right, so we'll just restore that to the color. You can even see that too, just with the saturation of color. Like, look how bright, like fluorescent pink, hot, pink. It's so hot, it's melting my face right here in the foreground. We go further to the background, it's pink, but it's a little bit softer, a little bit cooler. All right. Great job, though, Jesse. Well done. Let's look at Jean. So Jean's got a bunch of drawings here, because Jean's also been drawing along with, I think it's her daughter online, which I think is awesome. And it tells me, I don't know if they're in the same room or if they're on other sides of the planet drawing together, but that is so cool. It's so neat to me to hear that family members are doing these drawing courses together. I think that is so cool. It's what a great way of like just spending a little bit of time together, learning things, and then after class you can, talk about what you learned together, and I don't know, make fun of, maybe I had something in my hair or something on my nose, and there's nothing more entertaining than making fun of your teacher, as I remember when I was a kid doing, and so I just have to accept that that's part of the reality for people who are learning. But anyway, that looks great. Again, we need more value contrast here, but that'll come. We're just at lesson 4, right? And considering we're going to look at some of the paintings you did here in a little bit, Jean, like, what's really exciting is, it looks like you just sort of started with us over the past like 3 months, and we're going to see like a progression that goes so fast. It's pretty exciting, especially for people who might be just tuning in or have just started, being like, wow, that's what I could be doing like 3 months from now? This is crazy, right? This is great. So this is an example of kind of what I was saying earlier with some of the other hands that I think Jesse and Josh were doing, right? Like there's Josh and Jesse's hands. Like you could see that they're well done, but they're, think about pushing the value like Jean has done here, like really getting darker, right? You might say, well, it feels a little bit like too far. like, my hands aren't that dark. Well, really? Like, you might say, like, well, I got Caucasian skin. Why should I make it so dark? Well, it's not about the skin color. It's the way the light is interacting with the hand, and as we're trying to draw it on a white piece of paper, right? I mean, last time I checked, you know, my hand is not white like a polar bear, right? There's a lot of darker values on there. Like, essentially, unless, like, if I look at my hand, what on there is actually pure white, is as white as my hand. Like, if I go around here, would you see at any point, if I was to pause, you know, like, you know, maybe just that little highlight on the tip of my fingernail. Otherwise, everything else would be a layer of gray. So I think that's awesome. Well done. Okay, that's cool. Two of us drawing, Anna and I, LSU fans. Here, Mike the Tiger. LSU, that's Louisiana State University, right? Is Mike the Tiger the mascot for LSU? I'm not big into college sports and things, so I don't know what that name. I find that very funny. Gene says, we were just laughing at each other. That's awesome. And there's Gene actually in the chat. That's great. So these are great, Gene. And this is wild. I don't know where this came from. I don't know if it's just you started that drawing and decided just to keep on going and just kind of doodle around on it. That's pretty cool, right? So that's why I always encourage people not to throw away their drawings, even if they're not super happy with it, because I think it takes away an opportunity that one has to maybe just do some fun stuff over top of it. Start putting some weird colors on there, put some swirls on there, and then you start seeing like, oh, I thought this was just going to go in the trash, but man, this looks pretty cool. Right, I could see you taking this and making a painting based on it. And considering some of the paintings we're going to look at you did later on, there's a lot of potential here for a pretty cool painting. You know, I love that you got this really dark outline here, and then yet inside this tiger, I think, right? It's, you know, obviously it's defined, but certainly not as dark lines as the outer. Like, I think there's some real cool potential here. Okay, let's look at these drawings of people running. These are great. Gene says, this is so much better than I've ever been able to do in the past, and I am 58. So that's super cool, right? Just, you know, I think often when we're learning, we end up feeling just very frustrated about what we're not able to do. Like, oh, I'm trying to get to the top of that hill and it just looks so far. It's just like, I can't even see the peak. It's hidden in the mist of the foggy clouds up above. But it's important every once in a while to take a look back down and be like, whoa, I can't even see the bottom of the mountain anymore. Like, I've actually come quite a long ways. I'm halfway up the mountain. And then when you just take that little bit of you check in and realize how far you've actually come, then it's like, wow, huh, I basically just have to do what I've already done and I'll be at the top of the mountain. Wow, that's actually not that far away at all. And then, so that mindset reframe is, I think, really important. So these are great. Well done, Gene. Yeah, I mean, can they get better? Of course they could get better. We can always get better. Leonardo da Vinci didn't like most of the stuff he ever did, right? So if you're, you know, every artist is always kind of like, next piece, I'm going to get it. I'll do it. No, we're going to get better next one, right? That's why the Mona Lisa's in France and not England, or not Italy, because Leonardo wasn't happy with it, kept painting on it for about 15 years, took it with him when he moved to France at the very end of his life. Okay, beautiful. Great job. Lovely folds here. Way to go, Jean. Look at that. Excellent. This is, I think, based on a Van Gogh, I think we did, right? Who's excellent for really diving into the nitty-gritty of those folds. Like, you can feel like the way that he goes in and around. Like, he literally draws those lines, imaginary lines going in and around those folds, and that really helps when you're drawing to see the shape, the form like that. And this is our Edvard Munch here. That's great. This is, what a odd drawing that we found there. But yeah, great job. I like how you've done this. I like how you've used the way that Munch draws, this kind of very, again, kind of scribbly-like technique, right? Okay, there's lots and lots of comments here. When I get through most of these drawings, I'll come back and take a look at some of these comments. That's nice too, Jean. Oh, wow. Portraits. The day finally came and we did portraits. I remember, I think your comment was like, oh, I knew we would get here, and I was kind of hoping this would never happen, but now we're here at the portraits. And look what you're doing. You're doing a great job. This is another Edvard Munch here. I think what you've done a good job of getting the shape of the head. We just got a kind of a more narrow face. I think that's great. And then this is your drawing a portrait of Ernest Hemingway. And, you know, this is doing the 3/4 point of view, which is, we've talked about a number of times over the last hour or so. This is definitely one of the more challenging, points of view to draw a face, right? It's much easier to draw something straight on or from the side. Drawing that 3/4 is going to cause fits. I think the main issue I see here is this, the eye that's a little bit further away. So just think of, if we were to draw a straight line through this eye here, right? That would tell us that this other eye should probably be right here. And almost actually, I was going to say, it looked for a second, it looks like you've moved it a few times actually. Or maybe I'm just seeing things. Does that look like maybe you had it down there and you moved it? So that other eye, so what that does, that eye could be there, but then the whole rest of the face would have to go from kind of being, oops, let me try to, so the face is kind of like this, right? Let me, in fact, let's go to, so the face is kind of like that. Notice how, if we were to take a pencil, trying to do this backwards, like trying to, okay, so notice how that pencil, like that diagonal, right, that's coming through there. We notice that same sort of, why is this appears way more, this is way more difficult than, right? So that those lines should be parallel. But right now, so we've got that line here for the mouth, but then we come up, and then now that line for the eyes is like that. So that's making this eye appear to be way higher than it maybe could be. It's still a little bit of a thing. And then also look how both of these eyes are roughly the same size. I think this eye is a little bit too close to the nose. I think it could be a little bit further away. And then this other eye over here can be smaller too. And we're not going to see the entire, you know, especially the inner corner of that eye is going to be kind of obscured by the bridge of the nose there. Barbara says, so funny if someone was just tuning in now and seeing Michael trying to balance a pencil on his nose. Yeah, definitely. Otherwise, I think you did a great job. Great job, Gene. Drawing these eyes. These are all fantastic. I even just love that little bit of extra color on there. That's a really nice little... I like that. That's very smart. And then, as I said, like, what's exciting is we can even see just in the set of drawings you've submitted here how you're growing, right? Like, this is probably only a couple days afterwards, but look at like how much better you're getting at drawing this portrait. I think one thing I want to highlight for everybody is look how nice when we put this dark background in behind that head, how it pops the head forward, right? As opposed to just sort of just drawing this and leaving that space blank. That dark area works really well in contrast with the highlights on the face. And then also, I love how you've drawn all the stuff like the ear and the side of the cheek here and jaw. And then, but you've shaded it and it's almost as dark as the background. There's still something there, but you know, they almost kind of disappear into the area around it. Really nice. You know, a little thing, like these glasses are not the same shape or size. That's tricky. Drawing glasses is difficult. It's difficult to make them look symmetrical. It's difficult to make them look the same dimension. So, you know, I mean, one thing again you can do is you can literally cut a piece of paper out, lay it over top, right? Like you just cut out, let's say the shape of one lens. Right, and you put that on your drawing. Let's see. So here's one we did. Right, so let's say you've got, you know, you do this here, and you're like, okay, that's one of them. Okay, there's one pair of glasses. You do the other one, you're like, okay, well, that's certainly too big. Well, it might need to be, we can just do the same thing inside. Right, so you're just tracing, making it smaller. And then you might go like that, and then you might say, this looks still a little bit too big. And you could trim it, or you might say, oh, it looks a little bit too small now. All right, maybe that's too small. This is just me just riffing on this really quickly. But that might help you get a little bit closer to the proportions, right? And you might say, okay, well, maybe this needs to actually be a little bit smaller. Right? It's, you know, there's no easy way to do something like that. It just comes with a little bit of practice, for sure. Senga says, I think his cheek is pushing his glasses up. I love it. It makes him look a little bit cheeky. I love it. It's possible that his glasses, he's kind of doing this and is making... But then, if he was doing that, then, you know, right now, the top of those glasses is like, you could draw a line right across. Talk about balancing a pencil right on there. So if that did happen, you know, we might see that other lens would be higher. So those glasses would no longer be straight, but we would have one would be higher. I get what you're saying, and that's a very generous way of looking at it, that's for sure. Okay, this is great. I love these, Gene. Again, those eyes might be a little bit close together, but this, being able to do this was pretty tricky when we're using that grid to enlarge a drawing. Wonderful. That's great. That onion is fantastic. I mean, literally, if you kind of just squint your eyes and look at it, it looks like a real onion. Really nice. So that's a good use of layering colors, those yellows and reds and browns, and the highlights, the darker values. Great. I would say that probably the shadow, especially right where it touches the table or surface anyway, could be darker, right? Barber, yay, onion. Awesome. Jean says, I watched the lips drawing lesson today, and then I almost have to finish the face trying to capture myself. I think that's great. That's fantastic. Really nice job. Yeah. Well done. Okay, and this is your daughter's version of the same drawing. Again, I love that you guys are drawing together. Very cool. Both of you can do it. You certainly can. We can all do it. Very cool. You know, I also, you know, this fabric, I kind of like how weirdly stylized that is too. Very cool. Obviously, you can learn to try to draw fabric well, perfectly, or whatever you want to say it. But I just tend to kind of prefer a little bit more stylization. I like seeing, you know, if people take something and really kind of let the freak out and get a little bit weird and strange. I'm always more interested in seeing that than somebody who can just, you know, robotically reproduce what a camera can already do faster, right? I think that's, you know, that's a big reason why, one of the main reasons why art changed so dramatically at the beginning of the 20th century, late 19th century, is you had the rise of photography, and it's all of a sudden like, well, what's the point of me trying to paint, you know, quote unquote realistically, when the photographer right here can do the same thing. He can take 5,000 photographs in the same period of time it would take me to make one painting that looks like this person in front of me who's got to sit there for 8 hours. I got to figure out a different way. Otherwise, my whole industry there's no use for me anymore. It's like you know, milkman or elevator operator. How do I stay relevant? Well, maybe I got to paint things and draw things that the camera can't capture. Right? It's no surprise that surrealism comes very soon after that, where it's like, I'm going to paint things from my dreams, paint things that are impossible. Right? I got to really dive into my imagination. Great. Here's Jeff now. It says, I love in this description here, just talking about how, you know, while I was drawing this picture, I realized my hand was drawing without me thinking. The picture seemed to draw itself. And the first time I was able to experience what people call the flow state. Isn't that awesome? Right? When you first start to feel that, you know, and it doesn't come all the time. It's not like you achieve flow state and now you're just in flow for the rest of your life. Like, I can think of maybe a dozen times throughout my entire life as an artist where I've felt that experience of just being painting and just being like, whoa, this, I don't know even, how am I doing this? Like, this is just, like, every touch of the brush just seems to be perfect. You know, I'm a bit of a sports fan myself, and, you know, sometimes you just, you know, like, I watch hockey games, and there's sometimes it's just like, every time the one team touches the puck, they score, and you can even see on their faces, they're like, I don't know what's happening. You know, the sun is shining on us today because, you know, last week everything went wrong for us. Today is just, it's just like all the bounces are going my way. And sometimes that's the same thing when you're making art. And that's very exciting when things just start working, the lines fall into place, and you're like, oh, right? But but it's also good to remember that that's often a fleeting experience, and then sometimes there's almost a little bit of a regression that happens afterwards, where you're kind of like, well, yesterday it came so easy, and now, like, now I lost it. And I think it's important just to remember that, you know, you can do things to kind of help get closer to that flow state. And one of it is just practicing and practicing. So it becomes, as Baudelaire said, like, you know, the goal is to express yourself as effortlessly as digestion is for the healthy adult, right? That, you know, when you eat a slice of pizza, it's not, you think of like, okay, now we got to release intestinal gas, you know, number 7, and I need some more amino acids. You just do it. You don't have to think about it. And so that's what you want to be able to do when you're making art, is just do it, and you're not even thinking about if you're doing it right or wrong. You're just doing it, and you're like, oh my goodness. Same thing with, you know, think about walking to the kitchen maybe right now to get something out of the fridge. You don't have to think, okay, right foot, okay, okay, now let's get the left foot in there. You just do it, right? And that's what you want to be able to get to. It's a great job, Jeff. I hope you keep on going, and again, recognize that it's not always going to be so easy for you. You know, I will say that some of these dark lines on here, which I think are maybe the wrinkles on his face, are maybe a little bit darker than they need to be. They kind of jump out a little bit, so I think just thinking about making those maybe a little bit softer. But I do applaud the boldness of those. Most people would not, would be way too afraid and self-conscious of putting black lines in the middle of a drawing like that. So that's pretty exciting that you were like, I'm just gonna do it, let's just put it in there. And especially, you know, if we're kind of a little bit further back from it, which is typically how people look at art anyway. Rarely do they get up close and look at it maybe as large as it is on your screen right now. You know, it's gonna be fine. Sometimes that is, like, I think if it looks good from further away, then that's probably the ideal thing. Because if you go to a museum right after this and walk around, you don't have to be surprised when you get up close to like a famous painting by a famous artist. You're like, oh, kind of looks a little sloppy when I get up close. It's like, yeah, well, they're probably not expecting people to be right up face into it, right? Okay, Fanul. Great. You know, this is interesting because this is a little bit different than what we were talking about with previous people. One thing I think is kind of interesting is we don't have we have a lot of contrast between white and dark, but we don't have a lot of strong outlines, which is actually very difficult for most of us, including myself, to resist the urge to do. Like, I tend to always like putting dark, solid outlines around everything. And so being able to resist that and have just the value contrast do those defining the forms for you, that's pretty mature. That's pretty hard to do. This would make, if you were to go to art school, your teacher's very happy. Because when I outlined everything, I got a lot of grief from it. Oh, oops, sorry, Senga, this was supposed to be with your work. I just realized when I copied and pasted this, I forgot I clipped out the S. So, let me just see here. I see you're still in the chat looking at everyone else's artwork, which is awesome. Just trying to figure out what... I'm a little confused by this belly shape here. I think that's... and so this other leg is coming up in front. I think the best thing you can do is, again, like trying to define what form is in front of what form and make that really clear for people. So even this leg, you know, there's probably one, like I don't even, how is that working here? Like one of these shapes is in front of the other. So let's say we've got this foot is in front of this part of the limb, and therefore it's in front of this. I would imagine we would see a darker line crossing over this form to define it. And then I see this line. I wonder what is that the chest? Like, like I think maybe that hand could be darker. There's something here that is not, it's not, I mean, I think it's I'm just kind of nitpicking because I think the rest of it is working really well. It's just kind of picking up on those details. And that's what like great artists can do. Like, let me just show you what I mean here. So we've got this hand here. Got this belly here. And this leg. So, you know, I don't know too much about gorilla anatomy here, but let's say we've got this thing happening here. Then we've got this. I am imagining something like that. That being pretty important to help kind of propel this foot forward, I think. And then same thing here. What is this like? I think this would probably be chest, right? And even though there's hair here, right? I think defining and then probably that leg coming in front, and then you have this hand and back here. So I would probably darken that in. I'd probably darken this area in here. Right? Just to kind of help emphasize what forms are in front of what, if that makes any sense. Okay, let's push on here. I think we've got about 30 more drawings, and we're going to look at paintings here. Okay, so here's M. This is their drawing of their newborn daughter. That is so adorable. Oh my goodness. Those little pudgy toes and fingers. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's pretty adorable. You did a great job. First of all, this is a great drawing. I really like the face of the baby. I think that's the most impressive part of this drawing, which is usually the most difficult part. I would say that, you know, the fingers and the toes could be a little pudgier, right? I think what you've drawn makes, you know, these legs and feet appear a little bit, you know, they're a little bit thinner, and therefore they appear to be a little bit older, right? Because, you know, we tend to be pretty pudgy, you know, when we're a little baby, and then as we grow older, you know, we kind of grow into our body. So which is kind of tricky, making those fingers look kind of pudgier, but not kind of like obese or something, right? But I mean, I'm just nitpicking because I think this is a great drawing, but I think, you know, I think we're all here to learn and get better. So I think maybe just exaggerating those things a little bit more. And this, again, if you're like, man, he keeps saying this thing over and over, it's true. I think the more we exaggerate when we're learning, I think there's no harm in that, because then as we get better, we can always kind of trim things back down a little bit later on. But really excellent. And a little Freddie Mercury drawing here. Not my proudest moment. Prompt: draw my favorite musical artist. Curious if you could guess it right by what I've drawn. Oh, totally. Yeah, it's definitely Freddie Mercury for sure, right? You know, it's the tank top, the armband here, mustache. There's a lot of stuff there that's recognizable. I would say that maybe Freddie was a little bit thinner, right? So we might kind of take in his belt a little bit. This would be more like if you're trying to draw me dressed up as Freddie Mercury, a little bit wider around here. But you know, again, a little thing here. Let's say with this armpit is, you know, you've got, you know, this arm in the tank top, right? Like the way that, like, so my instinct would be to have that part of his, like his chest being here, and then his arm being in behind, and making that, because this is kind of part of the whole shoulder. I mean, I'm not going to get into the anatomy, but the way that this is drawn, it's kind of ambiguous. You've kind of turned this into like armpit hair, and it actually kind of makes it look like that arm is in front of. So what that, it gives it this weird thing where we've got that arm kind of appears, so it makes him look like his body's kind of, you know, it's almost impossible for both of those arms to be in front of the torso, right? One arm, if this arm here is up and we're seeing that armpit, it's hard for that arm to come forward. It's more likely that that arm would be in behind, right? And that the shoulder, the armpit would be less visible. Just, again, me nitpicking on little things. Okay, we got some images here by Darlene next, who's been obsessed with cats, or her cat and her cat's ears. So, you know, I've been, you know, which base layer should I use? Should it be pink? Am I even close? You know, and it's interesting, you know, I read, it was just last night, some comments that Barbara was like, you know, maybe you're overthinking it a little bit, and I would agree, like 100%, that, you know, I get it. Like, I think I think the fact that you're so focused on getting it right and really desirous to learn how to do it is, you know, is very exciting. I love that passion and interest and focus and determination. Those are all absolutely excellent, essential qualities for you know, becoming an artist and learning to draw. But I also think it can be problematic if we become so obsessed at this stage of the drawing process. Like, I think doing a good job rather than doing a perfect job is what we want at this stage. We want to sort of do good enough, and then move on and start another drawing, rather than to be too hard on yourself of like, am I doing this right? Do I have the right color to start out with? Should I do this and then erase this? First of all, there's no right way to do it. You know, we could get 100 of the best wildlife artists together in one room and say, okay, let's help Darlene do this, and probably within 5 minutes a fist fight would break out. Because you'd have a whole bunch of people like, don't tell her to do that, that's insane. And then you'd have another group like, are you kidding me, this is the way to do it, and it would just devolve into madness, right? Because there's so many different ways to do these things. The ultimate way is for you to find your own way to do it. And I know that sounds like, well, it's easy for you to say, but I have no idea how to do it. Well, part of the artist's job is to look closely and to try to figure your own way out of doing it. And by doing that, you end up creating your own style. Now, of course, you could look at books by, there's, one of my mentors is Robert Bateman, who's a famous Canadian landscape or wildlife artist. I have a book and some prints of his back here somewhere. But he has a very specific way of drawing and building up a painting that is different than, let's say, Audubon, who I think somebody's got an Audubon painting, I think, coming up here shortly. Or who would be another great wildlife artist? Or Theodore Géricault, Delacroix, who both did a lot of like lions and tigers in like the early mid 1800s. Or Rousseau, we're doing a Henri Rousseau painting next month, I think, coming up. All four of those would be four totally different techniques for drawing fur, and I mean, so yeah, I mean, I totally get wanting to do it better, but like I see here, this is great. I love the way that you've drawn this. He says, it's nowhere near the original, but it's my best, and yes, I patted myself on the back when I was done. Yeah, absolutely. And especially, if we look up close, we zoom in, it looks like you've drawn and then somehow erased or scraped those pencil lines off. I'm not sure exactly how that's done. Or maybe that's a white pencil. I'm not sure. But, from when we get up close, it's like, okay, well, maybe that does look a little bit messy or sloppy. But how many people are going to be looking at your work? Like, just think of next time you go to an art museum. Even if you're looking at the most famous painting of all time, how often do you get up close and look at it like that? I mean, probably never. Probably you're not even allowed to with many artworks. Right? Most of the time you're looking at it at the very least, or very most, at arm's length away, right? And so it doesn't need to look really perfect up close, right? I think, again, if it looks good from further away, because that might be where, if it's hanging on a wall, people are going to see it from the couch or chair on the other side of the room, then I think that's maybe even the ideal situation. Because sometimes it's kind of nice to go up, you're like, oh, it looks great from here. And then you get up close and you're like, wow, look at all those drips and blobs and smears. Ooh, looks all messy and goopy, right? And I suppose some people would be like, oh, wow, it looks terrible up close. But, it's like if you've ever been on a movie set, you know, it doesn't, some movie sets often look very bizarre and strange and super artificial, and yet later on when you see that on the big screen, it looks like, you know, it could be an old western town, and it looks fantastic. All those doors and windows look ancient and weathered, beaten down by the sand and tumbleweeds and sun. But then when you get on set, it just like, oh my goodness, look, it's terrible. Look how sloppy some of this scene painting has been. Again, it doesn't matter. It just matters what it looks like on camera. So anyway, I think, Darlene, I think you need to give yourself a little bit of a break, not worry so much about perfection. I'm glad that you're so invested in kind of quote unquote getting it right. If you are really focused on doing that, what I would recommend you do is to, I guess I got a little bit of repetition here, is to go to your local library and look in the wildlife drawing section, or look up a few, just Google, like we can Google it right now, like, let me try to help you come up with some names. Famous wildlife artists. Okay, as I said, Robert Bateman. I've met him a number of times and taken classes with him, watched him paint. He has a very specific way of painting, and it's interesting when you watch him paint. His paintings look super sloppy when they start out, and then if you've seen his work, you realize, wow, they actually get like, they're super refined and photographic by the end. Who would be some other artists? I don't recognize a lot of these names. I'm not super familiar with this. This guy, Ernest Thompson Seton, is pretty good. But anyway, what I would do, you could literally take some of these names. Again, there's other names on here that who would be, oh, Carl Renges. We did a whole episode dedicated to him. I love his works. Let's look at some of his images. So what I would do is I would look up some of these artists, and I would find some of their paintings, and then I would try, and sketches, because Rungus here, Bateman, both of them have done tons of drawings. Let's, and just try replicating some of them, just like we do in class. This is how artists have learned to make art for thousands and thousands of years, is by copying the masters, by studying from the masters. That's why I named this whole this small business now that I'm running here on studying from the great artists. And so there's two options. One is to try to figure it out on your own, and I think there's a lot of value to that. That's how the artist we're going to be looking at soon, next month, Auri, so that's what he did. Let's see. He was a quote-unquote self-taught artist, and so he just looked at pictures of animals in books and tried to draw them. And that's one method. The other method would be to take a look at some of these artists, look at how they drew things, and try to replicate that. And I think that would keep you busy for a long time, and you'd find it super productive. And way more satisfying, too, and less frustrating. Like, I think this is amazing. I think this is great, Darlene. I'm still pleased with this picture I drew of my cat. I think you should be. Yeah, there's a lot of beautiful detail going on in here. I mean, I would say probably a little bit more shading, add a little bit more value to the form underneath the chin. Because right now it sort of looks like this cat has got its, you know, its face is just flush to its body. Probably if it's more relaxed, you see how there's going to be a little bit of a shadow under here. So it's probably going to create a bit of a chin here. It looks like you've got some little white whiskers here for its chin, so probably under here it's going to be a little bit darker. Asnul says, hey, do you give feedback to digital arts too? Yeah, totally. I think there's a few coming up soon here. I mean, I spend 8 hours a day drawing on my iPad, so I have a little bit of experience drawing digitally. That's cool. I want to try something different. Try drawing on black paper. That's a challenge, because then you're sort of trying to go from the dark values to the light values, and so which is exactly the opposite of drawing on a white piece of paper and basically trying to darken everything. Here you're starting from the dark and lightening. That's usually much more difficult for people because you're having to try to like almost invert your way of not only drawing but also seeing, because it's like trying to see in the negative. Obviously it's, you know, it's a strategy, a technique that is taught and can be kind of fun little experiment to do. I would say that it might be, I am a little bit hesitant to kind of encourage everybody to run out and get some black paper and try it, because it is a little bit more advanced. Like, it's good to have a pretty solid idea, like to have done the whole 45 episodes of my drawing course. Like, if you can do that and you feel relatively satisfied with what you've been able to do, then get some black paper and try flipping it. You'll have a little bit more confidence. My only fear is if people who haven't done that course, have only done a couple of episodes, go out and do this, they might get discouraged very quickly. They'd be like, oh man, this is terrible. I am not cut out for drawing at all. I'm like, no, don't go too soon. Don't give up. These are great. I mean, I think these are super wonderful. I mean, yeah, maybe the proportion is a little bit strange. Maybe that nose should be a little bit more central in the face. Again, if we imagine drawing a line. But I think it's, you know, you've got this cat's face, right? We think about, to me, it looks kind of like the face is on an angle, right? You got one eye here, you got another eye here, got your ears here. So it makes sense to me that the nose would be here. Oops, sorry, kind of like that. Whereas yours, it appears like the nose is down here. So it gives it this kind of slightly skewed look. So again, think about creating these lines that are, you know, perpendicular here, right? And then if this is on a line, then the nose is on a line, the mouth is on a line, they're all parallel to one another. And yes, it's true that, you know, not everyone's face is totally symmetrical. Sometimes someone's, you know, you've got one eye here, it's possible the other eye could be a little bit higher or a little bit lower, or here. That's all possible, but it's different than putting that eye up there or something, right? Love that dog's nose. Was that a cat's nose? Either way, the animal nose. That's beautiful. I can't seem to draw things to proportion. One nose hole is different than the other. I don't know, Darlene, did you do the drawing course? I don't remember if I've seen your drawings in the drawing course. And, you know, it's like, you know, I teach in-person classes, and there's a few people that have been taking, you know, I let people come to take my classes, and they can do the same class over and over and over again, because then they just start to use the studio space to do their own things. And it was interesting. I was having a conversation with someone the other day who is like, who's been taking the same class like 5 times, but it sort of does his own thing. And he's like, I just find it like, I'm so frustrated. This isn't turning out the way you want. And I was like, well, you know, you haven't really done any of the projects, the lessons that I've been doing. You just assume, like, I didn't say all of this, but it's like, I wonder why you're struggling here when you didn't do any of the lessons. I wonder what would help. Would doing the lessons help? Maybe, just a thought, maybe you might want to pay attention to the lessons I've been doing for a little while. That might help alleviate some of those things. So, because all those things like proportion, and I think all of those are embedded into all of those lessons that I created. And, you know, there's like, I don't know, 500,000 people or so have done the course. I guess there might be something that I did. Sorry, where are we going? Here's some more. Oh, those are great, Darlene. I love these little paws. That's fantastic. That's great. See, the more and more you do, the better and better they're getting. And again, this should be kind of good for other people to see that, you know, you're moving through different ideas and testing different little parts. I like how you've been kind of sketching little things. I'm going to do the feet, I'm going to do the nose, I'm going to do some eyes, I'm going to do some ears, and then put them all together again. I think actually I'm just going to grab another cough drop or something. Might be 1 second here. My voice is really drying up. You know, just talking straight for 4.5 hours does something to your voice. Okay, let's look at these again. Beautiful job, Darlene. Okay, let's look at some stuff that Kathleen sent in here. I thought this was very funny. And also some really beautiful illustrations, but she found this old book. I think this is her great uncle's book. 80 drawings, including the weaker sex, by C.D. Gibson. Oh my goodness. All right. That's, you gotta laugh. You gotta laugh. Okay. But these are beautiful drawings. I like this. I like this modification between these very thin lines and then the darker, heavier lines. And you can see what's nice about the way that this artist is drawing is see how like these lines really describe the face. They're kind of curving right along where we would expect, you know, the cheek, the jaw, you know, to kind of also kind of curve. So these lines aren't just being used to shade, but they're also being used to describe the form, right? You just imagine, like, when I see that, I just think of like fingers sculpting into clay and going around that form, like a, you know, like, or a comb scraping across that surface, right? And I think if you think of drawing that way, it really helps give volume to a form. I'm a big believer in that, of modifying the direction of lines depending on the way the form goes. So in this instance, I like that, you know, the lines of the eyebrows are going this direction. Then as it comes to the bridge of the nose, it goes down. And then we got, versus there's a lot of other, I find a lot of beginner artists, everything is drawn in the angle of the wrist. Right, so if I just, well, let's say I go back to this here. Like, I could see some people, let's say, drawing this face. You know, instead of, you know, the way that he's drawn it, just everything kind of being like everything with the same diagonal line, right? And, you know, there's famous artists who have done this, but I much prefer, you know, the way that he's done this with these diagonals coming down, or vertical lines switching in the other direction, right? As these lines come around the jaw, we're kind of curving around. It just gives, I find, so much more volume, and it just, yeah, it's yeah, but that's a stylistic thing. I think it's a good practice thing, but I also know, like, I think maybe even Leonardo da Vinci does. I'd have to look into it, but there's, again, famous artists that don't do what I was just explaining, so. This caption here. The greatest game in the world, his move. Her face and her fortune, right? Assuming that, like, that's, you know, the way for a woman to make her fortune is by looking pretty so she can find a man who will support her. Different time, and also a very misogynist way of looking at the world, for sure. But long story short, like, the illustrations themselves are really beautiful. You know, if we can look past some of the outdated ideas, you know, even just, again, just what I was talking about, like, look at these diagonal lines on his jacket, right? That really emphasizes his arm move, like, coming down, right? We really feel that, those lines pushing his arm into the table, right? And then as we come back up, it bounces off the table and back up in this direction. We see these lines curving around his wrists, It's the same sort of thing, these lines describing his chin and everything. So they're really helping to describe those various different planes of those forms. Right? Like, look how these lines under her neck, or on her neck, under her jaw, you know, they're pushing those lines towards one another. It really feels very dynamic. So, and that also just tells, when you see that, it tells me that that person really understands the form, those three-dimensional shapes. Eula says, sadly, it's time for me to go to bed. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your day. And Eula, sorry I didn't get a chance to talk about your paintings yet, but those are coming up in hour number 9 of today's episode. So we'll get to it, but obviously you can just tune in and jump to the chapters and find it. But thanks for joining us. Okay, so here's Anna. Oh, so this, okay, so this, Anna, so this is Anna and Jean. Okay, so these are Anna's drawings. I just clicked in that the last name is the same. Okay. Great. Wow, excellent. Yeah, it's so cool. I love that the two of you are doing these drawings together. Man, that's so cool. What a wonderful way to spend time with your family. Okay, here's Amanda. Sorry, I'm just gonna, okay, okay, we're almost at the top of our drawings, and then we're gonna move on to the paintings. I'm just conscious of, we've been here for 4.5 hours, and some of you have been watching this entire time. Which is, you know, I'm, again, just honored and flattered that there's people like yourselves who are that eager to learn and get that much out of what we're doing here, that are willing to watch me talk about other people's work for hours at a time. You know, it's basically, in one afternoon, a whole Netflix series. Amanda, great job. Wow, excellent. Yep, perfect. I would just say here, which leg is in front of which leg, right? I'm assuming that this leg is the leg that's closer to us, but look how this leg appears to be kind of in this, occupying the same space. So what I would recommend is that we make some kind of distinction there, that, you know, you have one leg here, and instead of this line carrying through into the other leg, oops, sorry. Instead of making that leg carry through the other leg, have it back here. All right, so that it's very clear that this leg is in behind this leg. Right? Also, it kind of makes it look like that guy's really got to go to the bathroom. Really, he's like holding his legs close together, and it's just the knees that are walking, which looks kind of uncomfortable. Okay. AK Ram says, this is a post for the guys who asked me yesterday in the live stream to see my 8-year-old's drawings. Enjoy. This is cool. Although, what is going on here? Is this a teacher with a big check mark right in the middle of... Yep, looks good. It reminds... I had teachers do that kind of thing when I was in art college. I've probably told that story before, but like, you know, you're like, oh man, this is the best thing I've ever drawn. I'm so happy. And then come around and be like, big check mark in the middle. And you're like, but I was really happy with that until you put a big check mark in the middle of it. Now it doesn't look so good. But what he was trying to do is to get us to be less precious about our work and to be like, listen, kid, you're in first year art school. Like, yeah, you did a good drawing, but you're no Matisse, you're no Leonardo. it's good for where you're at right now, but don't get too, don't let your ego get too big. Still got a long ways to go. That was, that gives you a little bit of a difference of how education was just 20 years ago, where, today, if you did that, I'd probably have to go have a conversation with the dean and do some sensitivity training about yeah, but that was the way it was to be expected, right? Again, this big check mark in the middle, that's funny to me. These look great. Your 8-year-old is doing a great job, AK. Yeah, these are great. Yeah, I love this boat. I mean, it's very precariously balancing on that one wave. Like it's a pirate boat. I like these clouds. This like kind of cloud pattern with these birds. I think it's beautiful. I think it's great. I love children's drawings. It's like they're so special. When kids are just, when they love drawing, I think the saddest thing is, I've said before, like when little kids almost every little kid loves to draw until around this time, where all of a sudden they start becoming way more self-conscious, probably because of puberty, and start thinking about like looking at other people's work and becoming, oh, mine's not any good, I'm not really good at it, I don't want to share. It's like, because I've taught art through, like, I've gone to an entire school on numerous occasions and taught every single student in that school. Like Monday I'll be working with the kindergarten kids, Tuesday grades 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I'll come back and work with the high school kids or whatever. And you can see that whole progression. You see like grades 1, 2, and 3. Every kid loves art class, and then almost you come right in grade 4. All of a sudden, there's now half of the class likes to draw, and the other half like, oh, you're not good. Get to grade 5, there's only maybe 1 or 2 kids who like to draw, and then people are like, oh, that's Marty. Marty's the artist in the class. She's the one who draws everyone's report card covers or whatever, and clearly there's kids get more self-conscious, but also kids, maybe their families or friends or their teachers aren't very encouraging, right? One of my best friends, has put it really well. He was also an artist. Said, I became an artist because my parents just kept hanging my paintings on the fridge, right? Everything I did was like, oh, that's great, we'll put it on the fridge. Versus other parents, I see them when they pick up their kids from school. The kid's like, look, Dad, look at this cool drawing. Yeah, great. Okay, let's go. Come on. Throw the drawing. I'm going to get this thing out of that. One less thing I got to throw out, right? And it goes in the trash on the way out. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like that is, it's almost like abusive to behave that way. But anyway, AK, your kid is doing awesome. I love how proud you are that you're sharing your children's artwork with the group too, right? That's, again, that stuff doesn't go unnoticed by a child. A child, when they feel like, wow, my parents are so proud of me that they're sharing my work with their friends online. Like, wow, it must be really good. And that makes a kid want to do more of that kind of stuff. That builds, even if your child has no interest in actually doing art later on and wants to become an engineer or a scientist or a politician or whatever, what that does is give them confidence that, wow, I can express myself. I can try different things and I can do a reasonable good job at it. And my parents are going to support me in whatever I decide to do. So I think that you're setting a really good, important example for your child by encouraging them, sharing their work proudly amongst your friends. Awesome job. You're a good parent. Okay, Abdul here. I am new to drawing and practicing your basic drawing classes. Can you give me a review on how I'm doing and how I can improve more? These are great. Okay, so we're looking at your stick figures. Excellent. These are great. Excellent. Love these. Wow, this perspective, that's fantastic. Good job. I even love this wild table you did. Cool. And I like these kind of stick figures living in this three-dimensional world. That's cool. I love this too. I just noticed this for the first time. The stick figure underneath the blanket. That is awesome. Ah! That's so funny. And then there's just this little popsicle stick head sticking out of underneath the covers. That is hilarious. And I mean that in the best way possible. I love that. That's really strong imagination. That's cool. What else we got? Yes, keep on going. These are all great. Yeah. Okay, and then you're moving to the animals. Beautiful. Yes. You really got into drawing these stick figures this way. This is great. I love these stick figures climbing all over this giraffe, and you're drawing cars, maybe for the giraffe to be inside. Oh, great. Awesome. Yeah, is this elephant slightly out of proportion? Sure. But is it possible that on another planet there could be an elephant that looks exactly like this? Yeah, totally. We just haven't been there yet. Great. Yes, yes, awesome. Great. I love that this guy is like a tiger tamer. Wow. Great. These are great, Abdul. Yeah, okay. Okay, and so this is a different Abdul from Pakistan, 17-year-old cadet. I'm really new to Michael's classes. I found this so interesting. Okay, so let's take a look. Fantastic. Great. Yeah, you're on track. You're doing it. This is my second drawing class. I feel wonderful. Thanks, teacher. Great. That's the main thing. If you're drawing and you're feeling good, and maybe they're not masterpieces, but they're better than what you thought you were capable of doing just a few hours before, hey, that's a major win. Right? It'd be the same sort of thing if I tried doing something else entirely. Right? Like you know, what could be something totally like violin, right? I have touched a violin because my sister, my younger sister had played violin when we were kids, so I probably hid it from her, pretended to break it a few times. But I've never actually tried to play the violin. But if I tried to play the violin, if I could make a sound after an hour or two that didn't sound terrible, that would be a win. That would be great. And that should be all my expectations should be. Right? I shouldn't expect that, you know, within a few weeks I'd be performing at the symphony orchestra, right? And be the lead violinist or something. Okay, Abdul, if it looks okay, then type yes. Otherwise, laugh. I think it looks good. Okay, so I think the original is the image up top. Your version is the one down below. There is some sort of compression happening here, but that could have just been photographed rather than straight on an angle. So it does look like, you know, the neck. It kind of looks like you started drawing this neck, and that's, you know, so for this part is in proportion, but then as you got higher up on the page, maybe you started to kind of worry that you were running out of room, which is probably what happened. I'm almost willing to bet that you started the drawing down here, and instead of starting at the very bottom, you started halfway up, I started drawing, and it's looking great, looking great. And then you got about here, and then you realized, oh, I gotta draw, you know, half of the drawing, but it's not gonna fit up there, so I'm gonna squish it down and make it smaller and smaller. And that's probably what happened. The top of the head just got crunched in so that it could fit on the page. Again, that's why I really encourage drawing those basic shapes. Starting with those basic shapes, like block in this form, right? So, you know, if I was going to do this drawing, let me do the full page here. You know, let's say I'm going to zoom in to this original. You know, what I would start by doing would be to draw this head in, right? And I would just sort of sketch in the hoodie. And then maybe I even decide, okay, I gotta go up a little bit higher. I mean, technically, her eye should be right about here, right? And then I would start to do things like, okay, let's look at this. I've got my line currently like that, but I realize that's actually going on a bit of a diagonal. And then this slopes down. Right, so I'm trying to kind of fit all of this in proportionally so that I don't run out of room at the top of the page. Okay, excellent. Beautiful. And then this is your final drawing here. Barbara says, I'm never going to look at an onion again without thinking of Eugene. My hands are... I gotta turn my heater on here. Okay, it feels a little bit better. Ooh, it is starting to warm up outside, but it's starting to get cooler and cooler day by day. Okay. I think it says, I love how Michael makes it look easy. Well, yes, I suppose. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you, but it was also, I've dedicated my life to making art, and so I've been doing this for a few years, so I have a little bit of that advantage over probably most people who are watching right now who might be just starting out, right? So it's, you know, just like as if, you know, I know all of you have other skills in other areas, and I have no expectation of being able to come in and do your job within, you know, a couple of days of watching some YouTube videos, right? I'd probably fall flat on my face and probably get fired because of my incompetence, right? So, you know, it's I sincerely appreciate it, but I just understand that, you know, it's I've got a life long head start over probably most of you, so that gives me kind of an unfair advantage, and but anybody else can learn the tricks that I've done by just practicing these things over and over again. I mean, I had the little bit of the advantage of making a lot of my mistakes when I was like 5, 6, 7 years old, when I was obsessively drawing all day long to the detriment of my studies in school, right? Teachers would be talking away and I'd be just drawing in the margins of my science textbook or whatever, and then like, Michael, and I'm like, yes, Michael, I've been trying to ask you to come up here and do this math problem on the board. I'm like, beyond 5 + 5, I am out of, because I haven't been paying attention. So those of the rest of you were paying a little bit closer attention to those subjects than I was. So let's okay, so let's look. Sing it, you are too sweet. I wish I could have you beside me to draw. You are a master in all our heroes. Oh my goodness, you're too sweet. I appreciate that. Okay. So, we're gonna look at, I think it's Tarja. That would be how you would say Tarja? Tarja? I would say Tarja. Right? Tarja? So Tarja's been doing the paintings and drawing courses simultaneously. So we're gonna look at paintings together, but for whatever reason that happens to be a drawing. I obviously didn't think this through, but if I look at the self-portrait in the dark and squint, maybe I have something familiar about me from 25 years ago. I think this looks great. I think it's great. I mean, I don't know what you look like and how closely you've drawn yourself, but I think it looks like a really great portrait. Likeness will come as the more and more you draw and the more closely you look at yourself in this case. But just know that, you know, getting a likeness, making a drawing look exactly like a person is very difficult. And sometimes you get lucky and sometimes you don't, and it can take a while. I mean, even like, as I said, I'm drawing a graphic novel that's got like every panel has a face in it. Some have like 5 faces in them, and there's like maybe 10 characters in the whole graphic novel, so the same faces repeat over and over and over and over again. And I would say, you know, 10% of the time, 20% of the time, I do a drawing and it's like nope. And I'm drawing on my iPad, so then I just, hide that layer, try drawing it again. Nope. Try drawing, and then, oh, yeah, that's good. Okay. So, I have zero expectation that I'm going to do it the first time and be like, boom, looks just like the 100 other drawings of that same person I did. It's like, it's I mean, think about, I don't know, if you make pizza or something, even probably a master pizza chef, every once in a while they spin in that pizza and they poke their finger through it and okay, we're gonna wrap that ball up again. Let's try spinning it again. Put my finger through it again. And then they might go a year without making a mistake, and then boom, whole bunch of mistakes in a row. Like, what am I? Didn't clip my fingernail. What's going on here? Okay, so Tarja is the girl with the pearl earring by Vermeer. That's fantastic. I'm sure people looking at that are pretty jealous. That's great, Tarja. This is Tom Kincaid's Christmas. I was struggling with this. I have absolutely no idea how to blend. I saw other people saying, yeah, I know, it's so... I'm like, and I was looking at this, I remember, I'm like, sorry, what is the problem with this? This looks great. Yeah, does it look exactly the way Thomas Kincaid did it? No. Especially the more we zoom in, the more things we can find that, could be improved. But, if we look at it from a little bit further away, which is the way most people are going to look at it, we're going to be pretty happy. And it looks great. Yeah, blending is definitely one of the trickiest things one can do with acrylic paint, because the acrylic dries so fast. So, your options are, instead of using water or even matte medium, would be to use like a glazing fluid or a slow dry medium, otherwise known as a paint retarder, to slow the drying time down so that you can blend, so it makes that bit of wet paint stay wet longer so you can blend another color into it. But just know that blending acrylic paints is acrylic paint's greatest weakness. So if you're really into blending paint, you probably want to try using oil paints. You'd probably find that a lot easier, a lot more enjoyable. But that doesn't mean that we can't do anything with acrylic paint at all. It just means it's one of the weaker aspects of acrylic. And as I said, there are some alternative ways that you can kind of fake it out and make it work a little bit better. But yeah, you've honed in on the most difficult aspect of acrylic paint. Okay. Sherry's here. That's great, Sherry. So grateful to have found this community. Have the best week ever. Used markers and touched it up with acrylic. I see. Interesting. I haven't thought of using that technique before. Acrylic, or markers, then acrylic. That makes sense. Great. That's why there's always room for people to innovate and kind of experiment, to try different things. So I think this artwork that's the original kind of orientation of the work, but these are great. I don't know how much I can offer here, Sherry. I mean, I would say that it does appear that it's been executed kind of quickly. Now, you might say, like, wow, I spent like an hour drawing this out. That's not... But, I mean, just the mark making appears to be a little bit... very loose. Not necessarily in a bad way. I mean, especially when I look at this image here, the original the drawing aspect, the underdrawing that you've done, I think it turned out really well. I actually love how loose the hair, particularly of the child, is. I think that's fantastic. I think when it comes to the coloring, it feels like maybe the application of some of the paints could just be a little bit more carefully done, which, you know, just means slowing down and having a little bit more patience, especially when you're beginning. You know, again, maybe sometimes when I do paintings, you know, I might make it look very easy because I might be painting a little bit quicker, but that also just comes from a lot of experience, a lot of familiarity about how to use the paintbrush and change my like hand position. And sometimes I just do that just to speed the process up, and it might make people get the mistaken notion that they should also be painting as quickly as I'm painting, which is my fault, my responsibility, because I sometimes I just get very self-conscious of like, okay, we're live on the air and people are watching, I don't want to waste people's time, so let's go fast. And then I think that sometimes that might give people a feeling of like, oh man, he's going so fast, like, oh, I can't keep up, like, I must not be doing very well if I can't paint that fast. And so that's probably more my responsibility than anything, of maybe giving people an unfair notion of like how long a painting should take. And you can see sometimes they take like 8, 9, 10, 12 hours to do, even when I'm going fast. So, yeah, that's okay. Shelly here. We'll finish another puppy picture. So this I mistakenly put in the drawings, or in the paintings, because we did look. I knew when we were talking about the drawings, I was like, I swear Shelly's done more dog pictures I looked at. And so here it is. I mistakenly put it in within this group. So Shelly, I love these. I think this is even better than the previous dog. I've been working on retiring, so I've been trying to do a picture of for anyone. Sorry, I've been working on retiring, so I've been trying to do a picture for anyone in the office that has a puppy before I leave. That is so sweet. What a generous and kind gesture to make a drawing of everyone at your office or work's dog. That was so cool. Huh. And that's great. I love this kind of dog looking underneath the, I don't know, floorboard, you know, like underneath a door or something. It's pretty funny. Great job. This is, you know, a great example when we were talking with Darlene about, you know, just not worrying about getting it perfect. I love all these little, I guess I was going to say brush strokes, but little pencil marks here. The different variations in value, and some darker, some lighter, all with similar sort of marks. I think that's great. Shelley went to the Prado, and that's in Madrid. Yeah, great museum. There's some very very famous paintings in there. What would I say? Yeah, there's a lot of great museums in Spain. Madrid's got a couple great ones, but the Prado is probably, you know, certainly the top 10 greatest museums in the world, I would say. I don't think you'd have much of a debate amongst artists about that either. Okay, Shelley's. This is my girlfriend wanted me to paint a picture of her camp. I think you said something. I repainted this building, I don't know, 5 or 6 times. I think this looks great. The one thing I would say is compositionally, there's this big empty space in the bottom left. And so it, I don't know. I think we could probably have a big debate amongst ourselves, or, you know, if we had 100 famous landscape painters, what they would say about this. Like, there's something, sometimes that could be really nice, having like kind of breathing room off on the side like that. Especially when you've got some of the other areas of the painting that are much busier. There's lots of detail. Sometimes it could be nice to have an area where it's just sort of like, here's an area where there's just not a lot going on and I can kind of rest my eyes. The one thing, I think it's easier to get away with that when you're doing a sky picture, to have just a big area of blue sky. When it comes to like a grass though, that big undefined area here can make it feel a little unfinished or just empty. Like, surely there would be something over here, like either little bits of flowers, little different colors of grass. Like, you know, I appreciate that it's fairly subtle, but I kind of want something there. Like I don't know, somebody's, you know, a forgotten soccer ball just sitting here, or, you know, this croquet set, lawn bowling balls here, or somebody laying in the grass suntanning, or a group of people sitting cross-legged on the ground listening to a storyteller, or a campfire. Or I just feel like this bottom left is missing something. It's either, and again, it doesn't have to be like many things I just listed, like objects. It could just be some sort of greater differentiation of the grass, like slightly more discolored grass. Like when I look at it on this screen, I see a bit more of kind of warmer greens, which is nice. Yeah, I want something more. Okay, here's Sanju here. Okay, Vermeer, I was doing a long one, but I learned about using glazing fluid as a technique. Cool. Okay, so obviously there's things we can do to improve this. I think mostly just by, if you're using that glazing fluid, just start putting in some very thin, semi-transparent layers of darker colors to add more value to her face and darken in, because that's a big part of Vermeer's work, that kind of theatrical lighting, where some areas are very brightly lit, and some areas, especially towards the back of her head, that are disappearing into the shadow. If we look at the original, you'll see that you can't even really determine where the back of her head and her neck begins and where the background ends or begins. It all just kind of fades out there, and that's one of those beautiful things about this type of painting. Also, these eyes are, there's the whites of the eyes are too white, right? Very rare. Like, we might think of the whites of our eyes as being like white, but you know, if I look at this, if I hold that over, well, it creates a shadow, but this paper, white paper, you know, there's a little bit of white on my eyes, but even then my eyes kind of got some gray, there's a bit of yellow, maybe some greens and browns on there, reds and pinks. I mean, there's lots of different little colors in my eyes. And then the other thing too is, you know, these black dots, which are intended to represent, I think, the pupils and the iris. It makes it look very cartoony when there's just a little dot there. Again, if I just bring this up, look at, like, if right now I'm trying to open my eyes, as wide as possible. And if I do that, I can get some white that goes all the way around my eyes, but I have to be like opening my eyes as like it's painful. Like my forehead is starting to ache when I do that, right? So just think, is that what the girl with the pearl earring is doing? Is she like looking at us like that, or is she's much more relaxed? And so generally 99% of the time our eyelids are overlapping part of our iris and pupils, like 99% of the time. Only unless you are super surprised is there going to be no eyelid touching your eye, your pupil or iris, right? So that what that does is it makes this whole painting look very cartoony very quickly. Like I think if we were to do nothing else but just make an adjustment to those eyes, painting would look very differently. But most of the time when we look at paintings of faces, our eyes go immediately to the eyes in the painting, and then we look at what the eyes are looking at. So in this instance, we look at those eyes, and those eyes are looking at us, so then we look at ourselves. But in all seriousness, like we look at those eyes very quickly, and we start making a judgment very quickly as to like the style. So, oh, it's very cartoony, and then we can be very dismissive. Versus if we were to just, if I just cover those eyes, the rest of the painting looks, actually quite fine. I think the value could be, made stronger, those value contrasts. But I think if we fix those eyes and did nothing else, that painting would take a leap forward. Here's Sanju's version of Monet's impression Sunrise. That's great. That's really good, Sanju. This might be more of a style that might appeal to you, being able to do this, because it is very successful for you. Right, so maybe looking more at Impressionism. Here's your version. It said like a record album cover from '87. I'm not aware of this record album. Whose is this? So this is a Keith Haring drawing, by the way. Keith, we did an episode on Keith Haring, probably 4 years ago almost. Keith Haring was a very prominent New York artist, graffiti artist in the 1980s, famous for doing these very simplified figures. So obviously he must have been commissioned to do some sort of album cover. I like how this turned out. I mean, I think, one of the things that I see with this type of work is, especially the way that Keith Haring painted is very uniform widths of outlining. And that's something that's pretty hard to do with a paintbrush. So you could do, instead of using a paintbrush, you could use like a Posca pen, right? A Posca pen would help you right, because these are acrylic paint pens with a little, very narrow tip. What happened there? Just went out of focus. Right, and so that allows you to get like a very consistent line. And they make some, like these are like the most narrow tips they make, but they do make some that are much thicker, like a Sharpie. And you could use that if you like doing this style of painting. Sanju says, I realized I had so much trouble painting snow because I've never had a real experience with it. That's wild. But I love that you're trying to do it and you did a couple versions of it. This is the Anne Savage painting. Do we do... I think we did 2 episodes of I love Anne Savage's work. Great artist, great Canadian artist, like criminally underrated, I think. But yeah, I love that you tried doing the same painting twice here. I think that's really cool, because I think it's the same painting, right? But just one, and it's also funny to me that, you know, you tried doing the version in the with the snow, which is what the original one is, and then you might have been like, man, sorry. And so you did a version in the snow, you weren't happy with it. So then you decided, I'm going to try doing the same image again, but I'm just going to make it look like something I'm maybe more familiar with, a landscape that doesn't have snow. So you turned it into a much more tropical painting, which I think is beautiful. I think that's making it your own, right? If you've never really experienced snow before, trying to paint snow is like, that makes it a pretty big challenge, right? So I think there's something very wonderful about taking this artwork and stripping all the snow out of it and making it look a little bit warmer. That's cool. I like that. Sanju did here Hokusai's The Great Wave. I omitted lots of details in this one as I was getting tired. The level's increasing, but I also learn other cultures and techniques. That's cool. That makes me happy that that's what you're taking away from this, is learning a little bit more about other techniques, learning other cultures from around the world and how they have expressed themselves in art. Very cool. Yeah, this is good. It is interesting. It's like, maybe did I use a toothbrush to flick little driplets of splotches of paint on? I might have. Did I do that for this one? I can't remember. But I do see that appears to be what you've done here, like little drops and stains all over, which give it a really cool effect. It does give, I mean, it just immediately lends itself to a feeling of spray, of water, and kind of stuff. I think it's great. Okay. So we're going to look at Robin's work here next. So Robin painted Brett Whitley's Pink Heron. So that's the original, and this is your version. It's a little out of focus, but I think we got the main things there. Or Brett Whiteley? Is that how you say Whiteley? Not Whitley? Whiteley is probably how you say his name. You know, one of the cool things about when I was in Australia is I toured some of the major museums in Sydney, and there's, I mean, a lot of excellent Australian artists that I had never heard of before. I won't really have time this year to focus on their work, but I've got them kind of penciled in for next year, which I know sounds like a long ways away, but 4 years ago, I didn't think I would be doing even a few more months, but here I am 4 years ago doing it. So, but yeah, these are great. I love that painting. I can see why you were attracted to it. I think your version worked out pretty darn well as well. I think there's, you know, the original's pretty complex, like doing what's going on here in the sky. That reminds me of, oh, what's her name? We've done so many artists. My mind starts blending. Oh, man. She was a contemporary of George O'Keeffe, a Canadian artist who had moved down to Nevada or New Mexico. There was kind of an art community. Anyway, we did something. She did something similar to the sky that Brett Whiteley did here. So this might be an interesting painting to explore when we get a little bit closer there. I'll maybe circle back to this robin and maybe we could try doing it together. So Robin wanted to draw this person here, Vincent Namatjira. I don't know. He's the 2020 winner of the Archibald Portrait Prize. I don't know if that's an Australian or Commonwealth portraiture award, but I guess this is the artist, I think, right? And so this is the photograph. And he had some sort of like, I don't know how to draw Aboriginal person's dark skin, so I put contours where I thought the skin was darker and shaded these areas. Okay, drawing. So drawing a person and getting their skin tone is tricky. Obviously, if you're painting, it's a lot easier because you just try to match the skin tone, whether it's darker or lighter, and whatever kinds of variations of brown. Like even Caucasian skin tones are essentially brown, just with a little bit more white mixed in. When it comes to drawing a person of color, though, that does present some challenges because, you know, if you're starting with a piece of white paper, then ideally it's if their skin color is a darker brown, then it doesn't make sense for it to stay white. Now, I would suggest that there's no one on Earth who has literally white skin. All of us have skin that is some variation of brown. So even if you're drawing, you know, the whitest, like Conan O'Brien, like someone from Ireland, where part of my family's from, you still want to, you know, probably add some level of gray on there, because no one is perfectly white, right? So that's often I see people are drawing portraits of people. They just sort of draw the major facial features and leave the skin white. So you can do that, but obviously that's an abstraction from reality. You probably want to darken the majority of it in, except for a few little highlights, maybe on the nose and cheeks, maybe a little bit on the lips, maybe a reflection in the eye. Obviously, when it comes to drawing, if you're going to, however, try to keep the majority of the drawing untouched and the skin, if you're not going to shade the skin in at all, then you have to rely a lot more on drawing those facial features carefully. 1 second. Which I think you've done a really great job at, right? Like the differences in like the shape of the nose or the eyes, eyebrows, ears, lips, all those things can to some extent be culturally, you know, we could make some gross generalizations that certain people from this part of the world, from this culture, have this shape of a nose or eyes and that kind of stuff. And if you're careful about doing that, then kind of like what we see in this picture, you can do fairly accurate drawing that might convey even their ethnicity, even though the majority of the face has been left white. So, you know, I think that you've done a great drawing here. I mean, obviously that's quite pixelated. It was very small. I still think even here we could, you know, you've let's say you've drawn these eyes quite dark, the hair kind of dark, the eyebrows and nostrils. But again, if we squint our eyes and we look at them side by side, I think you'd notice underneath the jaw is much darker, right? You know, if I look at that, I would place, you know, some of the darkest areas under the jaw as being, you know, almost as dark as maybe the top part of that lip or underneath the nose, whereas yours, you know, it's almost like we've drawn the top part of the face, and then this whole area is very subtle, whereas actually this needs to get, like, it needs to be probably as dark, if not even darker, than the eyes. That has nothing really to do with the ethnicity. It's just in terms of like the drawing that jawline, because he's got a pretty, you know, he's got a strong chin, right, and a little bit of a baby face, so it makes his face a little bit rounder. But yeah, and this is a portrait of him with Queen Elizabeth II. Wild. Okay. So you've taken some quite big liberties here. So that's the original fellow, and that's, I mean, obviously it's probably a different picture, but that's him with Queen Elizabeth. Were the two of them, they seem like quite the odd couple. Did he wear an AC/DC shirt while he met the Queen? I mean, it's conceivable. I mean, an Aboriginal person probably doesn't have a tremendous amount of respect for the Queen, so it wouldn't surprise me if he would dress up like that to meet her. But actually, really, I like the way that these are painted. You know, is there some distortion in the facial features and proportions? Yeah, for sure. But I don't necessarily mind that. Like, I kind of like the way these faces are painted. You know, you know, despite the way that her face is painted, it kind of looks like Queen Elizabeth II, right? I mean, that might upset some people. Like, my mother's a big royal watcher, and she might look at that in horror because she has a great deal of respect for the Queen. You know, no offense to anybody, but I'm not such a fan myself, so I find that actually kind of funny. But oddly enough, it does look kind of like her. You managed to capture a likeness there. One thing for me, I find more distracting is that his shoulder seems to kind of be wider. Like, I would expect his shoulder to kind of end right here, and I suspect maybe that's because you put the AC/DC in and ran out of room, so it actually expanded the body to fit that on there, which is fine. Not a big deal. None of them are, it doesn't bother me either way. But just, like, whose work does that look like? Who drew faces like that? I feel like we even did an artist who painted that way. Like, especially the way that you've drawn noses like that. Totally escapes me. But anyway, I think this is, I would do more paintings like this. I think that's really cool, Robin. I think that this is pretty fun. Robin says, I don't like how the clothes meet the skin and overlap. We're talking about this, must be. Okay, don't like how the skin and the clothes overlap. I mean, potentially that means it's because we might be missing some shadows that would be underneath, right? So, if, you know, probably, even if the clothes meet right up to the skin, there's probably going to be a little bit of, you know, some shadow underneath here as the, or on one side or the other. You know, choosing to paint the queen wearing pink. You know, pink is fairly close to the skin tone. So that's going to create maybe a little bit of confusion between the two. So maybe choosing a different color for the clothing, or just making the collar itself very different might help a little bit. Oh, so this is a self-portrait he did with the queen. So this is his painting, not your painting. Is that what... Oh, okay, so Barbara says, I thought this was... Okay. Very interesting. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I still have the same kind of criticisms of this and things that I like about it too, right? That's... Yeah, I mean, yeah, again, you can see why it's, you know, the fact that she's still recognizable despite how distorted her face looks says something about his ability as an artist. That's pretty cool. Huh. Very cool. Okay, Robin did this Roy Lichtenstein painting, which we did, I don't know, probably a couple years ago. We did all the dots by hand, and these dots that you've done are impeccable. How did you do that? Is that with a Q-tip? How did you get them to be so round and circular? That is pretty tricky to pull off. Very impressed. Great job, Robin. I mean, I think the one thing I would say is probably going and darkening, let's say, her nose a little bit in particular. Just making those outlines a little bit wider is going to help make them a little bit more visible. Like right now, they kind of disappear into all those dots, because those dots are pretty overpowering, right? Not a big deal, just worth mentioning though. I like this, the Tolerator. I really like this artist a lot as well, and this really turned out pretty cool. Nothing I can offer there. This is great. Also love this Robin. And he had this kind of idea that how you were going to do, like, I had an idea for, I was going to cut these long strips of masking tape, and this pretty complex thing. I'd still have to see how that would turn out. I think it sounds like it could be a pretty cool artwork, all completed. I don't know if you ended up doing that at all, but I'd love to see the photo on the Facebook group and take a look at it. But that's, yeah, it's pretty cool. This, I did, you know, it's one of those things that I would love to have done an image for the Chinese New Year, especially a dragon. It's pretty cool. It's just, I didn't think of it in time until pretty much we were at the date, but should make a point of trying to do that for next year. Looks great. So when Robin's saying, I don't like how you're talking about how you don't like how the clothes overlap. Is this what you're talking about, this painting? Or this drawing? Okay, well, if that is what we're talking about, again, what we want to do is there's going to be some sort of shading or highlights along these areas. So, you know, even if I just look at this, you know, let's say it kind of curves and gets pretty dark in around the edges, and then it actually seems to almost lighten up around the center of the chest here. Same sort of thing here on the collar. Notice how dark it gets back here. versus here. Like, let's look at this. So, if we were just to imagine drawing the neck here. Right, and we've got the sport jacket kind of coming down. So we've got this area which you've defined. And here's the chin. And then I would also do, here we've got like I see underneath his jaw. It's not even in focus, is it? Alright, so trying to kind of, as this fabric curls around in here, it gets much darker. Even though it's black, that's why I always suggest that instead of using black paint, that one uses mixes your own black. Obviously this is a drawing, but even if we were to paint this, I would paint this with kind of almost start with a gray and then darken progressively so that these areas in here just become bone black, or bone black. Bone white. I guess if you burn bones, they'll go black. That's odd, Michael. Let's go to Rio. Cool, Rio. So we haven't done an Egon Schiele painting before, but I like how you're experimenting with that. Wild. Okay, so first of all, there's... Oh, sorry. So here's Rio's artwork. Let's... This is great. I like how you've painted around the stems of these leaves. And instead of painting that black line on top of the background, you've kind of just let those darker layers from below come through. That looks really nice. That's time and patience, right? It would be much easier to paint that whole thing gray and then just to paint those lines over top and be done with it. That took an extra time and it turned out really well. also the way you've painted that face is gorgeous. I can't remember offhand like how Chile would have painted something like this, but just your interpretation of it, I think, is a little bit different than the original, but is kind of, it's pretty cool. It's pretty innovative, and I think that is pretty exciting. One thing I would say is that nostril looks a little odd. I would expect it to be, if the eyes, we've talked about this a number of times, but let's bring that. Let's say you've got we're thinking of this kind of coming through, face being on an angle. I would expect, if we got nostril here, that other nostril would be next to it. Right? Whereas currently, so we've got this nose here. I think it looks to me like that other nostril is right there. Is that right? I mean, that's the way it looks to me. So it looks like you've got your eyes well aligned. In fact, this eye should probably be down here. But I would have those nostrils side by side. Not a big deal. I mean, maybe Chile did that very same thing himself. I don't know, but it is a really cool painting. I'm very proud of you for attempting it, especially because we haven't done a Chile painting yet together either. So well done, Rio. Pascaline says, from the best offer or deception. That's a deception. The best offer. Look at it. Let's look at it. I am not aware of this film. The best offer. I like Jeffrey Rush. Donald Sutherland. A lot of great actors in it. The actor Jeffrey Rush mentioned something like it's a Yangtze. Is it? So is this your painting, or is this the painting that was in the movie? I'm not quite sure what I'm looking at here, Pascaline. I mean, I like this artwork. I don't know if you made this or if this is an artwork that you, like a screenshot from some part in the movie. So, I mean, I think it's kind of cool. I think the perspective is definitely, a little bit wonky, in that table in behind her is really, like, I mean, it looks like we're looking at her from above anyway, but the table behind her, the perspective has been made even more extreme. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it's bad or it's wrong. I mean, sometimes artists do that kind of thing to amplify a particular kind of feeling. So, like, by putting the table kind of almost as if it's kind of tipping over in behind her, it gives a really extreme dynamic quality to the composition. Because probably instead of the table being kind of above her head, it would probably be kind of, you know, around her eye line, or maybe even lower, maybe around where her sleeves are potentially, right? But either you or the artist who created this original thing has really amplified that and made it so much more flat composition. Which, as I've said before, is really the history of modern art, is this increasing flatness. Like, you know, like the Cubists were doing that, taking the three-dimensional world like a cube, a cardboard box, unfolding it flat onto a table, right? And so then we get all of these weird interconnected faceted shapes kind of that don't normally sit side by side, sitting side by side. Like you imagine taking a face, you know, these two ears on either side, and if we were to pull this open, now you're seeing both ears from straight on, right? Which is very unusual, very strange. But I like the way this is painted. This also feels like a comic book or something. It looks to me like a lot of like anime. A lot of my students, university students, love this kind of stuff. So, and a lot of the female characters always seem to have uniforms like this. But it looks great. I like this. Very cool, Pascaline. Let's move on. Pascal was talking about a George O'Keeffe exhibition at the Museum of Fine Arts in Montreal. Huh. That's cool. I love that. Looks like they had a bunch of her tools on display as well. I love that kind of stuff. I love, you know, looking at artist palettes and paintbrushes and their various different tools like that. That is very cool. Abdul says, my drawings. What does that mean, Abdul? I think we might have talked about your drawings probably about an hour ago, so maybe you want to just take a look. It's just Prayang says, do you draw anime? Well, I don't personally draw anime, but I can draw anime. I would say most of my university students draw anime, so I've taken it upon myself to learn a lot more about the whole genre and the style. And you're certainly welcome to upload some pictures of some drawings, anime drawings, if you like, and I can give you some feedback. Okay, some more George O'Keeffe images. We have a couple of George O'Keeffe paintings coming up within the next maybe 2 months. Can't remember the schedule offhand, but I'm excited to do those because I've been using them in my in-person classes for a while, and people seem to love those. They seem to be some of the most popular ones we do in class. So I think when we paint them together here in online, those will probably be some of the more popular ones. Pascal did this Van Gogh, a Too Tiny Study. I like that one a lot. This cornfield, famous painting, believed by some people to be the very last painting Van Gogh did before he died. It's just Praying says, it's very interesting on how the aspects of drawing anime are different from drawing realistically. To some extent, but I think to be a good anime drawer, you also want to have a great familiarity with other types of drawing. Because, yeah, there's a particular style to it, but being familiar with just anime style is not enough. In fact, if you don't learn other, you know, so-called maybe proper proportion, your anime drawings are going to look kind of awkward. So I think you want to know how to draw, you know, the basic proportions as you know, as we all have them, because anime is an exaggeration or a reduction of certain particular features repeated over and over again. And so the more familiar you are with that, I think the easier you'd find drawing anime. So where should we start here? So I think we looked at, Pascal's been working on this concept for a while here. This is the first version of an artwork he wants to do. And then these are some notes that he's put on there. I mean, I love this idea of making notes to yourself about what you want to do. It's not so sure drawing and writing all over your own artwork like this is useful or helpful. I mean, I guess I'm more, but if that's the way it works for you and your brain to help sort out what needs to be done, then by far go for it for sure. I guess, like my original background is in drawing. Like my major in undergrad was drawing, and I did drawing as well as painting and photography. And so I always think I approach photography, I approach painting, I approach performance, I approach filmmaking, whatever else that I happen to do. I have sculpture. I tend to all approach it through drawing. So I have a particular investment in drawing, not necessarily always as a means to other ends, but a mean in and of itself, right? That a drawing can be just as beautiful and valuable as a painting or a sculpture, which is not traditionally the way drawing is seen. Drawing is always seen as like the thing you do before you make a sculpture, before you make a painting, you make a drawing, and then after the painting's done, you throw the drawing in the trash. It's no longer useful. So I don't know. I guess when I see a drawing that's got marks and things all over it, I'm like, oh, poor drawing. It's so beautiful. Like, I like this drawing like this. I think that's pretty cool, especially if we could frame it and all that stuff would disappear. So when I see you kind of writing all over it, I feel like, oh, couldn't we have done that on another piece of paper? But that's just me, because I think your drawing is pretty cool. Now, so then you did this, I think this is in the correct order, then you did your first painted sketch based on it. I like you're kind of plotting out your ideas like this. That's cool. And then this, I don't know. I don't think I've got a finished version of it though. I think this is the last image I have of this painting. I don't know if you're still in the chat there, Pascal, but I don't know if you're still working on this whole process, but I would love to see you finish this and what that might look like. Like you say, there's plenty of symbolism all over the composition. That's great. I love it when artists kind of sprinkle their own little images within an artwork that gives it meaning. Like the perfect example of that would be Frida Kahlo, right? Frida Kahlo, for much of her adult life was confined to a wheelchair or her bed, certainly towards the end of her life, and couldn't travel. Literally, they would take her bed out of her house and wheel it into the art gallery so she could attend her own art exhibitions. So one of the things she did is she had a mirror installed above her bed, and they built an easel so she could lay down in bed and paint her self-portrait. But she obviously got bored pretty quickly of just painting her face over and over, and was like, well, what could I do? I could paint my face, and I could put my face onto the body of a deer. I could paint my face and put it on I could paint the top of my body, and then I could have monkeys and birds and things climbing all over around me. I could have airplanes going around, and all those things become highly symbolic because they represent things that, you know, she can't do, right? Or she wants to do, or they have other meanings beyond that. Like an airplane could talk about, you know, her desire to travel elsewhere, but she's confined to this bed. So, you know, and the monkeys and birds and things talk about like the wilderness and things that she would love to be able to explore but can't, and she can only do through her imagination. Okay. Another thing Pascal talked about here was, how do you clean your brushes from varnish? And I think you were saying there's something wrong with your brush. I don't know if it's kind of it's stuck together. Well, you know, it depends on what kind of varnish you're using. If it's a water-based varnish, like an acrylic-based varnish, or if it's an oil-based varnish. And obviously, if you're using an oil-based varnish and you go to clean it with soap and water in your sink, well, you're going to be there for a long time, right? Whereas if you use some odorless mineral spirits or turpentine, right, that's going to clean that brush very quickly. It also stinks and it's toxic, and you got to be careful, you know, both splashing it in your eyes and that kind of stuff. So I don't know, maybe you experienced some difficulty cleaning your brush because you maybe didn't realize you're painting with an oil-based varnish rather than a water-based varnish. Maybe, I don't know. If you're painting with a water-based varnish, cleanup shouldn't be any more difficult than it is to clean up a regular paintbrush. You know, there are, you know, oil paint varnishes can be kind of complicated. I've seen some where you literally need like a hot plate, and you heat the varnish up in like a, you know, like an old soup pan, and you're stirring it, and then you're applying the sort of a little bit kind of hot, warmer varnish over the surface, and that can definitely take a bit of a toll on your materials. But I suspect, so I mean, maybe you, I mean, I would just think, and you can apply oil-based, well, I don't know, actually, now I'm thinking about it. Can you apply oil-based varnish on top of a acrylic painting? I don't know. I was going to say, yeah, you can, but maybe not. Obviously, an acrylic-based varnish should go on very easily. I don't think so. Yeah, there might be that. That's the only thing I can conceive as to why you might have run into some problems. Another thing. So Pascal is wanting to paint on, this looks like some sort of linen, and has putting some transparent gesso on it so you can see that coat. But said here, I built my stretched canvas with imported linen and light wood. I want to prime it before stapling it. You can do that. I would say though that you almost always want to stretch your canvas before you gesso it. Now, yeah, because one of the main purpose of a gesso, besides like protecting the surface and keeping it from buckling, is to stabilize it from kind of wrinkles. So if you, like some people will, like I like to take my canvas, stretch it over a frame, and then gesso it, and what will happen is it will, as it dries, it'll tighten up, and it'll be like a drum, right? Literally, if I, you know, I've got a few of these around here, you can flick your finger and you can hear it. It sounds like a drum, right? And so that's usually what people do. Sometimes people will stretch the canvas onto the wall, staple it on the wall, and then gesso it. But gessoing it when it's loose, one thing it can do is because as it dries, it's going to it'll try to shrink. And that's why if you stretch it over something, even if it's not super tight, as it shrinks, it'll all tighten up into a drum. It might not be as tight as a drum if you really stretched it and then gessoed it, and then it's going to be super taut. It might even be, if you do it really hard, it could even tear, because but if you do it like this, what can happen is that as it shrinks, those wrinkles kind of get baked in. Therefore, if you do try to stretch it, you might notice it's very wrinkly. Like, I see this image, and then I don't know if this is still wet or you've then tried to subsequently stretch it over the frame, but I see these sort of wrinkly bits here that might not ever be able to get. I don't think you'll ever be able to get those out, because they're now, baked in when the gesso dried is. You'll never, yeah. So, yeah, and linen can be kind of expensive too. The other thing too, when you're stretching canvas, is you may want to use, let me just see if I can find my pliers. So when you're stretching canvas, you'd probably, if you're going to be doing a lot of this, you'd probably want to invest in these like canvas pliers. I can't remember what these things are called. Canvas, I think it would be canvas plier. I think it would be, let me just show you. So you can see this one's got kind of a bit of a rubber grip, and this one's got some teeth on it. It doesn't really matter so much. In fact, sometimes even having these teeth, you want, because you're basically stretching the canvas behind the frame. Okay, give me one more second here. So here's a typical kind of canvas panel. Like, so this is what I have done many times in the past. Get a piece of like maybe like 1/2-inch plywood, and then I use a table saw, or you could ask the folks at Home Depot to cut them down into rectangular pieces for you if you like. And then use a router or the table saw to kind of cut in a little groove here. So like a nail can fit in here, and there's a little lip on that bottom side. Right, so it kind of looks like that, and we can put, you know, a nail or a screw will sit on there. That's kind of right. So if you put that nail inside, the extra little lip there can hang on that. Anyway, and then what you do is you've got your canvas and you've got these clamps, right? So what you do is you staple something here, and then you do this, and then you just yank it. You're trying to pull it against here so that the canvas pulls this way up, and then you're pulling it, and then you're using like an electric stapler or spring-made, you know, like a heavy-duty stapler to bang in those nails, and then you're stretching from the center, right? You do a few there, then you turn, then you do this side, and do this side. So you've got a few here, and then slowly you're expanding here, and then do your corners last. And then when you're all done, you get a nice smooth surface without any wrinkles on it. And the same sort of thing if you do this on a canvas that is, you know, it's got a stretcher bar, right? The only difference is that this has got a solid piece of wood here as opposed to an open square in here where you have a bit more of that drum surface. So, you know, I'm a little bit, when I see this, this is going to be a harder surface to paint on because it looks really loose, and like I can already see it looks like the edge of the wood frame underneath there. That's going to be very prevalent. The other thing you may want to do if you're doing this kind of thing is have beveled edges on your frame so that you have so in other words, each piece of wood is like that, so that the canvas goes around and then you're stapling in on that side. As opposed to what appears to be like this is these square pieces of wood, and what ends up happening is the canvas, instead of kind of pulling against that edge, whenever you're painting, you start to see the canvas, like you're gonna have a like, so your canvas is like this. You're gonna start to see this edge appear in here where the canvas is always pulling against that thing, and especially if you take your brush and you brush it down here, it's gonna go here and then create a line as it goes over that edge. Anyway, big tangent there. Just a couple more from Pascal. These are great. I love these Francis Bacon paintings. We're doing a Bacon painting in July, I think. So I'm excited to explore his work. One of the great Irish, English, British painters. Pascal says, yeah, my linen fabric is the wrong type. It's too thin. Well, linen can be pretty linen can be pretty transparent. In fact, some people pay a premium for that really, really thin linen because it tends to have less texture on it. And, you know, if you're painting, unless your painting is in front of a window, you know, you're not expecting to be able to see through it, right? So even if it is like almost transparent and you put it up against a wall, you shouldn't see the frame through it, right? Because it's dark in behind. It's only if there was light coming in from the other side would you be able to see through it. So I don't think your linen is the wrong type. There's not really a wrong type of linen. I think it's just the way that you've gone about preparing that surface that, I wouldn't say it's wrong, but I would just say it would go against my advice, and I think it's going to make your life tricky to continue working on it. I mean, I think you may want to consider using that linen for tests and for playing around, for practicing, and get a new piece of linen or same kind of linen, stretch it, and then gesso it. And I think everything would be you'd be like, whoa, because especially linen will like make for a super taut drum-like surface if you prepare. I mean, that's why linen tends to be like 3 times the price of canvas. I love painting on linen. Some of my favorite paintings I've ever done are on linen. It has a smell too. I can almost just, I don't have any, it's by, I don't think it's any coincidence either that I think almost everything I've ever painted on linen has sold because maybe I've just done my best work on linen. So Sarah says, when are we going back to the Passover painting? The Nelly painting, I'm going to finish it. I'm just, I was planning on spending all day today working on it, but yesterday, and I was going to do what I'm doing now yesterday, but my daughter was sick yesterday, so I was taking care of her all day. And then, so this got bumped to today. La, la, la. Yeah, so, and then I'm not sure when I might have some time tomorrow to work on it. We'll see. But yeah, no, I haven't forgotten about it. Definitely, that's high priority for me, is working on Nelly's Last Supper. These are great, Pascal. Okay. Let's look at this painting here. Odalus. I just finished this painting for my hubby. It took me 4 months to do. I call it Purio and Barclaquin. Okay, so instead of Poirot and Harlequin, it's Purio and Barclaquin. Okay, I got it. Okay. And then you've got these 3-dimensional aspects, little things you've glued onto the surface. I love that. It's like wire coming out for whiskers. Really neat. I love this. Wow, and I included this here because you posted this. I fought with this painting, but finally listened to Michael and let the painting dictate what it wanted to be, and I'm pleased with its whimsy. I was literally laughing while painting it, which is what I like to do. Whenever I'm painting, there's lots of laughter. People will be like, what are you laughing at? I'm like, are you listening to some funny podcast? I'm like, no, I'm just laughing at myself, laughing at my painting. My husband calls it the magical realism. I agree. Yeah, totally. Magical realism is a whole genre, mostly in literature, but you hear people sometimes talking about it with art, which is similar to surrealism, but a little bit different, especially in the literature world. There's more of a differentiation. Done with acrylic, iridescent acrylic, and modeling paste. On an 18 by 24 canvas with wires and metal bell. I added a pic showing its 3D quality. I hope you like it. And here's some questions. This is why I added this here. Is there anything to be improved? The canvas lifted and the bottom half and it's wavy now. Is there a way to fix that? Okay, let's go through these one by one. The canvas lifted. I'm not sure what that means. It's wavy now. Okay, well, let's see. So, I don't know if maybe you bought a pre-stretched canvas like this. And often when you buy those canvases, you'll notice they come with this little bag, and sometimes it's just sort of stapled into the corner, and you're like, what? And you're like, what is this thing for? What? And then often people just throw them in the trash. So what these things are for is you take these and you, with a hammer, so you get it in here and you bang this in. And what that actually is intended to do, because often these joints aren't glued, they're just held together by the wood being kind of, you know, these joints being fairly tight, but also when you stretch the canvas over it, it pulls them in pretty tight. But if you hammer that in, what it's actually going to do is pull these joints apart. Right, so you have these kind of two pieces of wood, and when you hammer them in, it kind of parts them away from one another. And what that does is it makes the canvas more taut. It makes it more drum-like. So that's what these guys are for. Now, once the canvas, if you've painted on it and it's a little bit wavy like that, you could try to bang them out and to stretch them. Some people will literally, even if it's really bad, just take the canvas right off the stretcher and build a new stretcher for it. You know, that, I mean, obviously you have to have some kind of power tools and things to do that kind of thing, because you're talking about making a stretcher that's, you know, we're talking like, you know, 3 centimeters longer or whatever, or, you know, 1/8 of an inch longer. So most people aren't going to go to that effort, but, you know, if this painting became like a really, you know, important painting, and it was sold for lots of money, probably a conservator would do just that. Would take it off the stretcher, make a custom stretcher just for it, and re-stretch it to try to get those wrinkles out. If it's got wrinkles in it right now, yeah, then that's what you can use, those little shims there to re-stretch it. The canvas board also bowed a little and won't lay flat. Is there a way to fix that? Yeah, so yeah, it definitely sounds like something happened with the stretcher. So, you know, if you've got it, you know, even, and that's the thing with these, like, you know, you get canvases at the dollar store. Even this one here, you can see that there's, you know, it's not laying flat, and my table is reasonably flat. So that tells me that, you know, it's a little bit crooked. You know, if I look at it from the side, I can see that this corner is up a little bit higher. So, is there a way to fix that? Again, the easiest, well, maybe not the easiest, would be to re-stretch it on a more straight frame, and considering it is a little bit wavy, that at least then you solve two things by doing that. Another way, I suppose, what you could do would be to take, you know, a piece of plywood and screw that to the back, which obviously will make the painting a little bit thicker. So I think perhaps a piece of plywood, you could take it off the stretcher and stretch it over a piece of plywood. Obviously you want to make sure the plywood itself is lays flat. How can I hang this piece? Can it be framed? Is it too thin to add hardware? Oh, it's too thin. Why is it too thin? Oh, so okay, so it's a canvas board. Okay, my apologies. I totally missed the pertinent information up here. So you were painting on... So you were painting on, like, one of the things we paint in class, and probably was a fairly inexpensive canvas board. And what sounds to me has happened... Okay, I got it. Sorry, it's taking me some time. The canvas board has separated from the so the board is separated from the canvas, and it got wavy. That's okay. So it's probably a very cheap piece. Okay. Man, oh man. What would you do to solve that? Well, I suppose you could take the canvas off the board and then try re-stretching it onto probably a piece of plywood. Yeah, I mean, then you can, like I've done here, you could use a router to cut this notch in here, as I was showing a little bit earlier. You know, if you, like, a frame could help. If you put this behind a frame, and you could buy frames from a local art supply store that a canvas board can fit inside of. Yeah, the canvas, you know, it might be a thick frame and the canvas board is just right up against the front, right? But it could still fit in there. You might just have to put in some... a good framing place would know how to do this. It wouldn't be their first time. Even if you took it to Michael's and said, I got this canvas board, I want to frame it. But the wrinkles are going to be kind of... They might kind of be less apparent if it's framed. Now, in terms of hardware, I mean, you could hang it without framing it. You can get like little hangers, you know, like things that you hang posters and kind of glue them onto the back, and that could be Velcro that you could put onto the wall. That's an idea for an episode that I should talk about. Okay, I'm gonna move on here. So this is Lisa here, painted the Sonia Delaunay painting. That looks great. And then did you, I don't know if you framed this, or this is just a mock-up using a frame you found online, but that would look really nice framed like that. I like that kind of slightly greenish yellow frame, the triple matte. I think that would look really cool. It really brings out some of the kind of lime colors in the painting, and also accentuates the pinks. That's cool. And then you showed this mock-up of what it could look like if it was painted onto a vase. And a number of questions in the chat or on the Facebook group were like, did you make a vase like that? And like, no, it's just a mock-up. But that would look really cool. I mean, Sonia Delaunay was such an incredible artist. Also of Ukrainian descent, too. So another reason why I particularly might like her, but I also she was married to Robert Delaunay, who kind of during their lifetimes was by far the more celebrated of the two artists. But over the decades, her work, not that his work was bad or anything. He was part of like a group of, he was kind of both cubist and vorticist kind of style of painting. But her work, I think, has really continued to grow in its appreciation as more and more people see her work. She has become a real pioneer in fashion design, and kind of blurring the boundaries between fashion and art. Like, she would make her own clothes, even sometimes paint on her own clothes. These would be the types of fabrics. I mean, we did a whole episode talking about her, but I think she would be she was so ahead of her time that I think even if she was alive today, she would turn heads walking around town wearing the clothes that she made. Like, and so you can just imagine 100 years ago seeing a woman walking around with clothes that looked like this, with these really super bold, bright, not even patterns, like they're not even necessarily repeating images, but just these compositions. People were like, whoa, this woman is crazy, lost her mind. Today, if you walk around in clothes like this, people would be like, whoa, you're a fashion star. She'd be put on the cover of like Vogue magazine. So, again, another, I wouldn't say necessarily tragic. I think she, lived a pretty good life, but, I think you understand why artists like Sonia Delaunay have achieved huge, are just way more celebrated now than unfortunately while they were alive. I love this too, Lisa. This is great. This is kind of interesting. I like how you've taken this Frida Kahlo painting. Say it's inspired by her, but I feel like you've done something new to it. It's almost like, it seems like elevated somehow. Maybe you did the painting before and then came back to it and then painted colors on top, like thin glazes or something on it. But there's a level of complexity to this painting that is certainly beyond what we did originally when I painted this painting, because I probably painted this painting in an hour and a half or something. Or it might have been 2 hours, which at the time when I did this painting was like crazy long painting session. And now I'm lucky if I can get a painting done in 3.5 hours, because for whatever reason I just can't stop. And it makes things more complicated for myself, which is why some of those early painting episodes might be useful for beginner painters if they're looking at some of the stuff I'm doing now, like, oh my goodness, this is taking too long. Maybe go back and watch some of that first run of my How to Paint series, and you'd be like, oh yeah, these are easier. Most of these are like 2 hours, hour and a half, hour long paintings. Those are easier. But this looks great, Lisa. I like that a lot. Those are really beautiful. Just like the textures that you're getting here. Excellent. Okay, Lisa, this is a Paul Klee painting, and says, I want to do many more from Klee. Yeah, Paul Klee is also, he's made most of his paintings appear very simple. I think they're not, I was going to say deceptively complicated. I don't think they're deceptively or even necessarily complicated, which was his goal. His goal was to be as kind of, well, I don't know if his goal was to be simple, but he really tried to bring forth this kind of childlike approach to painting and composition and abstraction that had a huge influence on modern art for sure. And yeah, that's a reason why we've done a number of clay paintings as some of our beginner paintings, because they are a lot more accessible for artists. And it seems like there's a lot more room for play in a painting like this than there is in some other paintings we've done, for sure. Okay, there's Lisa's Bertha Morisot. That's beautiful too. Again, I think this is some kind of website you've gone on that you can upload an image and it shows you what it would look like in a frame, which is a great idea. That's a great idea for people to do, just explore, you know, what it could look like if you were to put it in behind a frame, and what different frames will do for an artwork. In my past life, I used to build frames, and I've built frames that are on paintings and drawings that are hanging in the Museum of Modern Art and the LA County Museum of Art and the Museum of Contemporary Art in Los Angeles. It can be pretty tricky to find the right frame for an artwork, and to, you know, what color it is, what shape it is. Some frames are really, you know, intricate, and some are extremely simple. You know, sometimes artists just leave it up to the collector to do it. Some artists build their own frames for their own artworks and have very strict ideas of what that frame should look like. Francis Bacon, who Pascal had done just a few images of just recently. He made the frames, or had frames made for all of his work. They're very specific. He had a very specific idea of what those frames should look like, which, you know, runs almost very counter to the work that he made. Okay, Lena. This is my third painting I've ever painted. Suzanne Valadon's cat. I made it a week ago. I had a lot of fun with it. It made me get rid of some perfectionism. Painting is giving me a lot of... Give me a lot of pleasure. Okay, good. I like to hear that. That's cool. I'm so proud of you that this is your third painting and this is what you're creating. Man, I just get so excited thinking about what people are going to be painting when they're working on their 30th painting, or 300th painting, what we're going to see. Okay. So, here's grumpy old Kev. Has been painting, doing some digital art here. And since some people have asked about digital art, here's an artist, part of our community, who has been doing digital art. And, you know, drawing on an iPad or your phone or any other kind of tablet, a Wacom tablet, an Android tablet, is different, for sure, than drawing on paper or painting on canvas or paper. But in many ways, the same principles apply. And I would, again, suggest, even if you're doing a digital painting, doing kind of an imprimatura as well, and then applying kind of thin layers of you know, because you can create different layers in a digital artwork, can make for really nice effects that will really help make that painting look more like an actual painting than a digital image. Because a digital image, everything can tend to look very flat, to the point where it kind of feels almost soulless, right? And it's like, oh, it doesn't have the textural qualities of a real painting. But you know, all of these images that Kev made, you know, I think another layer that he's added to it is this texture that kind of replicates the look of canvas. So when I was first looking at these, I was like, what? Because often I look at the images before I read your captions for them, and I'm like, what on, how is this done? It looks like it's like some kind of glisse print or something. You know, it's like a, you can find like famous paintings that are reproduced, printed onto canvas in this glisse format, and then stretched over a frame, and it looks like a painting, but you get up close and it's obviously there's no texture because it's been printed from a printer. And often they kind of have this quality. But I think you've done an exceptional job, Kev, of making these digital artworks look about as realistic in terms of looking like an actual painting as one could possibly do that. And so, you know, really that comes to using these semi-transparent layers, or sort of like brushes, digital brushes that kind of have soft edges as opposed to like solid lines, which again sit right on the surface. I think the thing that kind of gives it all away really is your signature, right? I think you've done these immaculate paintings, and then I feel a little disappointed that then you just take this solid brush and then just quickly write your name over top. I'm like, oh, because that kind of gives it away, right? I think if you didn't do this, if we just edited your signatures out of these paintings, they would look like they were oil paintings or acrylic paintings. We'd have no idea. So like, here's this Van Gogh that we did. Oh, I should also mention this is an L.S. Lowry painting. We're going to be doing a Lowry painting. We're doing one this year. And just put this in the back of your mind, because Lowry, you know, he's a beloved British artist. Anyone watching from England right now has probably heard of him in the same way that anyone in Vancouver's heard of Emily Carr. But what is odd is he was capable of doing paintings like this, but the vast majority of the paintings that he's known for look almost like they're very, they look like outsider artists' work, quote unquote, like self-taught artists. They look very simplified, almost cartoony. And so it's worth just noting that he made a deliberate choice to not paint in this style, instead painted in a different style altogether. Oh my goodness, we're going on almost 7 hours here. What time is it? Okay. I'm going to a concert tonight. I'm going to see a band called Slater Kinney, which may or may not have... They're speaking of Nirvana earlier on, they're kind of from that grunge era. Probably be most familiar with Slater Kinney because one of the two stars of the TV show Portlandia was in Slater Kinney, and now they're coming back. So my buddy's coming in on the ferry. Just want to let him know that I'm still here. Okay, this looks great. So this is kind of amazing, Kev. Look how you've made this digital art look like paint. Like, this reminds me a lot of the way Pascal paints, right? Like, kind of very goopy, thick, textural paint. And so the fact that you're able to achieve that same sort of thing in the digital realm is pretty remarkable. A lot of people who use digital tablet are probably looking at this right now and going, how did you do that on your iPad or whatever? So done very quickly, very loosely. Took about an hour and a half. I think that's pretty cool. I mean, and honestly, I would even have... I mean, there's obviously there's brush tools that exist, but that's a pretty darn good use of those brush tools. And here's another one that Kev did too. Again, that signature it looks like a Sharpie drawn right on top of this beautiful painting. I can't encourage you enough to delete that layer and do it again in a way that blends into your overall image better. Like, I could see that being much smaller and like maybe on the shoulder or right up here. And if I was to do it, let's say if I was to do it right up here, anywhere in the background, I would probably use the color maybe of this jersey here, the sweater. So it'd be almost not invisible, but it would be like you wouldn't notice it unless you looked at the painting for like 20-30 seconds. I think that's a good idea for signatures, is that it's like something unless you're looking for it, you don't see it. Unless you're Picasso, because Picasso wrote his big name on everything, right? And that's kind of a signature of Picasso, pardon the pun. He made his signature a signature aspect of his work. Okay, so we got Carrie here. It's going to enlarge all of these. Oops. Okay. So we got about 10 here by Carrie. Carrie says, I always appreciate Michael's feedback on my paintings, the support and encouragement I receive from this group. Totally. My art journey has always been about me trying to dream up something new, and the challenge is making it look like what I see in my mind's eye. Love that. Yes. That's the challenge of artists all over, is trying to get what's in here on here. And that's the entirety of human existence, is trying to get in here, or what we feel in our hearts, out into the world, right? And you're trying to express your feelings to someone, your thoughts. The words are never just always out. Can't quite do it, but that's what makes being a human interesting. We all share that same sort of frustration of never quite being able to do it. But these are great. They're very wild, often very strange, surreal, like images here. And so it's hard to. I'm not sure what. They're so specific to you and your imagination. Hard to decide about what feedback I could offer. I mean, I like them. I like this a lot. I think there's a perspective issue going on here with these stairs. And that door, that floor, there's something. The perspective is off there. Well, maybe if we just go back here. Okay, so how do we do this? We've got this. building. We've got a door. We want stairs in here. Oops, okay. So, you know, our eye line is, or horizon line, same thing, is probably, it might be a bit high. Maybe it looks like it's might be lower here. So that means, and then it looks like you've got it over here somewhere. I guess I've got this going to another one there. Maybe I should have. Let me do this again. Well, no, that doesn't make any. Okay, well, let me see if I can draw this using the perspective we see in here. Try to do this the way that you want to do it. Okay, so let's say we've got our horizon line here. Let's say that's our vanishing point. Okay. So that means like your floor is going in there. How's this door? The door, if it was, even if it was going inward like that. If you had I think it would be something closer to that. So the main thing that I see is where this the floor in there looks, because it looks like we walk up these steps, and then in yours the floor is on a quite steep angle. It makes me feel like if I walk in there, I'm going to slip and fall down back onto those stairs. Same thing with this pathway. The pathway will probably go like that. Whereas your pathway is all those lines are parallel, right? We want those lines to converge. So, you know, I do see that you made a comment here. Maybe I should start some of Michael's lessons soon and stop being so stubborn. Well, even in this painting too, we've got some perspective issues. So I think if you're interested in doing urban paintings like this, then I think priority number one should be learning about perspective. Because you can do a beautiful, gorgeous painting, but if the perspective is off on like these rooftops and things, then it totally undermines. So it's sort of like you could build the most beautiful, opulent house and decorate it with the most beautiful furniture, but if the foundation was made of pancakes instead of concrete, well, the house is gonna fall apart, right? It doesn't matter how beautiful the handles on the sinks and taps and mirrors and everything are. It's the whole thing is gonna collapse. So that's kind of what I see with your paintings, Carrie, is you've got an exceptional, you know, got a great vision, great imagination. Your handling of the paint is pretty darn good too. But I think your perspective is a little wonky. And that kind of undermines the paintings. Now, are there artists throughout the history, especially the last 150 years, who have done really cool, wonky paintings with very odd perspective? Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, pretty much every artist of the past 150 years has gone out of their way to do strange-looking, awkward perspectives. But the difference is that they learned how to use perspective, and then used it or broke the rules where they felt it needed to be broken. And then that creates very deliberate choices as to where that awkwardness appears, as opposed to doing it where you're just like, I don't know, there's something wrong with this. I'm not sure why it's not looking the way I want. Something's kind of, and then feeling a little frustrated. And I can sort of feel like that might be what's happening here. I think you would, like, a painting like this would be improved miles ahead with some perspective. I think it's the perspective in this painting which undermines, you know, I like these colors remind me a lot of like David Hockney's, probably his most famous painting, Splash. Which, you know, maybe I'll just quickly show. Oops. Like, this is a famous painting by David Hockney at the Tate Museum in England. And, you know, so this is a very simple painting using similar colors that you're using. The difference, Carrie, is that Hockney he's very aware of how perspective works. You could see, let's say, even this diving board. You can see how it recedes. See how it's wider when it's closer to us, and as it goes further away, it gets narrower, right? It's pointing to a vanishing point way up here. You know, other things like the chair, that's in perspective. There's not a lot of other things in there that point to perspective, but it's just that knowledge of that little bit makes it would dramatically improve your paintings. And so that's why knowing a bit about paint or a bit about drawing can make average paintings look masterful, right? Or conversely, the opposite. A lack of experience with drawing can take a great painting and kind of drag it down a little bit. And I would love for your paintings to become more masterful than be dragged down a little bit. So yes, you say here, maybe I should start some of Michael's lessons soon and stop being so stubborn. Yeah, I kind of agree with that voice inside of you that is saying that, right? So Visual Learning says, I really like this painting. I don't know if you're talking about the Hockney or one of Carrie's paintings, but I do agree they are fantastic. Eula here. I know Eula's gone to bed already, but here's Eula's painting based on Frida Kahlo's. I started painting this 8 months ago, and I finally picked it back up and finished it. That's great. You know, I mean, again, I'm a little bit more on the lines of, you know what, just move on and start a new painting. But if there's something that is driving you nuts, no harm in just finally taking care of it and getting it out of the way so you can move on. I don't have much more I can offer on here, Eula, but I do like, you know, some of these things that you've probably done a little bit more to now that you've got a little more experience, is just probably putting a little bit of some darker areas and highlights on some of these things that just give it more sense of volume. I think it's fantastic. Okay, Jean here. I painted a Texas storm for my daughter. And here's the poor lighting at night. And the same painting with natural lighting. What a difference. It is kind of interesting to see those two side by side. Although when we look at this one, you know, I think we do lose some of the greens that we see here. So, you know, again, that's why I made a note for myself. Maybe I'll make a video soon here about the best way to document your artwork. I think that could be interesting for people. Singa says, I've had my dinner, my nighttime snack, and I'm now in bed, and Michael is still going. Kathy's gone to bed too. Everyone's going to bed. So I think we're nearing towards probably the last 20 minutes of this, which is fine because, yeah, 7 hours of this. Today I was like, this is going to be one of those shorter ones. I hope people aren't too disappointed. We'll probably be done in about 3 hours. And what is going on with my brain that things keep getting longer and longer? Anyway, I hope this is helpful for some people out there. And okay, let me just talk about these clouds. I love how this turned out, Jean. Beautiful clouds. I think one thing we may want to do is just think about how we can make some clouds appear closer than farther away. And, you know, I like that we've got some of the clouds that are further away just appear smaller, but I think there's other things we can do, such as using like warm and cool colors to help amplify that. So if we put some warmer blues, perhaps, into the grays that are closer to us and make like a warmer gray versus a cooler gray, we can create that illusion of more separation here. The other thing would be to use, you know, darker grays when we're closer to us, and then as things get further away, they just get lighter and almost imperceptible, right? And it makes your life a little bit difficult and challenging when the sky itself is like very gray and white, right? Because then you're trying to create a difference between a white sky or gray sky and gray clouds. That, you know, if you're just beginning, that's a challenge, because then you have to use texture to create the difference between those two very different things, between clouds and skies. So if I was painting this or teaching people how to paint this, I would probably try to inject a little bit of blue into this sky. I mean, I know it probably wasn't like, you know, baby blue, bright, sunny day when you've got that level of clouds there, since it's a storm. But I think there's still room for a little bit of blue in there, even if it's just like barely semi-transparent. Okay, this I had to do a double take, Gene. I was like, what? This Audubon paint? I thought this was like a poster, and then I'm like, I look at it up close and I'm like, oh, you actually painted that. Right? So Jean has been rocking it. So Jean is, we looked at a bunch of her drawings that her and her daughter Anna did. Or Anna or Anne, I think Anna. So this is quite the achievement. Man, and I love how you even have like the little notations here, you know, like you know, you got John's Audubon's signature, and then the catalog number and the plate number here. I think that's pretty funny that you even included those. That is really great. That is really nice. I'd have to look at the original to see. I'm not really. I mean, I know Audubon's work, but I certainly don't know this image offhand. But that's pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know what to say in terms of advice to help with this, because it looks like you've done a masterful job on its own. Yeah, I don't know. It looks great. Well done. And then I think Jean posted this before, but what was it? There was... Oh, the previous photo was low resolution. That's right. And I think I had to make it enlarged, but it looked really pixelated. So here's a higher resolution image. That's beautiful. Really nice. Even like this little shadow that's barely... I think maybe the shadow could be even a little bit stronger. But well done. You know, even the signature, it is a little bit bolder. It definitely attracts our attention. But in this instance, I don't mind it so much because it is kind of separated from the rest of the composition. It's dark. It kind of stands out. But then sometimes, you know, the signature becomes part of the composition. It kind of adds a little bit of, you know, counterweight balance to maybe some of the brighter colors up here. Right? You got that big bright green. Well, kind of having your dark signature on the bottom right corner just kind of returns a bit of balance. Right? Because then if without that signature, like I think it was smart of you to put it there as opposed to anywhere else, because, you know, if there was nothing there, I'd almost say like, I don't know, we need a bug or a banana peel or something down there to because otherwise you got that area feels a little empty. So great job. A really nice sense of light in this picture. I don't usually post, you know, these things. I've done a few times in today's episode, but I just thought I do like this quote that Holly shared here. Says, I don't think about making art, I just get it done. Let everybody else decide if it's good or bad, whether they love it or hate it, and while they're deciding, make even more art. And I think that's super apt for our group in particular, our community, of just like, rather than worrying and overworking the same painting over and over, just move on, make something new, and let other people worry about how good or bad it is, right? I think as artists, we tend to worry about that stuff all the time. I do myself, but you know, that's what an editor's for, a curator's for, just to help narrow down what is good and maybe we could use some improvement. I don't think we have any other work by Holly this time, just that image. so we'll look at this vase here that flowers that Heidi painted. So there's the original photo reference, I think, and then there's the vase. That's cool. I mean, I like the way that this is painted. It reminds me of like maybe Bertha Morisot, perhaps, like just the lightness of it and the glow, the light that appears to be emanating from here. I will say that similar sort of thing, perspective, I think might be a slightly... Like, I like that you included the stuff in the kitchen in behind. I just, like, okay, I gotta kind of draw this out in order to understand what I'm looking at here. Okay. So, currently, it looks like we've got this vase. Got a table. And you've got this door back there. Okay, so let's imagine, we'll just take this door. Imagine this is our perspective, right? And it's going way off on the edge here. So that keeps on going. What we would so that to me, you know, probably our eye line is probably pretty close to the top of this vase, right? So one way to think about this is, let's say we were to do a how could we do this? If we imagine this as, let's see, we'll put another vanishing point here. So I'll just do this the other way. Okay, long story short, let me essentially, instead of drawing this whole thing out, I think the top of your vase should probably be more like that. It's okay if the bottom is more round. The top, though, here should be pretty narrow, especially if you've got this thing back here, that door. Because we're probably not going to, like, the way that you've got it is it's much more dramatic, meaning we can see more of the top, and instead we're going to see just a little bit of it. So I think that would, you know, then if we've got, you know, I don't know, this oven or something behind here, probably wouldn't be in perspective. You know, I imagine there's some sort of wall or something there. I don't know, but that kind of thing is that catches my eye. Okay, Heidi also included this, just wanted to let people know about these containers to keep your paints wet. I think I talked about this on the introductory painting episode. I've got it up here, like a big container that's got a sponge inside. Maybe I'll just, give me 1 second. So, you know, this type of container here, this is basically exactly what Heidi's talking about as a way of keeping your paints wet for longer, especially if you only have short bursts of time in which you can paint. Now this thing has kind of been abused a little bit, and so it doesn't quite close completely secure. But what this is just, you can make one of these same sort of things yourself. You just take a piece of Tupperware, you buy them from the dollar store, because I think this thing probably cost me like $40 or something from an art supply store. You'd buy the same sort of thing for like $5 at a dollar store, get a cheap kind of sponge, particularly if you have one of those like ShamWow, you know, those you usually find them like at like an automotive place. Like they're these kind of cloths that, you know, are famous. They can soak up lots of water. Like you like if I spilt a cup of coffee on my floor, I could just put this on, boom, and it soaks it right up. They hold a lot of water anyway, right? So you could put that down, even just a sponge at the bottom of a Tupperware container, then put your palette, whether it's a piece of wax paper or a plastic palette, you just put it in there, and by kind of sealing it up, it doesn't even have to be completely airtight. It's going to keep the paint inside there moist and wet a little bit longer, which will allow you to, you know, let's say you're painting your painting, and then, I don't know, you get a text message from a friend that needs you to come help, or you've got to pick your kids up from school. You can just pack it away, put it there, and then come back, put the kids to bed, pull that thing out, and keep painting, so that you don't feel like, I just put all this paint in my palette, and I gotta scoop it back in there, I gotta go. So it's pretty good suggestion. I appreciate you putting that in there, Heidi. Heidi also posted this little thing about, did Leonardo da Vinci use tracing? And sort of some recent research suggests that he did. You know, similar in a way to what we've been doing with the carbon paper. Slightly different process here. Like the kind of tracing that Leonardo and people like him were doing were probably less like carbon paper and more like making a actual impression into the surface, so that you kind of have this kind of beveled edge onto the surface. It's almost like scratching into the surface, and then you could take your paper off, and you would see where those indentations are, and then use that as your reference for your composition. So just like we've done, you could take a piece of paper, sketch your image out, when you're happy with it, you know, you can place it and move it onto the canvas in whichever way you want. And then you might even be using, like, say, sort of a wet surface, and then you would go and kind of, with, it could just be like a nail or a screw, just sort of trace over those lines, you peel it off, and you've got this very delicate little line over there. I would imagine that's what Leonardo did and what they're talking about here. But again, because there's been comments I've seen on the Facebook group. I remember someone said something like, you know, I've been painting for a few months and I'm really excited with my paintings, but my husband saw that I was that I had traced some of my images onto canvas and was deeply disappointed in me, so I've stopped painting. I was like, oh my goodness, that's so tragic. Thinking, like, first of all, what on earth does your husband know about painting? And it really shows to me the complete ignorance, which of widespread common ignorance of painting. But that would, like, rob you of your passion for making art and make you look at your own art in a negative way is, like, super man, that I'm really angry at whoever's husband that was. That is like super toxic. Because, you know, of things like this, that every great artist has used whatever tools were available to make the best artwork possible. Jeannie says, I wanted to show the difference in Master's Touch and Amsterdam paints. Master's Touch is much darker. I spent today redoing the color wheel. So redoing the color wheel with these paints would be a smart idea. I'm not even sure I know what Master's Touch is. This these brands of paint? Master's Touch. I'm not aware of that brand. Master's Touch. So it looks like Spanish. Maybe this is in Spain or South America somewhere, maybe. Again, every company's got a different mixture. You know, they're probably all buying their pigments from the same place, but the amount of pigment to binder that they put into paint to mix could vary widely, right? As I say every episode, you know, Peebo and Museum Color, they add way too much filler into their paints that makes it impossible to mix our black. So that's why every color is going to be a little bit different. That's why, you know, if you run out of one color, you run out of red, you're using Amsterdam paints, you run out of red and you run to your art supply store to buy more, and they're out of the Amsterdam, you're like, oh man. So then you go buy a different magenta from a different company and you try to swap it in. You're going to get slightly different results, sometimes way more dramatic than others. And the only way you'll learn is just by, or you'll know, is by doing it. And, you know, doing color swatches like this is certainly helpful. Yeah. I don't know what to say about that. Like, you post here, does the primary red look pinker to you? I mean, I would definitely say that, yeah, this magenta, the so-called primary red certainly looks to me more like a magenta than the magenta does, which is, you know, I almost feel like this is mislabeled, right? Like the one on the left looks way warmer to me than the one on the right, which looks much colder and more like a magenta. So, you know, and then I see the price here, $5.99, $100. That is really cheap paint, right? So, I mean, even the Amsterdam paints are like, well, there's probably like $10 for a 120 milliliter tube. So these are about half the price of an Amsterdam tube of paint. And it kind of, when I see that, and that tells me that, I kind of wonder who's making that paint, because that seems like, I mean, again, the photograph, it could be totally wonky for all I know. Maybe the colors look better in person, but I look at that and I think whoever mixed those colors has no idea what they're doing, or somebody put the wrong label on the wrong tube, which is possible. But, you know, especially some of, you know, and Jean says Michael sells these. That's, you know, that's super disappointing. If Michael's selling paints that they're so, I mean, it, you know, makes me want to just like write Michael's and an angry letter telling them to smarten up. Auri says, my mom is the same. I don't want to tell her I trace my paintings because she's already doubtful of my process. I need to tell her about Leonardo. I think this is crap husband. Yeah, I mean, mean, that's why most artists don't talk about the process they use to make paintings. That because it generally doesn't serve them well. Like most artists want you to think that it was all done magically from their innate genius that they were born with, and they didn't have to work at it. It just came, just like we were talking earlier about the flow, just like poof, Mona Lisa, poof, Last Supper, poof, and just all these great paintings appearing out of nowhere, and so easy. I was half asleep when I painted it. I woke up and I'm like, oh, another masterpiece. Huh? That's amazing. I'm just a genius, right? Because it makes people who want to buy those like, wow, this is amazing. Well, I'll pay millions of dollars for that because I could never paint anything like that. And then I think what we realize through these episodes is that, yeah, anybody can paint any of these things. Well, maybe they're not going to be as incredible as Leonardo, but Leonardo spent years working on them, and we did them in like 6 hours. So maybe if we spend another, 364 days working on them, probably will get pretty good too, right? So, yeah, so artists will go out of their way to kind of avoid telling people the truth behind how they were created to keep the values of their work higher. It's the same sort of thing like, in restaurants pretty secretive about exactly how things are made. I mean, they'll show you some of it, but they're certainly probably not going to show you the spices and things that go into the mixtures, even though, if you were to really ask, well, it's just a little bit of sage and paprika. They're like, that's it? That's your secret special mixture? Yeah. It's just sage. Like, oh, here I was thinking there was all these special mixtures. Another thing, too, that I remember I was listening to an interview on NPR talking with a chef about, most people would be absolutely horrified and disgusted by the amount of butter and salt and sugar that goes into your meal at a typical restaurant. There are times where they're literally putting like half a stick, half a brick of butter into your dish, into your pasta or your steak, and then you're eating like, this tastes so much better here at the restaurant than when I make it at home. Because most people, would be grossed out by it. They'd be like, they might put a little spoonful of butter into their thing. That's good enough, and just a little sprinkling of salt and sugar or whatever on there. And because the idea of putting all that, they would be like, oh my god, I'm not going to eat that. That's like 10,000 calories in there. It's enough for my whole week. But then you wonder why your food tastes better at the restaurant, right? So chefs don't usually want you to see that. They want you to think it's just some, special spice, or they're just really good at flipping it at the burger at the exact right time. You guys want to buy this shirt like I've got here? That's funny. Okay, well, I'll look into it. I'll look into how... You guys are so sweet. I appreciate it. You don't understand how much I love this community, and you folks are so amazing. Okay, I'm going to continue on here. Gemini, who I don't think posted anything this time around, posted, I think this is a work by Jean-Paul Riopel, and asked, can we do an episode on him? And we actually did. Before I started the Master Studies series, like 3.5 years ago, I did do an episode on Jean-Paul Riopel. It was maybe a little bit less, I was trying to do those paintings in like an hour and a half, 2 hours, so probably not as in-depth, and I don't even know if I did a biography talking about Jean-Paul Riopel, who is considered to be one of Canada's greatest modern artists. Probably, arguably, the greatest painter from Quebec, or the province of Quebec, French-Canadian artist. And not only an important artist, but also an important kind of cultural figure in Quebec, and played a pretty big role in the in kind of modern Quebecois culture, and kind of he, along with what's his name, Paul Emile Bourgeois, the kind of the writer who kind of oversaw, like, kind of managed that group, and wrote this pretty important, maybe arguably the most important text in Canadian art history, the Refus Global, which is both like a, an art manifesto, but also kind of a cultural manifesto that talks about, the ways that, modern Quebec culture should behave, and rejecting certain kinds of traditions and norms that had been passed down throughout the years. Okay, let's progress forward here. We've got, 20 things left to go, and then we'll be done for the day. So that means probably only need another couple of hours to get there. Okay, Deborah. I don't know if Deborah's still hanging on. Oh, Deborah, I do see in the chat recently, so maybe Deborah's been patiently waiting for me to get all the way up to this side of the alphabet. Deborah posted this drawing by her granddaughter, Morgane, who's 9 years old, and drew and painted this piece of amazing art. She calls it Mon Inu d'amour. What a gift to treasure. I think this is great. I agree. What a cool drawing and painting. Very talented child. Young woman who did this is very beautiful. Like, I mean, there's things in here that I think are pretty advanced. Like, I think, the way that she painted around these shapes and kind of left a little bit of breathing room around all those forms, pretty cool. Like, a lot of other people would try to paint right up to the line and be very anxious about painting over the lines or staying within the lines. This is more like the way Matisse would approach that same sort of thing, is not even like, is to don't even go anywhere near the lines. Leave all that empty breathing room, space, gaps where you show the raw exposed canvas between them. I think very cool. Yeah, and just it's really well painted. Even the brushstrokes for the kind of the fur around the trim here, I like how she's used her brushstrokes to, to paint in all directions, going outwards like that. And so the brush strokes leave that texture that also kind of looks like hair, right? Really smart kid. Good job, Deborah. Got some good genes in that family, that's for sure. Curtis, and I think, is that the only painting, Deborah, you sent in? Is that possible? Usually you're so active. Did we look at some drawings earlier? I don't know. We were talking about drawings like 3.5 hours ago. I've kind of lost track. Stairs always says, thank you for the lesson on stairs and perspective. I needed that. Yeah, and I did I think a couple of episodes on perspective drawing, so there's 3 hours of more detailed discussion about that if you want. Stairs, or stairs. Since we're talking about stars, the playlist for the drawing course is down there below. Again, super popular. People tend to really like it and find it useful, so hopefully you do too if you're interested in that free content. So Curtis, my latest, an acrylic on canvas. Let's see, we've got another one here also by Curtis. My latest painting, acrylic on canvas. I like this. I like the way it's painted. I like the kind of the vigorous brushstrokes I see here. But I would say compositionally, I feel like there's more that we could do here. It feels pretty simple, and there's not necessarily inherently wrong with simple, but I want more. Like, is there anything else in this landscape? Like, even if there was just little something on the hill way back here, you know, if there was mountains or clouds or a bird or something else, like, it feels a little bit empty. I feel like, you know, and the tree is kind of unnaturally symmetrical, right? And I do see some what appears to be branches underneath all of these. I don't know, maybe this is a cherry blossom tree or something. So we would probably see more of those branches. Like here in Vancouver, it's the cherry blossom season right now, so there's cherry blossoms all over. So, you know, I was just taking some photographs of my daughter in front of them. So they're everywhere. And even the ones that have lots and lots of blooming flowers still aren't dense enough to completely block out the sky or the branches. So, you know, yes, I see a few little spots of blue poking through here, a few little bits of branches, but we would probably see, you know, 10 times more of that on an actual tree. And it might not be so perfectly symmetrical. Like, we would probably see some areas where there's big gaps into the sky, areas where we see lots of the branches, areas where it's, you know, we could also get probably a little bit darker in towards the bottom where there's less light. So I feel like this to me looks maybe like something you created purely out of your imagination, which again, nothing wrong with that, but I think if you're pulling something out of your imagination, it's good to use that, but complement it with maybe a little bit of research, a photograph from elsewhere, maybe a photograph of a totally different tree or tree that's not blooming, and then use that and then build upon that. Because I think, you know, especially when I see this next image, there's a lot more. I find this way more interesting, right? We've got these clouds and, you know, like this building, these rocks. So this feels like, you know, you're looking, this would have been very hard to have created purely from your imagination. I feel like this one, you were looking at something, whether it's a photograph or the building across the street, I don't know. But I'm liking this more. This feels way more advanced. This feels a little bit more childlike. And, you know, I think considering you're capable of doing that, it makes me feel like this is lacking something. So I think it's a good start. This might be one of your first acrylic paintings. And, you know, we've got to start somewhere. But this shows me what your actual potential is. Beautiful. I know Kathy has since gone to bed, so I feel bad that stayed up for 5-6 hours watching and then couldn't quite hang on to the very end here. So, what was I going to say? Kathy, this is the Monet. I'm surprised Kathy's just did this Monet, because Kathy's done almost every other painting we've done. Painted this Norval Morisot inspired piece. I started this a long time ago. A Morisot type, was concerned about being too much like his. I love the bright colors, but changed the birds a few times. Yeah, I mean, we talked about cultural appropriation and how, you know, particularly Indigenous artists in Canada and around the world, for that matter, have been taken advantage of, and their art and traditions and culture being kind of ripped off by other people. So I can totally see it. I appreciate the idea of being inspired by native artists and trying to make work that incorporates some of their motifs. I would still generally discourage that. Yeah, I mean, it is a lovely painting, and there are some key differences between your work here and Norval Morisot's work. But I would encourage you to, especially now how you're getting better and better, is to start finding your own sources of inspiration, and dive deeper into your own cultural history. That would be my opinion about that. I love this. This is your interpretation of a Modigliani painting. I love this. I did trace it off my large computer monitor. Yeah, as I said, that's totally fine with me. Yeah, you're not going to hear me say anything negative about using tracing as a way of creating an artwork. That looks great. I think you've done a really nice job with this particular. I don't know this particular image offhand, but I think it's really well painted. I do think, though, just same thing I was just mentioning before, Kathy. You've painted so many of these lessons. I think the challenge for you would be to start creating your own compositions, find images, take your own photographs, or make your own sketches of the landscape around your house. Go for a walk to a nearby park, draw some flowers, take some photographs of flowers and plants and gardens. How would you compose those images, and then what would you do? What would you create? I think it'd be really fascinating to see, because you're capable of doing it for sure. You got a great handle on painting. Wow, Beth, I had a go at mixed media today. So messy, but a huge dopamine hit. Wow, that is pretty wild, Beth. Okay. What materials are in here? Looks like there's some kind of paper collage. There's some kind of material under there, isn't it? I don't know what this is. Are those, maybe they're actual leaves, or I think those might be actual leaves, right? Auri's finally falling asleep. Good night, or good rest the day for everyone. Good night, Auri. Thanks for hanging in the whole time. Almost 8 hours. That's a whole day of listening to me blab nonstop. That's impressive in and of itself. Wow. Beth, great job. I love this. I think this is, if this, you say, was kind of messy, but it made you feel great and excited, then you got to do more of this stuff, right? Like, I think, one way that you could start is do like start a bunch of these things. Just get 5, 6, 10 canvases going simultaneously. Just, you could have some fun just layering a bunch of different materials. Again, you can use acrylic paint as a glue, since it's very similar to white glue. Put some paint down, glop on a tear pieces of newspaper, take, this little wrapper and glop that in there. Just find some leaves from your backyard, some grass, flowers, press them in there, and then let that dry. Have a whole bunch going on, set them onto some shelves, put them in your garage or wherever you need, and then come back and start trying to put some images on top of them. That might be a nice way of starting with some canvases that are already kind of messy and wild, and that would be a great challenge, because this looks great. I like the color contrasts. That blue and the red make for really satisfying color contrasts. They kind of, because they really vibrate against one another. So that's really cool. Let's see. Barbara. Thought I'd practice some Van Gogh sunflowers on my shoes. That's cool. And, it's, why not, right? Because what would make you, what would put a smile on your face the next time you go outside to do a little bit of gardening, or next time you put some shoes on to go into maybe your shed or garage or basement to do a little bit of painting, is some shoes that you've painted that are customized, that already kind of give you that smile and make you feel like, these are my work shoes. This is my, they're mine. Nobody else owns a pair of shoes like that. This is my stuff. That's why, like, whenever I'm painting, I put on the same pair of jeans. I put on the same sweater. I've got the same shoes. Obviously, I've washed everything frequently. But, it's like my uniform. And as soon as I put that on, my brain just, like, clicks into place. It's like, okay, I'm not going to go grocery shopping now wearing this whole getup. I'm not going to sit down and do my taxes. I am in painting mode, right? And it's just like one might put on a suit to go to the office, or put on some wading pants to go fishing or something. It's like, now I'm putting my mind and my body onto a track, and this is my purpose. And it makes it harder to just flake off and do something else when you're in your uniform, right? I'm a huge believer in having a uniform for yourself as an artist. Okay, Barbara says, my version of The Isle of Spruce by Arthur Lismer, 1922, master study back in December 22. Happy to never paint another rock ever. That's pretty cool. Oh, I see Joan in the chat says, I've been here all day and I've learned quite a bit. I hope that you'll have some time to look at mine. I could use... Joan, I'm saving you for last for a reason, so don't go away just yet. I've got, because I think you've got some awesome stuff, so I should have mentioned that earlier. But yeah, your stuff is coming up here in just a few moments, so... but this looks beautiful. I like this a lot. Great job, Barbara. I could see why, painting these rocks and the reflections of the rocks, that's time consuming. I remember when I was painting this myself, I kind of tried to cut some corners because I might have had to run or something. But yeah, I mean, basically what it is a lot of similar, there are a lot of grays, and just modifying those grays just a little bit, it can be difficult, right? Because you're like, this gray's got a little bit more pink, a little bit more brown, a little bit more blue, and kind of back and forth, and that can be tricky, especially if you have to try to mix that same color again. So Alex, what a great job here. Excellent. And then a very different one by Barbara. My first attempt at a Leonid Afromov style painting. If you push your chair away from your screen, it doesn't look like such a mess. I'm not too familiar with his style. I think I've probably seen it a few places. Very gestural, wet, kind of goopy kind of qualities. Probably a lot of palette knife kind of stuff going on in there. I mean, I'm sure that would be probably a very fun painting to paint. I think, I can add it to the list of artists to look at. yeah, I mean, I'm not too familiar with this artist's work, but it, very explosive, bright, saturated colors. And, I can imagine, when it gets thick and goopy like that, can be pretty fun. It can also make people a little bit anxious because you start smearing some of those colors around and they start to look like mud pretty quick. So that's always the challenge when you're working with thick, goopy paint like that, is sometimes it's like a lot of fun, and then plunges very quickly into kind of a mess. So I think you managed to keep it from turning. I mean, I know you say it looks like a mess if you're up close, which is, I think, how a lot of paintings look up close. And then you do something like this. And this is like, I finally finished at last White Pine by A.J. Casson, or Casson. Again, like I think I mentioned earlier about the signature being a little bit big. It's not so intrusive here. I don't mind it there. Because we were looking at this when we were talking about Emily Carr's work. That's right. I just would encourage you to think about how you can incorporate your signature a little bit more into the surface so that it's less... Like, when I look at this, your signature is one of the first things that jumps out to me. Often because our eyes are conditioned to look for words and things. It's just slightly distracting. I'd prefer it to be a little bit smaller and maybe even like less of like this black and more like this brown, or maybe like this same kind of grayish blue, but just a little bit darker. Just to disguise it again, just a little bit more. Because you have to think of it as like a major part of the composition. Because otherwise the rest of the painting is chef's kiss, gorgeous. I think it's really, really beautiful. I mean, what else can you say? That's really fantastic. The sky, the clouds, really fantastic. It does make me want to see, just like I said with a number of people, what now, like now that we've sort of gotten to this point, what are we really gonna do? It's like learning how to write. Once you've learned the alphabet and you've read a bunch of books and you've done a little bit of like copying and trying to replicate what other artists have done, then what does you have to say that is unique? I want to see a bit of that. Deborah says she did all of this by herself. I painted the Saguenay and put up the children's claw. Sorry, I must have missed. Oh, so we're talking about Jean-Paul Riopel, maybe? Sorry, sometimes I get confused and I just glance over at the chat and just see, like, what? Okay. Barbara here, and this is our last one before we're going to conclude with Joan here. So Barbara did this one, Teeny Tiny Starry Night, 5 by 5 inches, on a birthday card for my sister. I used a brush set for nail art and a magnifying glass. That is wonderful. I mean, that's certainly a lot more love in a birthday card for... I mean, can you imagine getting a birthday card like that? Like, that would certainly become one of my most precious objects, right? I'd run to the store and get a frame for that, for sure. That's really nice, Barbara. I don't know what else to say. You've done a great job, and the fact you've done it so small, like, that's just like this... That's a pretty tiny little painting to work on. I can see why you would use a magnifying glass. You, for instance, have a way more amount of patience like, I can certainly spend 12 hours working on one painting without a break, but doing that, holding a magnifying glass, trying to do that, like, forget it. I don't, that's not in my kind of, that's a different kind of patience for sure. So I hope your sister appreciates what you've created for her, because that is really cool. Well done. Okay. So... Okay, here we go. Okay, so just as we get close to the end of today's episode, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when future episodes are coming up. I'm going to be out of town for the next couple of weeks. I'm going to Detroit and Kalamazoo and Chicago, taking my first little art vacation. I'm going to look at the eclipse. I'm going to go to Toledo and look at the Caravaggio exhibition. So I'm treating myself to a couple 10-day-long vacation out east to go look at some museums that I've never been to ever before. And I've never been to Chicago or Detroit, Ohio. So I'm super excited to do that. So I'm going to be off for a couple of weeks. But when we come back, got a big list. I'm going to cram a bunch of stuff in for those weeks we missed. So you want to hit the notification bell so you can be the first to know when those episodes are taking place. And if you found anything we've been talking about over the past 8 hours so far of interest, and you want to support the channel, and you want me to continue doing this for another 450 episodes, please consider leaving a donation via PayPal, an e-transfer through email, a check through the snail mail, old-fashioned letter in the mailbox. That would be great. You can use the super chat here, which Stars did earlier on in the episode. All of your support is greatly appreciated. That's how I keep the lights on in here. All those donations just go right back into the show. So thank you, everyone, for your generosity over the years. Okay, so as promised, Joan has been waiting patiently here, and there's a few things here that I just found so inspiring that I was like, that's how I want to end the show here. So we've got this drawing here. Joan says, try not to laugh too much. This is my first time I ever used a Pitt artist pen. I soon discovered I cannot erase. I can only try to fix things that went wrong. So, yeah. That's, so if you find that to be, some people love that. I mean, that's why some people love watercolors, and why I personally don't enjoy painting with watercolors, because watercolor is just like this. When you're working with pens or markers, it's a purely additive process. You can't really erase your mistakes, and you just gotta, as soon as you put a line down, like, okay, well, I guess we're gonna have to figure out how to deal with that, right? And so that can be that can be kind of stressful. It can be a bit of a daunting task, but once you get a handle on it, it can be kind of exciting, kind of thrilling to kind of create something. And it's like, okay, you know, it's like Bob Ross talking about, okay, I just made a happy accident. I guess, you know, I accidentally drop your paintbrush and create a blob of paint in the middle of your sky. I guess we're going to have to put a tree there. I guess that's the universe wanting me to put a tree there. So I find that, you know, it's, for some people it can be really exciting. For others it can be kind of stressful. I love this drawing that, Joan, you made of your dog, or my sister-in-law asked me to draw her Shih Tzu. So here's my first attempt at drawing a dog portrait. Wow, that's your first dog? That's great. I will say it also kind, I mean, this type of dog, I once house sat for a couple that had a Shih Tzu before. They are funny characters. They look like Ewoks from Star Wars, right? They have very expressive faces. They always seem to be kind of smiling, which is always kind of, you know, it's nice to be around somebody that's always got a big smile on their face. You know, I do see that these eyes, actually, I was going to say they appear to be sort of diverging. Let me get rid of that. Ever so slightly. I think it's because, notice how we've got a little bit more of the, technically the white, or in this case the yellow of the eyes on the inside versus the outside. So what that does is it appears to make it look like the eyes, like if we just look at one eye, if you just cover one eye, it sort of looks like that one eye's pointed that way, cover the other guy, looks kind of pointing that way. Then you look at the kind of, it's kind of remarkable how aligned they do appear, but I would be a little bit more inclined like to have probably an equal amount of space around the iris here on both eyes, so it doesn't look like the eyes are pointing away. I mean, if anything, the way I'm a little bit, I don't even quite understand how it's working. I mean, this kind of, to me, is the kind of thing that if you pin this up on your wall, it would give you that weird uncanny feeling that it's always looking at you from wherever you are in the room. Because I think it's because that the sides of the eyes are a little bit darker, so it doesn't, until you actually look at one eye, it might really appear to be looking in one direction, and then you look at it and then you do see a little bit more white here, and then all of a sudden it appears to be looking right at you. Otherwise, you know, like the fur, I think, is really well done, very soft, very delicate. Like, it does feel like if you pet it, you'd be like, oh, that's a soft puppy. All right, I think that is beautiful. Let's see. Another thing Joan did here is, I just finished the last drawing class, so I decided to create a picture that incorporated most of the lessons. I loved that. Obviously, you wrote down even more things there that you used: perspective, shading, objects, anatomy, gesture, overlapping shapes, and on, which I thought was great. I should almost make another episode asking people to do the very thing that you've just done here. Maybe you just gave me a great idea, Joan. I think trying to incorporate all of those things into one artwork is a pretty daunting task, because there's some things there that you know, not that they contradict one another, but sometimes it's almost like there can be too many of the, like, you don't necessarily need all of them. It's I guess another way to say it, a successful drawing doesn't necessarily require that you use every single thing that we did in that drawing course all in one. In the same way, you know, you go to this drugstore or grocery store and you see all the spices they have on the walls. You probably don't want to, I mean, all of them are individually delicious, but you don't necessarily want to put all of them into one soup, right? Sometimes, you know, even just one bit of one spice is all you need, right? So just kind of bear that in mind, that I think this is a very, you know, wonderful little challenge you gave yourself, but just know that a successful drawing doesn't depend on having all of those individual things into one artwork. Okay, we've got this Betty White, and then your drawing of Betty White. Again, I'm really amazed at how soft your pencil lines are. And then it's nice to see that when you do need to go darker, you can go dark. Like her eyelashes, right? Her earrings, necklace, right? You're able to go darker. I would say that You know, I think you've been very delicate, especially on her face, because it is a kind of a knife edge there of like, especially when you're drawing women, that, you know, a couple of extra lines can instantly age someone in a particularly unflattering way. When you're drawing men, you can put lines all over the face all day long, and it's, you know, you probably can get away with it. With women, you tend to kind of just want to be a little bit softer touch, like what you've done here. I think it's excellent. Even just like the teeth, I'm always kind of encouraging people to be, especially when you begin, to maybe try drawing people with their mouths closed, because teeth, if done maybe incorrectly, can immediately look like fangs and can look kind of scary, like vampire-like. I think you've done a pretty good job of also keeping that very subtle, that they're there, but you haven't kind of overdone them. So I think that's really great. You know, if we look at the original, we do see, you know, areas, you know, it's possible we could darken in and around. You know, you have used a little bit of color. I'm not saying you want to do anything to this drawing, but you have used a little bit of color. It's possible that you could have, you know, a little bit of brown, a little bit, just to kind of give her face, because right now it's like, it's white, and it's feel like it's accentuated the, like, by having her face mostly white, and yet her hair kind of a little bit of blonde, and her shawl around her neck being blue, her clothes like, all of those bright colors make her face start to look more and more and more white, and that could start to cross over into, like, you know, like a mime who's got like their face literally painted white. So just be careful that if you're going to add all that color elsewhere, it almost sort of is going to require you to do something to the skin, which you may or may not want to do. You know, again, you don't necessarily need to do that, but I'm just thinking, something to think about in going forward. Let's see, which one do I want to talk about next? Okay, so then this is a photo of my nephew in the hospital, and the photo I was using for my drawing. So there's that drawing, and then here's the drawing you made of your nephew. I think this is great. I love this. Like, if we look at them side by side, I think you actually were able to do, you know, yes, some of the facial features, proportions we've talked about throughout today's episode. You know, I think maybe those eyes could be aligned. This one is higher than the other. It doesn't bother me so much. It looks kind of like Picasso-esque, and not in a bad way. The face is all jumbled up like in a Cubist painting, but just kind of, it looks to me more like Picasso's neoclassical period, which is my favorite period of Picasso's, probably the least popular amongst most other people, but the stuff he was doing immediately after Cubism in the 1919 to 1923 kind of. We did a few paintings from that period before because I really liked those artworks he made, where they're very Romanesque type of features. So I think that works. It actually works pretty well. Like, it's not like, oh, that needs fixing. I think, you know, I am a little interested, you know, looks, I don't know if that's a pen or a Posca pen or something, but these very dark lines I see in a few places. We see them here on his clothing, on his headphones, and also in the, I don't know if this chair or something in the background here. I don't even know what that is. It's like is that a backpack, or maybe it's a, oh, that's the hospital bed. Okay, so, and that's the pillow. Okay. And so not sure I'm the biggest fan of that. I feel like if you're going to do it, you probably want to do it everywhere, or make some, or being very deliberate where those lines are. So I would be more inclined, if I was to do that, I would do it on the things closest to us, like maybe this little easel and the painting on his hand, and then leave the background kind of untouched. Almost sort of like a cartoon. Like if you see, I don't know, Bugs Bunny or the Roadrunner, that kind of thing, you often see, you know, they're painted in one way, and then the backgrounds are painted in a very different way. And that makes it very easy to see, you know, for children particularly, to distinguish between the foreground elements, the cartoon characters, and the background. So I could see you doing something like that, like defining the foreground elements and then leaving the background elements in this kind of a little bit more, it's almost like a little bit out of focus, a little where, I mean, you haven't outlined around them. I could see that. I mean, I could see some people saying, Michael, it's fine. Get over it. That's just something I'm just highlighting as something to be aware of. And if you're going to do it, because what it does is those sharp lines, especially when surrounded by lines that are less distinct, forms that aren't outlined, it pulls our attention directly to them. So, you know, it pulls my attention directly to this headphones. Is that something you really want? I mean, maybe conceptually that is really important. Maybe your nephew is a huge music fan and goes everywhere with his headphones. Okay, in that sense, maybe that's really important to really emphasize. Is that outlining the shirt in this way, is that really important that it is really emphasized? Is this his favorite shirt? I don't know. Is the hospital bed really important for us to know that that's what that is in the background? Maybe like this, you know, being in the hospital, having your nephew, I think, coming to visit you would be pretty important. So maybe that is important. And maybe, if anything, maybe that's the only thing that should be outlined. In which case would make us go like, well, that's odd. Why is that bed outlined? That's a very odd... Oh, it's a hospital bed, right? That's the kind of thing that might be something that you're kind of, you know, you throw those little breadcrumbs out to the audience, and then they look at it, put one and one together, and they make that connection. So just being mindful. I mean, I could understand maybe as you were doing this, you felt like, you know, that shirt is just not, there's not enough definition there. I need to do something. I get that. Tell me about it. As I said, I put outlines on everything. My whole life, career as an artist, is trying as much as possible to resist the urge to outline everything. So I'm speaking to you as much as I'm talking to myself. Senga says, Michael, you sound as though you're getting a cold. Well, I have been talking for 8 hours straight, so I tend to kind of blow my voice out on these episodes. Kathy says he's been talking for 8 hours. He needs a rest. Okay, and then I want to finish with this image, which I think is just absolutely excellent. So, my first sketch of this hospital room, the bed ended up looking like part of the wall, so I started over from scratch. I think I should call it the blue room. So I don't know, I guess that one preceded this one? I mean, I think both of them are exceptional works. I don't know which one I prefer. I mean, I like them both a lot. They're both just similar images, slightly different perspectives. Like, I think in many ways this one is the more complex image just because of the orientation and this bit more of a 3/4 point of view. But there's something, well, about both of them, but this one in particular, I don't know. There's just something like really deeply meaningful to that, and especially I think this one it's a little bit more apparent to me that this is a hospital room as opposed to just some kid's bedroom or something. You know, like this, the stethoscope hanging on the door here, this bed that has, you know, these, you know, holes on them so that they might make it easier for somebody to push themselves up and out of bed on, right? This particular kind of lighting, you know, this sort of built right into the wall so someone can't take it off. Like, it's kind of very bare of things so that it can be easily cleaned. Things like that. You know, often people don't paint the walls blue like this, but it's, you know, a very calming color, right? There's all these little things in here that suggest there's little clues, like I was saying before. Again, same sort of thing, outlining the headphones and the shirt. I think maybe in this one it's working for me a little better. I do think the easel here is probably... let me just... Again, I'm not saying that we need to change anything, just trying to kind of help as much as possible. Let's try that again. Okay. So I would be more inclined to see the painting would probably be a little bit more like this. Right, where it's kind of, because it's leaning, you know, that let me see, let's bring this, because the painting is kind of well, like on an easel, it's kind of laying backwards, right? So I don't know, you got this kind of thing, right? You got your canvas leaning against. Do I not have a tiny easel? With all the junk I've got in my studio, you'd think I'd have. But the top of that easel, you know, or the painting on the easel is pointing towards us, kind of like this. Right? Just imagine. Yeah, that's probably pretty effective at describing. If you're looking at the image of me here, you see how that is coming towards us, and then as we go down, you know, it's a square, but when it's laying backwards like that, we're seeing the top of it, it's pointing towards us, and the bottom of it, you know, if I just, you know, so I'm kind of drawing it like that. Now maybe my drawings even sort of exaggerated that a little bit more, but as opposed to what you've got here, where it's kind of this oblique kind of, you know, instead what you've got is a bit more of that type of shape, right? So it makes, that's almost as if the paper was cut that way. Not a big deal. Again, I think what you've created, the reason I'm sharing it at the very end is this is one of my favorite things that we've seen all day, and I think it's also super personal, super meaningful to you. And the reason why I wanted to share it with people is I want to encourage more of you watching to do more of this kind of stuff of your own, especially those of you that have been painting with me for a long time and have gotten really good at painting and drawing. And it's like, okay, it's like I feel like a little bit of a, you know, of a parent. It's like, okay, now you got to start doing a little bit more of your own stuff. Now you got to take a few of those baby steps out of the house, you know, and so that's what my challenge would be to everyone is just like what Joan has set this great example for us of how you can create really meaningful artworks of your family, and I think you know, communicate something really powerful to other people that might have never met you before, but can kind of instantly grasp the power behind an image like this. Like I honestly, maybe it's in the post and maybe it was on the Facebook group and I totally missed it, but you know, it's not clear to me necessarily is it your nephew who's in the hospital, or is it your nephew who's visiting you while you're in the hospital? Like either scenario, you know, is there's a whole very, you know, I'm sure a lot of intense feelings behind both of those scenarios. So seeing you sort of turn that into a painting, you know, just makes me think of like what the rest of your family, how they'll appreciate these artworks later on in the future, right? And kind of inspire them, you know, to think of how they can use art to describe their own lives and situations, feelings, emotions, thoughts, etc. And so I think this is a perfect example of things that I've been talking about throughout, you know, that I think if the more people who are making art in our world, the better of a world we'd have, right? The more connected we'd be to our family and friends, the more we'd be able to really get at the things that are deep inside of our hearts and our minds. And I think the more we're able to connect with one another, then I think the less likelihood that we're going to start wars with one another, the less likelihood that we're going to, you know, take on destructive behaviors and hurt one another and ourselves. So I think this is really powerful, Joan. I think you're an all-star. Thank you so much. I'm sorry if I didn't. You felt like I just skipped you this entire time. I should have mentioned earlier that I was saving the best for last here. Joan says, it's my nephew's in the hospital. He's a cancer patient, and he uses art as therapy. Oh, my goodness. I mean, first of all, that makes me so happy to hear that he's using art as therapy during this very difficult time in his life. But it also makes me, you know, very happy that you've gone in there and you're not just visiting him, but you're also partaking and encouraging him in this activity. Like, it's just this beautiful spiral of beauty that you've created here, where, you know, he's going through this really difficult time, and it's got to be really difficult for you to see him struggling with this like challenge that no child should ever have to deal with. And yet here you're painting him engaged in this thing that is like bringing him some respite from, you know, all the chemo and different procedures he's had to undergo. I think, and it's so positive because like this is how I'm sure everyone, you know, shows him, you know, dealing with this terrible hand that he's been dealt in the most positive, constructive way possible. And that, I think, is absolutely, I'm super proud of your nephew, but also just super proud of you for the way that you've chosen to kind of share his image with the world, right? And document his experience. So, and so that brings me to the end of the episode. Deborah says, Michael, I'm amazed at how you've critiqued and gone over everything for us. I've learned so much from you this evening. Thank you. And Joan, your heart will be with, or our hearts will be with you and your nephew and you tonight. Well said, Deborah. Thank you. Yeah, Senga says, wishing him all the best. And then people saying, appreciating some of the perspective stuff. Heidi and Abdullah. Wow. Okay. thank you guys for, I mean, we've been here since 10 o'clock in the morning and it's almost 7 in the evening. Or 6:30, it's just past 6:30. So, I mean, thank you for listening to me. I don't think I'm quite that interesting. So thank you so much for joining me for so long and for indulging me here where I talk about all this great work that I'm so proud to share with the world, because I believe in what you guys are doing and I want to inspire more people. I'm sure there's lots of people that have been watching that have been like, oh, my work isn't good enough to share with anybody. It is. Absolutely it is. If you're making it, I'm sure it's good, and it's only going to get better. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you guys in a couple of weeks when I get back, and don't stop painting until then. I'm expecting some great things. I can't wait to see what you guys get up to. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you again very soon. Good night, everybody.